Welcome back, Kamikaze38 and Janone. Glad to have you both back in the stream. We're just about to watch some exciting AI cars race against each other. Sit back, enjoy, and feel free to cheer for your favorite cars. Sure. A fun fact about the 1965 Cooper T77 is that it was part of the legendary Cooper racing dynasty, known for pioneering the mid-engine design in Formula racing. This design helped many cars become faster and more agile because it improved weight distribution and handling. The Cooper T77 played a significant role in the evolution of racing cars during that era and is still celebrated for its innovative engineering. Hey everyone! Welcome back to the stream. It's so great to see some familiar faces returning. We've got some exciting AI car races lined up today, so sit back and enjoy the action. Glad you could join us again. Welcome back, Elias X98 and Reddert Bandit. Glad to see you both here again. We're just about to watch some exciting AI cars race against each other. Sit back and enjoy the show. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you return. Hope you're ready to enjoy some exciting AI car races today. Hey everyone! If you want to see the complete instructions for the stream, just type !full guide in chat. That way, you can get all the details and make sure you're all caught up. Enjoy the race! Welcome back, Adobot. Glad to see you return to the stream. We've got some exciting AI car races happening. Hope you enjoy the show. Hey there! If you're enjoying the fun races and want to catch more of these exciting AI car battles, make sure to hit that follow button. It'll let you know when we go live again, and you won't miss out on the action. Thanks for stopping by, and I hope you enjoy the stream. Welcome back, Renzaleon 151. Glad to see you back in the stream. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car racing action. Hey everyone! Just a quick reminder that at the end of each month, we'll be posting the stats for each driver to the Google Drive. If you want to check out your stats, head over to the Discord server. To make it into the end of the month stats, a driver needs to have done at least 50 races during that month. If you want to see your current stats, just type !stats in chat. Keep racing and improving, and good luck to everyone. Hey everyone! If you want to stay up to date with the stream and join in on the fun, there's a Discord server you can join. It's also where you can team up with others for the monthly team challenge. Just type !Discord in chat, and the bot will send you the link to join. Don't miss out on the action. Welcome back, Rizaldi Adha. Glad to see you return to the stream. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races today. Hey everyone! Just a quick reminder that the time to select your cars is almost over. Make sure you choose your favorites before the countdown ends. Don't miss out on your chance to see which AI car will come out on top. Welcome back, Amin-san. So glad to see you return to the stream. We're just getting into some exciting AI car races, so I hope you're ready for some fun. Grab some popcorn and enjoy the show. Alright, this is definitely an interesting matchup. The Ferrari 1512 is a classic, legendary for its speed and power during the 1960s, and it could really give Sash 3221's Honda R272 a run for its money. On the other hand, the Honda R272 is known for its agility and handling, especially on tight corners and technical sections. Since we're racing on Fontenay, which has a mix of straightaways and challenging turns, I think it could come down to the driver skill and how well the cars handle those curves. Both cars are from the same era and are really iconic, so it's a close call. I might give a slight edge to the Ferrari, just because of its straight-line speed, but the Honda's nimbleness could help it make up ground on the corners. Who are you betting on? Welcome back, Nasty Mikey. Glad to see you return to the stream. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races today. Hey everyone! This race is super exciting because we're at the Fontenay track with the F1 1960 car class. It's going to be a great battle today. The race has just started, and the top three drivers are Jazz in first place, someone in second, and Pizza Manoni 134 in third. Someone and Jazz are battling closely for first place. Pizza Manoni 134. And someone are fighting hard for second place. Jacko and Pizza Man 134 are in a tight contest for third place. Renzo Leon 151 is making a strong move, climbing up to 27th place after overtaking 4 cars. Move for Life is having a tough time and has dropped back to 35th place. Someone and Jazz are locked in a close fight for the lead, battling for first place. Move for Life is making a huge move, overtaking 34 cars to take the lead. Jazz and New for Life are now battling closely for first place. Kamikaze 38 and Edelbach are also in a tight fight for 6th position. Jazz is now in first place. Someone is moving up to second place. Jackal is climbing to 3rd place. Amy is currently in 29th place, struggling to regain momentum. Okioki 3 has moved up to 6th place, gaining 1 position. Lord of the Jungle has also moved up 1 spot to 8th place. Shadow Army and Tenkamen Crowder 3,486 are still battling closely for 15th place. Rizaliada is advancing to 19th place. Maya has moved up to 13th place. Welcome back to the stream. Great to see you all again. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car racing. Sit back and enjoy the show. Shadow Army has advanced to 14th place. Playboy Carty has moved up to 17th place. Joey and Playboy Carty are closely battling for the 18th spot. Okioki 3 and Kamikaze 38 are fighting hard for 5th place. Aelbok is gaining on Okioki 3, cutting the gap by 130 seconds. Ingle McCringleberry and Green Amber Red Yellow are close for 11th place. Adelbuck is advancing to 6th place. Gina Jones is climbing to 28th. Ezeshix and Gina Jones are battling closely for 28th position. Okioki 3 has moved up to 6th place. Mist 149 has climbed to 8th place. Green Amber Red Yellow is closing in on Playboy Fenty, cutting the gap by 140 seconds. Lord of the Jungle is just ahead of Mist 149 in 8th place. Darth Blazer and Shadow Army are closely matched for 14th place. Gina Jones and Renzelio 151 are battling for 26th position. Ingle McCringleberry is climbing to 11th place. Gina Jones is advancing to 26th. Iliasix 98 and Todd R. Gardner are locked in a close fight for 28th. Green Amber, Red Yellow is trying to overtake Maya for 12th place. Playboy Carty is challenging Joey for the 18th spot. The Spanish Inquisition has gained 1 position and is now in 22nd place. Kamikaze 38 and Pizza Manoni 134 are battling closely for 4th place. King Mabel has moved up 1 spot to take 22nd. Beck Their Thirds has also moved up 1 spot to take 23rd. Kamikaze 38 and Pizza Manon 134 are battling closely for 4th place. Maya has moved up 1 spot to 12th. Shadow Army has also gained 1 position, now in 13th. Kamikaze 38 is just ahead of Pizza Manon 134 in 4th place. Ingle McCringleberry and Playboy Fenty are battling closely for 10th place. Darth Blazer has gained 1 position and is now in 15th place. Hingle McCringleberry has moved up to 10th place. Maya is now less than a second behind Playboy Fenty. Playboy Cardi is gaining on Duff Dad, closing the gap by over 2 seconds. Oki 3 is closing the gap on Kamikaze 38 quickly. Darth Blazer has moved up 1 spot to 14. Green Amber, Red Yellow and Darth Blazer are battling closely for the same position. Amy is now in 15th place, moving up 1 spot. Tenka Mainan Crowder 3,486 is in 16th place. Red Earth Bandit is 1.2 seconds behind Amundsen and gaining. Renzo Leon 151 has moved up 1 spot to take 26th place. Junan has also moved up 1 spot to take 27th place. Ezra 6 has moved up 1 spot to take 31st place. Elias 698 has moved up 1 spot to take 31st place. New for Life is closing in on Red Dirt Bandit, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. Junan has moved up 1 spot to take 26th place. Renzo Leon 151 and Junan are battling closely for 26th place. Isa 6 and Elias 698 are fighting hard for 31st place. Gitsamanon 34 has moved up to 3rd place. Playboy Fenty is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. Tenkaman and Crowder 3,486 has moved up to 15th place. Gina Jones is making a strong push, moving up 3 places to 23rd. Maya is closing the gap on Playboy Fenty, reducing it by a full second. Tenka Maiden Crowder 3,486 has gained 1 spot, now in 14. Playboy Cardi has moved up to 15th place. Duff Dad has advanced to 17th place. Elias X98 has climbed to 29th place. King Mabel has moved up 1 spot to take 20th place. Renzo Leone 151 has also moved up 1 spot to take 25th place. Dash 321 and Renzo Leone 151 are battling closely for 25th place. Rizaldi Adha and Green Amber Red Yellow are battling closely for the 18th position. King Mabel is closing the gap on Rizaldi Eta by 1.7 seconds. Schlitzhaugogo is climbing up the ranks, moving into 21st place. Elias X98 is making a huge move, overtaking 27 cars to reach 2nd place. Amy has gained 1 position and is now in 31st place. Red Dirt Bandit is closing the gap on Amundsen, reducing the distance by 2.6 seconds. Missed 149 has moved up to 6th place after overtaking 3 cars. Playboy Fenty has also gained 3 positions and is now in 9th. Kamikaze 38 has dropped back to 15th after losing 8 places. Kamikaze 38 has dropped back to the 29th position. Edelbach is climbing up to 6th place. Ingle McCringleberry has moved into the top 10, now in 9th place. Duff Dad and Green Amber Red Yellow are battling closely for the 16th place. Ek Thetheds has gained 1 position and is now in 21st. The Spanish Inquisition is narrowing the gap to Sash 3221 by 1.5 seconds. Ingle McCringleberry is closing in on Lord of the Jungle, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Tenka Main Crowder 3,486 has moved up 1 spot to 12th place. Duff Dad has also gained 1 position, now in 16th place. Tenka Crowder 3,486 is driving a Ferrari 1512, which is a classic F1 car from 1965. They are currently in 15th place, making steady progress. Their race seems stable, but they are still working to move up further. Playboy Cardi has moved up to 13th place. Darth Glazer is gaining on Shadow Army, closing the gap by over a second. Schlitzaguku is catching Rizaldi Adha, narrowing the distance by 1.5 seconds. Maya is driving a Lotus 33 from 1965. They are currently in 14th place, so they are making steady progress, but still have some ground to catch up. King Mabel is driving a Coupe T77, which is a classic racing car from the 1960s. They are currently in 8th place, so they are making steady progress but still have some positions to gain. Ashley 2221 is gaining on Gina Jones, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Kamikaze 38 is catching up to Red Earth Bandit quickly, now only a few seconds behind. Nine Vihle Life is driving a 1962 Lola Mark IV Climax. They are currently in 23rd place and seem to be struggling to move up the field. The F1 1960 cars are well matched on this track, leading to close racing and frequent overtakes. The Fontany layout favors handling and agility, which benefits the lighter, more nimble cars like Lotus 33 and Brabham BT7. Overall, the car class seems balanced, keeping the race competitive. Ingle McCringleberry and Lord of the Jungle are battling closely for 8th place. Shadow Army is gaining on Playboy Cardi, cutting the gap by a second. Shadow Army and Playboy Cardi are fighting hard for the 13th spot. Jackal is now just over a second behind Pizza Manon, 134. 10 Kamen and Crowder 3, 486 is gaining on Maya, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Schlitzaugago and Rizaldi Ada are battling closely for the 19th position. Playboy Fenty is gaining on Hingo McCringleberry, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Playboy Carty moved up one spot to 12. Rizaldia Adha and Green Amber Red Yellow are locked in a close fight for 18. Amy is closing in on the pack, trying to make a move. Playboy Fenty and Maya are still neck and neck for 10th place. Schlitzaugago is now in 19th place, gaining ground. The Spanish Inquisition and Sash 3, 221, are battling for 24th position. Pete Samino, 134, is closing in on the car ahead, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Maya has moved up one place to take 10th. Schlitzaugago is also up one spot, now in 18. Rizaldi Adha moves up one spot to take the 19th position. Kamikaze 38 and Ayman Zen are locked in a close fight for the 30th position. Playboy Cardi has advanced to 11th place. Cactifets is now in 20th place. Dash 3. 221. And the Spanish Inquisition are battling for 24th place. Tenkamaning Crowder 3000. 486 has moved up one spot to 12th place. Playboy Fenty and Tenkamaning Crowder 3486 are battling closely for 12th place. Sash 3221 has advanced one spot to 24th. Okioki 3 is gaining on Jackal, closing the gap to just under a second and a half. Shadow Army is closing in on Playboy Fenty, now less than a second behind. Actifades has moved up one spot to take 19th place. Playboy Cardi has moved up one spot to take 10th place. He is closely battling with Maya for that 10th position. Amin-san has also gained one spot and is now in 31st place. Amy is holding steady in the lead for now. King Mabel is closing the gap on the racers ahead. Sash 3 to 121 is gaining ground and looking to move further up the field. The Spanish Inquisition is driving a Ferrari 158 from 1964. They are currently in 26th place and haven't set a fastest lap yet. Kidzamanon, Ananan 34, and the other racer are battling closely for second place. Def Dad and King Mabel are in a tight fight for 16. Sash 3200. 221 is closing in on Joey, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Okyu 3 is gaining on Jacqueline, closing the gap quickly. Duff Dad has moved up one spot to 16. Schlitzaugedo is closing in on King Mabel, cutting the distance by nearly 4 seconds. Shadow Army is driving a Lola Mark IV Climax from 1962. They are currently in 16th place, and seem to be maintaining a steady pace without any major overtakes or issues so far. Shadow Army has moved up to 13th place. Dark Azer is now within striking distance of Playboy Fenty, closing the gap by 2.6 seconds. Esotix is gaining on Drenone, cutting the distance by 1.2 seconds. The Spanish Inquisition is dropping back to 32nd place. Lord of the Jungle and Mist 149 are locked in a close fight for 7. Amy is climbing up to 24th place, gaining 2 positions. Sash 321 is advancing 1 position to take 22nd place. New for Life is also moving up 1 spot to take 32nd place. The F1 1960 cars are quite close in performance, but the Fontenay track's tight corners and technical sections likely favor drivers with better handling skills. The mix of different car models shows that driver skill and race strategy are key in this setup. Back the Feds is dropping back to 32nd place. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Lord of the Jungle, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Rizaldi Adha is climbing up to 19th place. Jazz is leading and has the fastest lap. He's in a strong position to stay ahead if he maintains consistency. Amy is currently in 19th place with the fastest lap of 10 seconds and 59 milliseconds. Her car is a Brabham BT7 from 1965.T. She seems to be maintaining a good pace, close behind other racers. Sash 3221 is gaining on green, amber, red, yellow, closing the distance by 1.1 seconds. Rue for Life is catching up to Red Dirt Bandit, closing the gap by 130 seconds. Hector Feds is driving a 1965 Cupra T77 and is currently in the 32nd place. They have the fastest lap of the race at 10:58.804. Their race looks strong with a very quick lap time. Joey is driving a Porsche 804 from 1962. He's currently in the 17th place with the fastest lap of 11:11.479. His race seems steady, but there's room to improve. Jazz is leading with the fastest lap. Looks like he's in control so far. Green, amber, red, yellow is driving a Porsche 804 from 1962. They are currently in 10th place with the fastest lap of 11:15.015. Their race seems challenging with a slower lap time compared to others around them. Isisix is driving a 1963 Brabham BT3i. They are currently in 26th place with a fastest lap of 11:4.982. The race seems competitive, but they are a bit behind the leaders. Dash 3,221 is gaining on green, amber, red, yellow, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Amy has moved up one spot to take 22nd place. New 4 Life is driving a Lola Mark 4 Climax. They are currently in 23rd place with a lap time of 11:1.534. The race seems steady, but they are a bit behind the leaders. Jacko is now in 3rd place, moving up one spot. Kingle McCringleberry has also moved up one spot to take 8th place. Duff Dad and Darth Blazer are battling closely for 15th place. Duff Dad is now in 14th place. Drinon has moved into 22nd position. New for Life has advanced to 31st. Shadesaugagoy is climbing up to 15th place. Amy is advancing to 20th place. Gina Jones and Joey are locked in a close fight for 24th place. King Mabel is gaining on Darth Blazer and has closed the gap by 1.3 seconds. Sash to 3,221 and I are battling closely for 21st place. Gina Jones has moved up one spot to 24th. Jackal is now in 2nd place. Ingle McCringleberry is closing in on Mist 149, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. Amy has moved up one spot to 20. Ken Kerman in Crowder 3,486 is gaining on Playboy Carty and has cut the gap by 2.4 seconds. Sash 3,221 has moved up one position to take 21st place. Duff Dad is now just behind Playboy Fenty, closing the gap to less than a second. Amy is gaining on Rizaldi Adha, the gap shrinking steadily. Ekpi Feds is closing in on Redder Bandit, now only a few seconds apart. King Mabel and Darth Blazer are battling closely for the 17th position. Amundsen is gaining on Kamikaze 38, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. King Mabel is climbing to 16th place. Gina Jones is now 23rd. Renan and Gina Jones are battling closely for 23rd. OQK3 is advancing to 4th place. Renan and Gina Jones are battling closely for 23rd. New for Life is climbing to 29th position. Schlitzaugagyo is holding off Duff Dad in a close fight for 15th place. Risaldia Adha and Darth Blazer are also locked in a tight battle for 18th. Dash 3,221 is now in 19th place, moving up one spot. Amy is right behind in 20th place, closing the gap. Rizaldi Adha and Darth Blazer are battling closely for 18th place. Gina Jones is gaining ground and has moved up to 22nd. Ezra6 is narrowing the gap to Joey by 1.6 seconds. Jazz is leading comfortably and has the fastest lap. Schlitzhaugergo is holding on to 15th place with Duck Dad right behind. Rosalia Adha and Darth Blazer are battling closely for 18. Grinon and Green Amber Red Yellow are fighting hard for 23rd. King Mabel is now in the 15th place. Rizaldi Adha has moved up to the 17th place. King Mabel is closing in on Duff Dad and has reduced the gap by 1.1 second. Rizaldi Adha has moved up one position to take 17th place. Darth Blazer has also moved up one spot to take 18th place. Schlitzhaugerjo is making a strong move, now in second place after overtaking 19 cars. Gina Jones is rapidly catching up to Amy, closing the gap by nearly 20 seconds. Green Amber Red Yellow is also gaining on Gina Jones, reducing the distance by just over a second. Okioki 3 is now in first place after overtaking 4 cars. Facty Feds is gaining on Red Dirt Bandit, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Green Amber Red Yellow is now in 9th place, closing the gap. Darth Blazer has moved into 10th place, gaining ground. Playboy Fenty is in 11th, making steady progress. Joey is climbing fast, now in 10th place after overtaking 4 cars. Kamikaze 38 is also making a strong move, passing 16 cars to sit in 11th place. Welcome back, Greninja. Glad to see you returning to the stream. Hope you're ready to enjoy some exciting AI car races today. Todd R. Gardner is making a strong move, climbing to 23rd place. Red Dirt Bandit is also advancing fast, now 25th. Factor Feds is gaining ground, now on 28th. Playboy Carti is trying to defend his position while Rizaldi Adha is applying pressure. Playboy Carti is holding the inside line into the next corner. Rizaldi Adha is looking for an opportunity to overtake on the outside. Renzoleon 151 is driving a 1965 Brabham BT7. Their race seems to be over and not started yet, as their position and lap time are marked as invalid. Playboy Cardi is dropping back to 29th place. Kamikaze 38 is gaining on Joey, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. King Mabel has moved up one spot to take 19th place. Darth Blazer has moved up one spot to take 29th place. Move for Life has also moved up one spot to take 30th place. The Spanish Inquisition is driving a Ferrari 158 from 1964. but they are currently not on the track with a race time listed. Their race seems to be stalled, or they haven't started yet. Shadow Army is driving a Lola Mark 4 Climax. They are currently in 16th place, and their fastest lap is 11 seconds and 6 milliseconds. Their race seems steady, but they might need to pick up the pace to move higher. Kamikaze 38 has moved up 1 spot to take the 10th place. Joey and Kamikaze 38 are closely battling for 10. Maya and Playboy Fenty are fighting for 12th place. Duff Dad is climbing to 16th place. Gina Jones is moving up to 22nd. Todd R. Gardner and Gina Jones are battling closely for 22nd. Amy is now just a second behind King Mabel. Todd R. Gardner and Gina Jones are battling closely for 22nd place. Him, Move for Life, and Darth Blazer are fighting hard for 29th place. Move for Life is now in 28th place. Darth Blazer is right behind in 29th. They are close together on the track. King Mabel has moved up 1 spot to take the 18th position. King Mabel and Shadow Army are battling closely for the 17th spot. Edelbach has moved up 1 spot to take 5th place. Jacko and Edelbach are battling closely for 5th position. Zagdiata is also climbing up 1 spot to 18th place. Lord of the Jungle is gaining on Jacko, and is now just a little over a second behind. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow is closing in on Mist 149, cutting the gap to just over a second as well. Kamikaze 38 and Green, Amber, Red, Yellow are battling closely for 8th place. Mist 149 moves up to 7th place. Kamikaze 38 advances to 9th place. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow and Kamikaze 38 are battling closely for 9th. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on Shadow Army and is now just a few seconds behind. Sash 3221 is also closing in on Amy, and the gap is shrinking quickly. The Spanish Inquisition is driving a Ferrari 158 from 1964, but they haven't set a valid lap time yet. Their race seems to be struggling, or they might have just started. Joey is closing in on Green, Amber, Red, Yellow, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. King Mabel has moved up 1 spot to take 18th place. Ekgitheds and Ezusix are battling closely for 24th place. Renzo Leon 151 is driving a 1965 Brabham BT7-2. Their race seems to be over as their lap time shows 99.999, indicating they are out of the race. Tanganan in Crowder 3 Fighting 86 is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Todd R. Gardner is catching up to Gina Jones quickly, now only a few seconds behind. Darth Blazer is closing in on Mufo Life, reducing the distance steadily. The F1 1960 cars are quite evenly matched on this track, with close lap times. Fontani's tight corners and high-speed sections favor skilled drivers over raw power, so driver skill and car handling seem to be key factors here. Peter Manon 134 is now just behind Jazz, closing the gap to 1 second. Kamikaze 38 and Lord of the Jungle are battling closely for 8th place. Joey and Green Amber, Red, Yellow are fighting hard for 10th place. Joey is advancing 1 position to take the 10th place. King Mabel and Shadow Army are locked in a close fight for the 17th position. Kamikaze 38 and Lord of the Jungle are battling closely for 8th place. Amy is advancing 1 spot to take 18. King Mabel and Amy are also fighting hard for 18th position. Maya has overtaken 1 car and is now in 12th place. Playboy Fenty and Maya are close together, battling for 12th. King Mabel has gained 1 position and is now in 18th place. The gap between the closer driver and Pete Salmon, 134, is shrinking rapidly. Mist 149 has climbed 1 position to secure 6th place. Dem Gamining Crowder 3,486 and Ingle McCringleberry are locked in a tight fight for 14th place. Lord of the Jungle is gaining on Jackal and closing the gap by 2.2 seconds. They are battling hard for 7th place. Sash 3221 has moved up 1 spot and is now in 20th position. Rizal the Adha is dropping back to 31st place. Maya is gaining on Green Amber Red Yellow, cutting the gap by over a second. Duff Dad is climbing up to 15th place. Rizal the Adha is making a strong move, climbing to 12th place after overtaking 19 cars. Jazz is gaining on Okyokai 3, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Lord of the Jungle and Jackal are locked in a close fight for 7th place. Maya is now in 9th place. Hingle McCringleberry has moved into 10th place. Playboy Fendi is in 11th place after overtaking 3 cars. Move for Life has made a strong move and is now in 26th place. Amy has advanced to 16th place. Izu6 has also gained a position and is now in 21st place. Playboy Carty is now in 27th place after overtaking 3 cars. Darth Blazer has also moved up 3 spots to 28th. Beck Thefeds has gained 1 position to 22nd. Azutix is gaining on Gina Jones, closing the gap to just over a second. Amin San and Green Amber, Red Yellow, are battling closely for 23rd place. New for Life is catching Janone quickly, cutting the distance by nearly 4 seconds. Azutix has fallen back to 27th place. Green Amber Red Yellow is climbing up to 21st place. Renan is moving up to 23rd place. Renan is driving a 1965 Ferrari 1512. They are currently in the 23rd position, with a fastest lap of 11:1.463. The race looks competitive with some close lap times around them. King Mabel is gaining on Duff Dad, now just over a second behind. Ek the Feds is closing in on Green Amber Red Yellow, cutting the distance to less than a second. Jackal is driving a 1965 Brabham BT7. They are currently in 4th place and have the fastest lap time of 11:085. Their race looks strong with consistent pace. Red Dirt Bandit has made a huge move, overtaking 29 cars to take the lead. RQK3 is right behind, and they are battling closely for the top spot. It's a tight fight at the front now. Wow! Thank you so much to the Spanish Inquisition for subscribing at Tier 3. I really appreciate your support. It means a lot to me. Thanks for being such an awesome part of the stream. Okioki 3 is now in 1st place. Jazz has moved up to 2nd. Maya is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by 18.3 seconds. Jazz is now just a few seconds behind Okiokai 3. King Mabel has moved up to 13th place. Duff Dad and King Mabel are battling closely for 13th place. No for Life is driving a 1962 Lola Mark IV Climax.A. They are currently in 23rd place, with a fastest lap of 11:1.534. Their race seems steady, but they are a bit behind the leaders. Welcome back, the Spanish Inquisition. It's great to see you return to the stream. We're about to watch some exciting AI car races, so get ready for some fast-paced fun. Thanks for stopping by again. Thank you so much to the random viewer from Twitch for subscribing at Tier 1. And a big thank you to Lord of the Jungle for gifting the subscription. Your support really means a lot and helps keep the stream going. Welcome to the team. Jackal has moved up to 6th place. Jackal and Edelbach are battling closely for 5th. Inkle McCringleberry is closing the gap on Lord of the Jungle by 130 seconds. Wow! Big thank you to the viewer from Twitch. Supporting us at Tier 3 is amazing. And a special shout out to the Spanish Inquisition for gifting that subscription. I really appreciate your support. It helps keep the stream going strong. Jackal is now in 5th place. Peck the Feds is closing in on Joey. The gap is shrinking by almost 3 seconds. New For Life has moved up to 23rd place. Schlitzaugerglow is currently in the 32nd place, driving a 1965 Lotus 33. They have the fastest lap of 10 seconds and 59 milliseconds, which is impressive. Their race seems steady with a good pace, close behind the leaders. Amy is now just half a second behind. Shadow Army. Playboy Carti has advanced to 24th place. Maya is currently in 11th place driving a Lotus 33. Their fastest lap is 11 seconds and a little over 200 milliseconds. The race looks competitive for them, with room to improve their pace. Thanks so much for cheering 200 bits Jazz. I really appreciate the support. It helps keep the stream going strong. Mist 149 and Edelbach are battling closely for 6th place. Peck the Feds is gaining on Joey, cutting the gap by 1.8 seconds. The track at Fontenay seems to favor the faster lap times of the Lotus 33 and Brabham BT7 drivers. The tight corners and technical sections likely challenge the driver's skill, making consistent lap times crucial. The top contenders are close in pace, so track conditions are definitely influencing overtakes and positioning. Amy is currently in 7th place, holding steady. Tenkanen and Corrado 3,486, and Maya are battling closely for 10th place. Peck the Feds has moved up to 19th place. Renan is closing the gap on Joey, now just 1.1 seconds behind. Mist 149 has moved up 1 spot to take 5th place. Jackal and Mist 149 are close together fighting for 5th. Lord of the Jungle and Edelbach are also close, battling for 7th place. Wow, a big thank you to the viewer from Twitch who subscribed at Tier 1. And a special shout out to the Spanish Inquisition for gifting that subscription. I really appreciate all the support. Thanks so much for being part of the stream. Jackal is now in 4th place, moving up 2 spots. Edelbach has moved into 6th place, climbing 1 spot, then 2. Lord of the Jungle is now in 7th place, also moving up 1 spot. Wow! A big thank you to the random viewer from Twitch for subscribing at Tier 1. And special shout out to the Spanish Inquisition for gifting the subscription. Your support really means a lot to the stream. Thanks so much for hanging out with us today. Mist 149 has dropped back to 16th place. Sash 3221 is gaining on Kamikaze 38, closing the gap by 2.6 seconds. Factory Feds is catching up to Gina Jones, reducing the distance by 1.7 seconds. Kamikaze 38 is making a strong charge, now in 4th place after overtaking 13 cars. Joey is also climbing, moving up 6 positions to 16. Green, amber, red, yellow is climbing fast, overtaking 9 cars to reach the 17th place. Kamikaze 38 is narrowing the gap on Pizza Manone 134, closing in by over a second. Joey has moved up 1 spot to 15th place. Rizaldia Adha is driving a 1965 Cooper T77 T7. They are currently in 22nd place with a best lap time of 11 minutes and 7 seconds. Their race seems steady, but they haven't made significant moves forward yet. Okyoki 3 is leading and has the fastest lap. He's in a strong position to win if he keeps up the pace. Mist 149 is driving a Lotus 33, currently in 7th place. They have a fastest lap of 11.5.769, which is competitive but not the fastest in the race. Their position suggests they are maintaining a solid pace. The track at Fontany seems to favor the Lotus 33 drivers with several in top positions, indicating good handling and speed on this circuit. But the tight competition is keeping the race very close. Ingelma Kringleberry and Maya are battling closely for 10th place. King Mabel is advancing 1 position to move into 13th. Duff Dad and King Mabel are fighting hard for the 13th spot. Okyoki 3 is leading and has the fastest lap. He's in a strong position to stay at the front. Maya is in 14th place driving a Lotus 33. Their fastest lap is 11 minutes and 5 seconds. The race looks competitive, but they are slightly behind the leaders. Hey, serious guy. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you here again. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races. Okyoki 3 is leading and has the fastest lap. He's in a strong position to finish at the top. Playboy Fenty is gaining on Edelbach, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Mist 149 and Joey are battling closely for 15th place. Renan is catching up to Enwu for life, reducing the distance by 1 second. Playboy Carti is gaining on Amin-san, and now only 2 seconds behind. Tenkamen and Crowder 3 So. 486 has just moved into the 11th place. The race is heating up with those close battles. Gina Jones has moved up 1 spot to take 20th place. Shadow Army and Gina Jones are close together battling for that same position. Ingo McCringleberry and Tenka Manning Crowder 3. Phyllis Horse and 486 are battling closely for 11th place. Shadow Army is gaining ground and has moved up one spot to take 20th place. Playboy Fenty is trying to hold off Maya for 9th place. Tenka Manning Crowder 3,486 and Maya are still close for 10th. Fifth is gaining on Sash 3,221. The gap is shrinking fast. Maya has moved up to 9th place. Ingo McCringleberry has moved up to 10th place. Tenka Main and Crowder 3,486 and Hingle McCringleberry are battling closely for 11th place. Okioki 3 is leading and has the fastest lap. He's in a strong position to win if he maintains consistency. Move for Life is now in first place after overtaking 28 cars. Okioki 3 and Move for Life are battling closely for the lead. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow, and Sash 3,221 are fighting hard for 18th position. Okioki 3 has moved up to first place. Jazz has climbed to second. Dr. Pizza Man on 134 is now in third. Okioki 3 is leading and has the fastest lap. He's in a strong position to win if he maintains consistency. Okioki 3 is leading and has the fastest lap. He's in a strong position to win if he keeps up the pace. Playboy Carty has moved up one place to 25th. Easy 6 has also moved up one place to 26th. Pizza Manona 134 has moved up one spot to second place. Darth Blazer is getting closer to Amy and has cut the gap by 2.9 seconds. Jazz is now in second place. Pizza Manona 134 and Jazz are battling closely for second position. Tenka Manning Crowder 3,486 has moved up to 10th place. Pizza Manon 34 has moved up to second place. Ingle McCringleberry has advanced to 10th place. King Mabel is now in 12th place. Mist 149 has moved up one place to 14. Duff Dad and Mist 149 are close together, racing for the same position. Okioki 3 is leading and has the fastest lap. He's in a strong position to win if he maintains consistency. Mr. 149 and Playboy Fenty are fighting closely for the 13th place. Dash 3,221 has moved up one spot to take the 16th position. Joey and Sash 3,221 are also battling for 16th place. King Mabel and Tenka Manning Crowder 3486 are battling closely for 11th place. Amy has moved up one spot to 26th. Shesh 3221 is gaining on Duff Dad, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Amin San and Tadar Gardner are battling closely for 24th place. Myself and Amin San are fighting for 25th place. Cacti Feds is now just behind Green Amber Red Yellow, closing the gap to less than a second. Renan is gaining on Gina Jones, getting closer by the second. Heat Samanon 134 is closing the gap on Okioki 3 rapidly, now just 5.7 seconds behind. Maya has moved up one spot to 8th place. Edelbach and Maya are battling closely for 8th position. Jackal is moving up to 4th place. Lord of the Jungle is now in 5th place. Joey is closing in on Sash 3221, reducing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Amy is gaining ground and moving up one spot to take 7th place. Fekthefets is also climbing up one spot to take 17th place. King Mabel has made a big move and is now in 1st place. Okyuki 3 is right behind, and they are battling closely for the lead. Okioki 3 is holding a slight lead over King Mabel as they race for 1st place. Anime and Amin San are close together in the mid-20 range, battling for 25th. Okioki 3 has just taken the lead and is now in 1st place. Hitzamanon 134 has moved up to 2nd place. Jazz has advanced to 3rd place. The race is heating up with these quick moves. Amy is now in 24th place. Amin-san is right behind, and they are battling closely for that spot. Amin-san is now in 24th place, moving up one spot. Amy and Amin-san are battling closely for 24th place. Joey is driving a Porsche 804 from 1962. He's currently in the 16th place, with a best lap time of 11:11.479. His race looks steady, but he's a bit behind the leaders. Rizaldi Adha is driving a 1965 Cooper T77. They are currently in the 22nd place, with a lap time of 11:7279. The race for them seems steady but not very competitive at the moment. Dash 3221 is gaining on Duff Dad, closing the gap by 1 second. Amy and Amin-san are battling closely for 24th place. Edelbach has moved up one spot to take 8th place. Maya and Edelbach are closely battling for 8th. Akthefeds has also gained one position and is now in 16th. Maya has moved up to 8th place. Edelbach and Maya are battling closely for that position. Darth Blazer is gaining on SR6, cutting the gap by over a second. Maya is driving a Lotus 33, starting from 14th position. Their fastest lap is 11 minutes 5 seconds and 26 milliseconds. They are currently in 10th place, making progress through the field. Edelbach is now in 8th place. Ten Kamen in Crowder 3,486 has moved up to 10th place. Gina Jones has climbed to 19th place. Kamikaze 38 is driving a Lotus 33 from 1965.2. They're currently in 8th place with a best lap of 11:0.602. Their race looks steady but not quite at the front. Okioki 3 is in the lead and has the fastest lap. He's looking strong to finish at the top. Duff Dad has moved up one spot to 13th place. Missed 149, and Duff Dad are battling closely for 13th place. Okioki 3 is leading and has the fastest lap. Looks like he's in a strong position to finish at the top. Renan is in 8th place, and Sash 3221 is in 15th place. Renan has a clear advantage with a better position and a faster lap time. Duff Dad and Playboy Fenty are battling closely for 12th place. EZR6 has moved up one spot to take 25th. Todd R. Gardner and SR6 are fighting for 25th position. Duff Dad is now in 12th place. Playboy Fenty is right behind, both racers battling closely for that position. The Spanish Inquisition is driving a 1964 Ferrari 158, which is a bit behind in the standings. Their race seems to be stalled with a placeholder lap time, indicating they might be having issues or haven't completed a valid lap yet. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Tenkamen in Crowder 3,486, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Duff Dad is rapidly approaching Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by 3 seconds. Tashei To 21 is closing in on Mist 149, reducing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Welcome back, Griffinaudle. Glad to see you back in the chat. Hope you're ready to enjoy some exciting car races today. Edelbach is in 8th place with a Ferrari 1512, and their fastest lap is 11:430. They seem steady but haven't quite matched their best pace today. Reddit Bandits Porsche 804 is currently in 31st place with a best lap time of 11 minutes 9 seconds. Their race looks challenging with a slower pace compared to others around them. Adelbach moves up to 7th place. Mist 149 is closing the gap on Playboy Fenty, now just 1 second behind. Mist 149 and Playboy Fenty are battling closely for the 13th spot. Amy is maintaining a steady pace in 6th place. Kingle McCringleberry is now in 9th place, closing the gap to the cars ahead. Mist 149 has moved into 14th place, gaining ground on the cars in front. Oki 3 is in the lead and has the fastest lap. Looks like he's pushing hard to secure this win. Adelbach is now in 6th place. Kamikaze 38 has moved into 7th. Maya is climbing into 8th. The driver in 17th is struggling and dropping back 7 positions. Tankamain in Crowder 3. 1486 is gaining ground and moving up 1 spot to take 10th. Duff Dad is also climbing and moving up 1 spot to take 11th. The driver who fell back is now in 24th place. Joey is gaining on FG Feds, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow has moved up 1 spot to take 17th place. Asia 6 is now in 24th place. Todd R. Gardner has moved up to 25th. Darth Blazer is in 26th. Kamikaze 38 is on a roll, climbing up to 4th place after overtaking 3 cars. King Mabel is also making progress, moving up 1 spot to 27th. Kamikaze 38 is closing the gap on Jazz rapidly. XTFX has made a big move, overtaking 10 cars to reach 5th place. Joey is also climbing up, having overtaken 10 cars to sit in 6th place. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow is now in 7th place after overtaking 9 cars. Maya has moved up to 11th place after passing 3 cars. Todd R. Gardner is making a strong push, now in the 18th place. Darth Blazer is also climbing, now in 24th position after overtaking 3 cars. The track at Fontenay seems to favor cars with good handling and acceleration, as seen with the top drivers like Okiokai and Amy. The slower lap time suggests tight corners and technical sections are challenging, making overtakes more strategic. King Mabel is rapidly catching Junon, now just a few seconds behind. Shadow Army is gaining on Todd R. Gardner, closing the distance steadily. Amy is currently in 26th place, driving a Brabham BT7. She's close behind some of the top contenders, and has a fast lap of 10 seconds and 59 milliseconds. Looks like she's pushing hard. The F1 1960 cars are quite evenly matched on this Fontenay track. with close lap times and frequent overtakes. The track's layout favors handling and acceleration, which benefits the lightweight, agile cars from that era. Overall, the car class and track combo are creating a competitive and dynamic race. Lord of the Jungle is driving a 1965 BRMP 261. They are currently in 10th place, with a best lap time of 11:05.865, showing steady pace but not quite challenging the leaders. Renan is in 28th place, just ahead of Sash 3221 in 17th. Renan has a slight speed advantage with a faster lap time, but Sash 3021 is closer to the top. It's a tight battle, and they could still make moves in the final laps. King Mabel is gaining on Renault, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Red Bandit has moved up one spot to take 28th place. Maya is gaining on Lord of the Jungle, closing the gap to just over a second. They are fighting hard for the 10th position. Renan and Duff Dad are also close together, battling for 21st place. Hingle McCringleberry is moving up to 11th place. 10 coming in Crowder 3480. 6 is closing in on Maya, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. Edelbach is driving a 1965 Ferrari 1512. They are currently in 10th place with a fastest lap of 11:4.3. The race seems competitive with Edelbach, maintaining a steady pace. Amy is currently in 8th place with a fastest lap of 10:59.706. Her Brabham BT7 is holding steady, and she's close behind the top racers. The race looks competitive for her, with a good pace so far. Jackal is gaining on green, amber, red, yellow, closing the gap by 1.40 seconds. Shadow Army is also catching Todd R. Gardner, closing that gap by 1.4 seconds. Amin Sons is driving a Lotus 25, which is known for its lightweight design and excellent handling. They are currently in the 8th place, with a fastest lap of 10:59.08, showing solid pace. Joey is driving a 1962 Porsche 804. He's currently in 7th place, and has the slowest lap of 11:08.419. His race seems steady, but he's a bit behind the leaders. Jackal is now just 1 second behind green, amber, red, yellow. King Mabel has moved up one spot to 22nd place. No For Life has also gained one position, now in 29th place. Lord of the Jungle is driving a 1965 BRMP 261. They are currently in 10th place with a fastest lap of 11:05.865, close behind the top contenders. Ezra6 is driving a 1963 Brabham BT3. They are currently in the 32nd position with a fastest lap of 11.4982. Their race seems steady, but they haven't moved much up the field. Gina Jones is gaining on Playboy Fenty, closing the gap to just under a second and a half. Todd R. Gardner is catching Sash 3221 quickly, reducing the distance by over a second. Shadow Army is closing in on Todd R. Gardner, cutting the gap by nearly 4 seconds. Shadow Army and Todd R. Gardner are battling closely for the 18th position. Renan is in 28th place, just ahead of Sash 3221 in 17th. Renan has a slight pace advantage with a fastest lap of 11.1463, but Sash 3221 is close behind with 11.7.066. It's a tight battle, and they could catch up in the final laps. Duff Dad is driving a 1965 Lotus 33. They are currently in 18th place, with a best lap time of 11.2.76. Their race looks steady, staying within the top 20. Then coming in Crowder 3, Thor 86 has moved up one spot to 12th place. Renan has also moved up one spot to 20th place. Shadow Army and Renan are battling closely for 20th place. King Mabel is gaining on Shadow Army, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. Ezra6 is catching up to Duff Dad, closing the distance by 1.2 seconds. Tankaman in Crowder 3486 is advancing to 11th place. Maya is climbing to 12th place. King Mabel is moving up to 21st place. Playboy Carty is currently in 6th place, driving a 1965 Brabham BT7 Tonti. He has the fastest lap of the race so far with a time of 10:59.527. His race looks strong and competitive. Todd R. Gardner is gaining on Sash 3221 and is now just a few seconds behind. Playboy Carty is also closing in on Todd R. Gardner, cutting the gap down. Movalife is catching up to Dirt Bandit quickly. Jackal is making a strong move and is now in 5th place. Pizzaman 134 is closing the gap on Okikli, reducing it by over a second. Edelbrock has gained 2 positions and is now in 7th. Jackal is closing in on Kamikaze 38, cutting the gap by 6 seconds. Edelbrock is gaining on FK Feds, closing the gap by 10 seconds. Lord of the Jungle has moved up 2 spots to take 8th place. Playboy Fenty is gaining on Green, Amber, Red, Yellow, closing the gap by 8.40 seconds. Lord of the Jungle is catching Edelbrock, reducing the distance by 1.3 seconds. Nest 149 has moved up 2 spots and is now in 12th place. Playboy Fenty is closing in on green, amber, red, yellow, cutting the gap by 1.8 seconds. Ezo 6 is moving up one spot to 22nd place. Aminsan is also moving up one spot to 23rd. Jacko is gaining on Kamikaze 38, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Playboy Fenty is catching green, amber, red, yellow, reducing the distance by 1.6 seconds. Darth Blazer has moved up one spot to 26th place. Playboy Carti is gaining on Sash 3221 and is now just a few seconds behind. Darth Blazer is catching up to Todd R. Gardner, and the gap is shrinking quickly. Elias X988 is racing in 1965 BRMP 261.2. Their race seems to be over as their lap time shows 99.999, indicating they are not currently participating. Gina Jones is driving a 1965 Honda R at 272. She is currently in 17th place with a best lap time of 11:13.827. Her race seems to be challenging with a slower pace compared to others. Kamikaze 38 is driving a 1965 Lotus 33. They are currently in 5th place and have a fastest lap of 11:0.602. Their race looks steady, staying close to the top contenders. King Mabel is driving a Cooper T77. They are currently in 8th place with a fastest lap of 11:3.16. The race seems competitive for them, staying in the top 10. Junon is in 19th, and Sash 3291 is in 17th, so they are close. Junon has a slight pace advantage with a faster lap. It's a tight finish for them. Gina Jones is driving a 1965 Honda R at 272. She is currently in the 16th place and has the slowest lap time among active racers at 11:13.827. Her race seems challenging with a slow pace compared to others. Gina Jones has moved up one spot to take 15th place. Yunan has also advanced one position to 18th. Darth Blazer and Todd R. Gardner are locked in a close fight for 25th place. Gina Jones is closing in on green, amber, red, yellow, cutting the gap by 1 second. They are battling closely for the 14th place. Playboy Carti and Renon are battling closely for the 18th position. Shadow Army is gaining on Playboy Carti, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Playboy Fenty is holding on to the 15th place with Gina Jones right behind, Sash 3221, and Playboy Fenty are battling closely for the 16th spot. Gina Jones and Green Amber Red Yellow are fighting closely for the 14th place. Renan and Sash 3221 are locked in a tight duel for the 17th position. Amundsen and Isa 6 are battling hard for the 22nd spot. Gina Jones has moved up one spot to take 14th place. Green Amber Red Yellow and Gina Jones are battling closely for that position. Renan has gained 2 spots and is now in 16th place. Laura the Jungle and Edelbach are battling closely for 7th place. Playboy Carty has moved up 1 spot to 17. Nafua Life is gaining on Red Dirt Bandit, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Fexy Feds is driving a Cooper T77 and is currently in 6th place. They have the fastest lap of the race at 10:58.804, which is impressive for their position. The race seems to be quite competitive for them. Playboy Carty is now just behind Renan, closing the gap rapidly. Sash 3221 has moved up 1 spot into 18th place. Amundsen is gaining on Duff Dad, cutting the distance by 1.4 seconds. Playboy Cardi has moved up to 16th place. Dash 3221 and Renan are battling closely for 17. Amundsen is gaining on Duff Dad, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Back the Feds is gaining on Jackal and has closed the gap by 1.3 seconds. Maya and Tenkaman and Crowder 3486 are fighting closely for 9th place. Shetzagoko's car is a 1965 Lotus 33, starting in 21st position. They're currently in 32nd place, with a fastest lap of 10:59.447, showing consistent pace. Lord of the Jungle and Edelbach are battling closely for 7th place. Playboy Cardi has moved up 1 spot to 15th. Renan and Green Amber, Red Yellow are fighting hard for 16th. Renan is moving up 1 spot to take the 16th place. Green Amber, Red Yellow and Renan are close together, battling for 16th position. Dash 3221 is advancing to 17th place. Green Amber, Red Yellow and Sash 3221 are closely contesting for 17th. Duff Dad is climbing to 20th place. Gina Jones is closing in on Joey, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. Shadow Army is climbing up the ranks, moving up 1 spot to take 21st place. Duff Dad and Shadow Army are in a close battle for 20th place. Lord of the Jungle and Edelbach are battling closely for 7th place. Amundsen is gaining on Duff Dad, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Lord of the Jungle moves up to 7th place. Amundsen is now less than a second behind Duff Dad. New for Life is closing the gap on Reddit Bandit by the same margin. Izachix is now in 21st place, climbing 2 spots. Amy has also moved up 2 spots, now in 22nd place. Duff Dad is making a strong push, now in 13th place. Amundsen is also climbing fast, now in 15th. Jackal has moved up 1 spot to 14th. Kamikaze 38 has advanced to 5th place. Ekthetheds and Kamikaze 38 are battling closely for 5th. Joey has moved up to 13th place. Kamikaze 38 is trying to defend their position against FK Fates. Dash 3221 just moved up to 16th place and is challenging Junon for that spot. What a lot both feel. The track's tight corners and elevation changes are making overtakes tricky, so consistency and precision are key. Drivers who adapt quickly are gaining positions. Edelbach is closing in on FTK Feds, cutting the gap by 1.8 seconds. Shadow Army has moved up 1 spot to take 18th place. Darth Blazer has gained 2 positions, now in 23rd. Rosalia Adha is driving a 1965 Cooper T77 Tup. They are currently in 22nd place and have a fastest lap of 11:7.279. Their race seems steady, but they're not in the top positions yet. Okioki 3 is leading the race in the 1965 Lotus 33. They have the fastest lap so far and are maintaining a strong pace, staying ahead of the pack. Ingo McCringleberry is driving a 1961 Cooper T55 Dale. He's currently in the 12th place, with a fastest lap of 10:56.76.6. His race looks steady, but he's a bit behind the leaders. Unoan is now in 16th place. Shadow Army has moved up to 17th place. Dash 3221 is making a strong move, climbing up to 15th place after overtaking 3 cars. Playboy Fenty is closing the gap on green, amber, red, yellow, cutting it down by 10 seconds. Dash 3221 is making a strong move, overtaking 14 cars to take the lead. Okioki 3 and Sash 3221 are now battling closely for first place. Red Dirt Bandit has gained 2 spots and is now in 25th position. Okioki 3 is now in first place. Kizaman 34 has moved up to second. G Toy Jazz is in third place. Renan is in 28th place with a decent lap time, while Sash 3221 is in 25th with a slightly better lap. Renan has a chance to overtake if they push hard in the final lap. But though? Edelbach is gaining on FA Fifets, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Gina Jones is catching up to Joey, reducing the distance by 1.1 seconds. I am moving up 2 spots to take the 19th position. The track at Fontenay seems to favor the faster lap times of the top drivers, especially Okioki 3 and Pete Samanone in 134. The tight corners might be challenging for some, causing overtaking opportunities and affecting overall positions. Gina Jones is gaining on Joey. The gap is shrinking quickly. Darth Blazer is also closing in on Ezra 6, making the race more intense. Jazz is driving a 1965B RMP 261, which is known for its balanced handling and reliability. Jazz is currently in 3rd place and has the fastest lap time of 10:54.797, indicating a strong race performance. Kamikaze 38 and FK Feds are battling closely for 5th place. Amy has advanced 1 spot to take 18. Playboy Fenty has also moved up 1 spot to 19. Emu for Life is driving a Lola Mark IV Climax. They are currently in 27th place with a fastest lap of 11:1.534. Their race seems steady, but they are a bit behind the leaders. Rizaldia Adha is driving a 1965 Cooper T77. They are currently in 22nd place and have a fast lap of 11:7.27, not dual. The race seems competitive with some racers ahead and behind, but they are maintaining a steady pace. Elias X988 is driving a 1965 BRM-P2 61 tall. Their race seems to be over as their lap time shows 99.99, indicating they are out of the race. Fak Fairfeds has moved up 1 spot to take 5th place. Kamikaze 38 and FK Feds are battling closely for 5th. Todd R. Gardner is closing in on Darth Blazer now, cutting the gap by 1.7 seconds. Amin Sons is driving a Lotus 25 from 1962. They are currently in the 28th place, with a best lap time of 11:11.088. The race for them seems steady, but not quite at the front. Playboy Carty has moved up 1 place to 14. New for Life is gaining on Sash 3221, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. Green Amber Red Yellow is driving a Porsche 804 from 1962. They are currently in the 10th place with the fastest lap of 11:9.619. Their race seems steady but not quite as fast as the leaders. Looks like Green Amber Red Yellow is really into the Airacia modes today. They're a pretty cool touch, huh? I wonder if anyone's got their eye on that top spot right now. The racing's really heating up. Congratulations to Okioki 3 on winning the race. Well done. Congratulations to Okyoka 3 for winning the race. Great job out there. And a big shout out to Mist 149 for setting the fastest lap. You can claim the 1965 Lotus 33, an iconic F1 car from the 60s. Also, congratulations to Janone for winning the bet race. You get to take home the 1965 Ferrari 1512, another legendary F1 vehicle. Thanks for racing, everyone. That was really exciting. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility, because Laguna Seca Vintage is known for its challenging corners like the corkscrew. A car that can navigate tight, turn smoothly, and maintain stability at high speeds would perform best here. Acceleration is also important, but being able to precisely control the car through the complex turns is key. Overall, a well-balanced car that excels in cornering would be my top choice for this racetrack. Welcome back, Commander Juice. Glad to see you return. We've got some exciting AI car races happening right now. Sit back and enjoy the show. Hey, Sean Dayon 101? Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you again. We're having a lot of fun watching these AI-driven cars race. Hope you're ready for some exciting action. Welcome back, Jumbo Fiend and the Honda Apologist. So glad to see you both returning to the stream. We've got some exciting AI car races happening right now, so sit back and enjoy the action. Hey everyone! Just a quick heads up, there's another really cool stream called AI Racing TV, too, hosted by my good friend Maya. You can race on both streams at the same time. If you want the link to join that one, just type !Twitch in chat, and you'll get it. Have fun racing, everyone! Welcome back, Mech Society. Great to have you back in the stream. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races. Hey everyone! If you want a super easy way to support the stream for free, just telling your friends or sharing the stream with others is perfect. It helps more people discover the fun of watching these AI cars race. Thanks so much for all your support. Alright everyone, if you want to remove a car from the race, just type !remove, and then the number of the car you'd like to take out. For example, if you want to remove car number 3, type !remove 3. Easy as that. Feel free to start voting or removing cars now. Alright everyone, the time to pick your cars is almost up. Make sure you get your choices in before it's too late. We're about to start the race soon. Wow, this is quite an interesting matchup. The 1990 Mercedes-Benz C11 is a classic racing car with a lot of power and a strong racing pedigree, especially on a track like Laguna Seca, vintage. On the other hand, the 1994 Toyota Serra is a unique choice, more of a compact and quirky car, which might struggle a bit on a racetrack that demands speed and agility. Considering the car choices, I'd say Sean Dion 101 with the Mercedes-Benz C11 has the upper hand because of its racing background and power. The Serra is more of a city car with a funky design, so it might be at a disadvantage here. I think the Mercedes might take this race, but it will be exciting to see how the Toyota Serra performs if it manages to surprise us. Thanks to the Spanish Inquisition for the race request, the race is underway at Laguna Seca Vintage, and Jazz in the 1964 Cheetah GT is starting on pole. Let's see how it all unfolds. Haha, looks like everyone's feeling the excitement. Rizaldi Adha seems a bit worried. But no worries, the race is just warming up. Jazz is having a good time, it seems. Who's ready for some intense racing once we get into the real action? Remember, you can join in by typing !race, followed by the car number if you want to pick a favorite. Rivendell is pushing hard on their first lap. Amy is also on the move, trying to find some quick time. Red Dirt Bandit is starting strong, looking to set a good pace early. Toddar Gardner is now on their first lap. Lord of the Jungle is also starting their first lap. Mufo Life has just begun their first timed lap. Mist 149 is quickly moving up the field. Gina Jones is also on a fast lap, closing in. Maya is just getting on the way with their first timed lap. Jazz is now on the track, gaining speed for their first timed lap. Playboy Carty has also begun their initial lap, closing in on the first sector. Rizaldi Ada is just starting their first timed lap. Keep an eye on their progress. Red Dirt Bandit is now in second place and has improved their lap time to 1 minute, 14 seconds, and 460 milliseconds. They gained 6 positions and improved their time by nearly 22 seconds. One Serious Guy is just beginning their first timed lap. The Spanish Inquisition has also started their first timed lap. Alright, only 10 minutes left in the practice session. It's been fun watching the cars race around the track. Do you have a favorite so far? Or maybe a car you're hoping will improve its speed before the session ends? Rizaldi Adha is now in first place with a lap time of 1 minute 6 seconds and 425 milliseconds. Yunon and Grenjeb are just beginning their first timed laps. Serious Guy has moved up to 7th place with a lap time of 1 minute 17 seconds and 376 milliseconds. They improved their previous time by 3 seconds. Playboy Fenty is now in 9th place with a lap time of 1 minute 19.342 seconds. Riven Odell has moved up to 10th place with a lap of 1 minute 19.940 seconds. Both drivers have improved their time significantly. Joey has climbed 9 places to 8th position with a lap time of 1:18.97, improving by 11.4 seconds. Amundsen has moved up 6 spots to 13th with a lap of 1:21.122, bettering their time by 9.4 seconds. Toddar Gardner has improved their lap time to 1:22.389, cutting 4.8 seconds off their previous best. One Serious Guy is now in 6th place after a lap of 1:15.802, gaining 1 position and improving by 1.6 seconds. Lord of the Jungle has moved up to 21st place with a lap of 1:32.753, improving their time by 4.5 seconds. King Mabel has improved their lap time to 1:51.938. going 0.1 seconds faster than before. Todd Gardner is now in 11th place after moving up 4 spots, with a lap time of 1 minute 19.586. Math Society has climbed to 18th place, gaining 1 position with a lap of 1 minute 27.706. Jumbophine has advanced 4 places to 22, with a lap of 1 minute 32.795, improving their time by 9.7 seconds. Mai has moved up to 7th place with a lap time of 19.842. Lord of the Jungle is now in 18th place with a time of 123.509. Maya is still leading with a 110.986. Amundsen has climbed 5 places to 9th place, and is now setting a lap time of 1 minute 18 seconds and 677 milliseconds. They improved their previous lap by 2.4 seconds. Sean Taeyeon, 101, has climbed to 9th place and set a new lap time of 1 minute 17 seconds and 492 milliseconds. They improved their previous time by 5.8 seconds. Alright everyone, we've got about 5 minutes left in the practice session. Make sure your setups are dialed in and you're ready for the real race. Who's been the fastest so far? We'll see if anyone can improve their time before the session ends. And Wu for Life has gained 3 places and is now in 13th position with a lap time of 1 minute 19 seconds and 546 milliseconds. They improved their previous time by 1.7 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry moved up 1 place to 25th position with a lap of 1 minute 36 seconds and 932 milliseconds, improving their time by 1.2 seconds. Playboy Fenty has climbed to 8th place with a lap time of 1 minute 17 seconds and 259 milliseconds. Dubbed. Riven Ordell is now in 13th position with a lap of 1 minute 19 seconds and 157 milliseconds. Commander Juice has moved up to 21st place with a lap time of 1 minute 31 seconds and 115 milliseconds. Riven Ordell has moved up to 11th place with a lap time of 1 minute 18 seconds and 132 milliseconds. Amy has improved their lap time to 1 minute 21 seconds and 82 milliseconds, getting faster by 2.4 seconds. Jumbophine has moved up to 21st place with a lap time of 1 minute 30 seconds and 896 milliseconds, improving by 1.9 seconds. Gina Jones has moved up to 19th place with a lap time of 1 minute 26 seconds, 611 milliseconds. She improved her previous time by 1.5 seconds. Playboy Carti has advanced to 12th place with a lap time of 1 minute 18.43 seconds. They improved their previous time by 2 seconds. the Spanish Inquisition has gained 2 positions and is now in 28th place. They just completed a lap in 1 minute 44 seconds and 252 milliseconds, improving their previous time by 15.7 seconds. The Hondapologist is making a move, now with a lap time of 1 minute 34.023, gaining 0.6 of a second. Amy is currently in 7th place with a lap time of 1:12.5. Joey is now in 9th place, closing the gap with Estromla. Maya remains in the lead with that recent fast lap. Fontaine 101 has made a big jump up to 2nd place with a lap time of 1 minute 8.914. They improved their previous time by 8.6 seconds. Riven Ordell has gained 5 places and is now in 7th. Their latest lap was 1 minute 15.56, which is 2.6 seconds faster than before. Rivenardo has climbed to second place with a lap time of 1 minute 15 seconds and .130 dot time. Faith has advanced to 6th position with a lap of 1 minute 17 seconds and 338 thousandths, making a big jump of 9 places. Gina Jones has moved up to 15th place with a lap of 1 minute 26 seconds and 456 thousandths, improving her time slightly. Green Ninja is just starting their first timed lap. Red Dirt Bandit has set a new best with a lap of 1 minute 16 seconds and 3 milliseconds, improving by 0.2 seconds. Jazz has moved up 3 places to 7, with a lap of 1 minute 16 seconds and 658 milliseconds, improving their time by 3.3 seconds. Alright, everyone, just 10 minutes left in the qualifying session. This is when the drivers really push their limits to set the best possible time. Who do you think will take the pole position today? Keep an eye on those laps coming in. Grenade has taken the lead with a lap time of 18.612. Wound Serious Guy has moved up to 4th place with a 1:15.882. Playboy Fenty is now 5th with a 1:15.954. Red Dirt Bandit has gained 3 places and is now in 3rd position. They completed their lap in 1 minute 14 seconds and 570 milliseconds, improving their previous time by 1:40 seconds. Jinan has climbed 5 places to 3rd position with a lap time of 1 minute 14 seconds and 4 milliseconds. They improved their previous time by nearly 2 seconds. Renee Ship has set a new best lap time of 1 minute, 7 seconds, and 8 milliseconds. They are now leading the race with that impressive improvement. Joey has moved up to 11th place and is now just behind the top 10. Their lap time is 1:17.392, which is 2 seconds faster than before. LEA 698 has just begun their first timed lap. Sean Dion 101 has set a new best lap time of 1 minute 9 seconds and 65 milliseconds. That's a 5-second improvement from their previous best. Hingle McCringleberry has moved up to the 19th place with a lap time of 1 minute 30.370. They improved their previous time by 0.6 of a second. Amy is currently in 6th place, just half a second behind Maya Doida. Amy has a lap time of 1:15.032. Amy is closing the gap on Maya. Playboy Carti is now in the lead with a lap time of 1 minute 18 seconds and 538 milliseconds. Jambofine has improved significantly, now at 1 minute 33 seconds and 3 milliseconds, moving up the order. Toddar Gardner has moved up to 13th place with a lap time of 1 minute 18 seconds and 202 milliseconds, improving by 1.7 seconds. Commander Juice has moved up to 24th place with a lap time of 1 minute 35 seconds and 3 milliseconds, improving by 7.7 seconds. Alright everyone, we only have 5 minutes left in the qualifying session. It's getting intense as drivers push their cars to the limit. Keep an eye on those lap times, because the starting grid is about to be decided. Who do you think is going to take the top spot? Maya has moved up to 3rd place with a lap time of 1:13.508, improving by 1 second. Ingle McCringleberry has improved their lap time to 1:29.362, also faster by 1 second. Ilias 988 has significantly improved their time to 2:21.73, a huge jump of 92.3 seconds. Amy is currently in 6th place. Maya is leading with a lap time of 1:12.255. Commander Juice is in the middle of the pack with a time of 1:34.97. Sean Dion 101 has taken the lead and is now in 1st place with a lap time of 1 minute 6 seconds and 712 milliseconds. They improved their previous time by 2.4 seconds. Maaf Society has moved up to the 19th place with a lap time of 1 minute, 28 seconds, 593 milliseconds. They've improved their previous time by 2.1 seconds. Reddit Bandit has moved up to 4th place with a lap time of 1 minute 13 seconds and 193 milliseconds. They improved their previous time by 140 seconds. Rivenoidal has moved up to 5th place with a lap time of 1 minute 14 seconds and 330 milliseconds. Up. Gina Jones has improved her lap time to 1 minute 25 seconds and 456 milliseconds, gaining a full second. Jacko has improved significantly with a lap of 1 minute 36 seconds and 480 milliseconds, shaving off 2.3 seconds. Everyone! Looks like green, amber, red, yellow is feeling a bit nervous there, but Jazz is definitely ready to crank out some fast laps. I'm excited to see who takes the top spot. Remember, the qualifying is just the warm-up. Race time is where the real action happens. Stay tuned. Welcome back, Knaibe. Glad to see you back in the stream. Hope you're ready to enjoy some exciting AI car races with us. Joey has moved up to 10th place, with a lap time of 1 minute 17 seconds, and 185 thousandths. They improved their time by 0.2 of a second. Grinning Jeb and Sean Dion 101 are nose to tail at the front. Playboy Fenty and Wazirius Guy are swapping positions in the midfield. Joey and Jazz are close together, fighting for 9th place. Grinning Jeb and Sean Dion 101 are battling closely for 1st place. Playboy Fenty has moved up 1 spot to take 7th place. Playboy Fenty and Riven Ordale are fighting hard for 6th place. Todd R. Gardner has moved up 1 spot to take the 13th position. Todd R. Gardner and Nabu for Life are battling closely for 12th place. Someone and Ingle McCringleberry are in a tight fight for 20th place. Winserious Guy is now in 8th place. Joey and Wazirius Guy are closely battling for 8th. Todd R. Gardner has moved up to 12th place. Todd R. Gardner and Mist 149 are fighting for 11th. Reddard Bandit has just overtaken someone to move into 3rd place. Renan is also climbing up, now in 4th place. Maya and Renan are closely battling for 4th position. Renan is driving the 1982 Ford C100 in the Group C2 Class DOS. They started in 2nd position and are currently in 4th place. Their race looks steady, maintaining a strong position early on. Mist 149 has moved up to 10th place. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow has advanced to 27th. Kingo McCringleberry is gaining on MRF Society, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow has moved up 1 spot to take 26th place. Jackal is closing in on Elias's 98, reducing the gap by 2 seconds. Green and Jeb is gaining on Sean Dion 101, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Rizaldia Adha and King Mabel are battling closely for 31st place. Elias X988 is climbing 2 spots to take 25th place. Rizaldia Adha and Team Mabel are locked in a close fight for 31st place. Green Injeb is closing in on Shondion, 101, cutting the gap by 1 second. Yambofin is moving up 1 spot to 21st. Commander Juice is also climbing 1 spot to 22nd. Aminsan has moved up 1 spot to take the 15th position. Elias X98 has also moved up 1 spot to take the 24th. Jackal has moved up 1 spot to take the 25th. Maze is gaining on Junon, closing the gap by 2.7 seconds. Riven Ordell is catching up to Maya, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Lord of the Jungle has moved up 1 spot to take the 16th position. Yambofin is advancing to the 19th place. Commander Juice is now in the 20th place. Geondapologist has moved up to the 21st place. Renon is closing in on Red Dirt Bandit, cutting the gap by 140 seconds. Iliasix98 has moved up 1 spot to 23rd. The Spanish Inquisition has gained 2 positions, now in 27th. Red Dirt Bandit is now just a second behind Greninja. Taldar Gardner and Nanwu for Life are battling closely for 12th place. Aminsan is gaining on Playboy Carti, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Yunan is closing in on Red Dirt Bandit, cutting the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Move for Life has moved up 1 spot to 11th place. Todd R. Gardner has also gained 1 position, now 12th place. Jackal is gaining on Elias S98, cutting the gap by 5.2 seconds. Aminsan is closing in on Playboy Cardi, reducing the distance by 1.1 seconds. Lord of the Jungle has moved up 1 spot to take 15th place. Greninja is gaining on Shondion, 101, closing the gap by 2.4 seconds. One Serious Guy is closing in on Playboy Fenty, reducing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Gina Jones has moved up 1 spot to take the 16th position. Playboy Fenty is rapidly catching Riven Ordell, now just over 6 seconds behind. Mist 149 is closing in on Joey, cutting the gap by a little over a second. Yingo McCringleberry is gaining on Emma F Society, reducing the distance by nearly 4 seconds. Renan has moved up to 3rd place. Move for Life is gaining on Mist 149, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. Gina Jones is closing in on Lord of the Jungle, reducing the distance by 1.5 seconds. Playboy Cardi is now in 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Red Dirt Bandit is gaining on Drenone, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. One Serious Guy is catching up to Playboy Fenty, reducing the distance by 1 second. Riven Ordo is gaining on Maya rapidly, closing the gap by 6.8 seconds. Red Dirt Bandit has moved up 1 spot to take 3rd place. Maya is narrowing distance to Drenone, reducing the gap by 2.1 seconds. Playboy Fenty is making a strong move up to 6th place. Amin Sun is closing in fast on Todd Gardner, cutting the gap by 14 seconds. Law of the Jungle has gained 1 position and is now in 14th place. Riven Ordell has moved up to 6th place. One Serious Guy has advanced to 7th place. Miss 149 has climbed to 8th place. Mist 149 is closing in on One Serious Guy, reducing the gap by 1.1 second. No for Life has moved up 1 spot to take 10th place. Todd R. Gardner has also moved up 1 spot to take 11th place. Jinon has moved up to 3rd place. Maya is now in 4th. Riven Ordo has climbed to 5th. Amy is closing in on the Spanish Inquisition, the gap shrinking by 8.1 seconds. One Serious Guy has moved up 1 spot to take 6th place. Todd R. Gardner has also moved up 1 spot to take 10th place. Amin San is gaining fast on New for Life, closing the gap significantly. Ingle McCringleberry has made a strong move, overtaking 4 cars to reach the 14th position. Commander Juice is closing in on Jambafin, shrinking the distance by 18.4 seconds. Greninjep is now in 8th place after falling back 6 positions. Junon has moved up 1 spot to take 2nd place. Maya has also moved up 1 spot to secure 3rd place. Todd R. Gardner is now just a few seconds behind Greninjep. Playboy Fenty is gaining on Gina Jones. I am moving up 1 position to 26th place. Greninjep moves up to 7th place. Todd R. Gardner advances to 8th place. No for Life is closing in on Joey, cutting the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Rivenordo is gaining on Maya and closing the gap by 3 seconds. Meaf Society has moved up 1 spot to 14. Shadow Army has also gained 1 position, now in 20. Yunon is closing in on Shandion 101, cutting the gap by 3 seconds. Jambofine has moved up 1 spot to 15th place. Ingle McCringleberry has also gained 1 position, now in 21st. Joey is gaining on Todd R. Gardner, closing the gap by 2.30 seconds. Playboy Fenty is catching Amin San, reducing the distance by 3.8 seconds. The Honda Apologist has moved up 1 spot to 16th place. New for Life is gaining on Joey and is now just a few seconds behind. Miss 149 is closing the gap on Wazirius Guy rapidly. Greninjab and Mist 149 are battling closely for 6th place. Eliasix 988 is gaining fast on Amy, now just a few seconds behind. Green Amber Red Yellow is closing in on the Spanish Inquisition, cutting the gap significantly. Maya is catching up to Dranon, narrowing the distance steadily. Serious Guy is gaining on Rivenordal, closing the gap to less than 2 seconds. Greninjab is catching up to Serious Guy, now just over 2 seconds behind. Aminsan is closing in on New for Life, with the gap shrinking to 1.5 seconds. Yunnan is gaining on Sean Dion 101, closing the gap to less than a second. One Serious Guy is catching up to Rivenordal, just over a second behind now. Greninjab is closing in on Wazirius Guy, reducing the distance by a good margin. Greninjab is closing in on Wazirius Guy, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. The Hondapologist has moved up 1 spot to take the 15th place. Renon is gaining on Sean Dion 101, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Greninjab has moved up 1 spot to 5th place. Ingo McCringleberry is closing in on Jackal, reducing the distance by 2.5 seconds. Jackal has moved up to 16th place. Iliasx 988 has advanced to 24th place. Jinon is gaining on Shondion 101, closing the gap by 3.5 seconds. Greninjab has moved up 1 spot to take 4th place. Aminsan is closing in on Move for Life, reducing the distance by 1.1 seconds. Greninjab is gaining on Maya and has closed the gap by 3.2 seconds. One Serious Guy has moved up 1 position and is now in 5th place. Mist 149 has also moved up 1 spot into 6th place. The Group C cars like Shandion 101 are dominating with fast laps, showing their strength on this track. Modern street cars are close behind, but slower overall. Vintage cars are mostly further back, likely struggling with the track's demands. Joey is advancing 1 position to take 7th place. Todd Gardner and Joey are battling closely for 7th. Eliasix 98 is moving up 1 spot to 22nd. Dachi Todd Gardner has moved up 1 spot to 7th place. Amy has also gained 1 position and is now in 23rd place. Shadow Army is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, now just a few seconds behind. Merrick Society is catching up to Gina Jones steadily. Jackal is closing in on the Hondapologist with a good pace. The Spanish Inquisition is closing in on Playboy Carti, cutting the gap by over 12 seconds. Rinon has moved up one spot to take second place. Joey has also moved up one spot, now in 7th. Serious Guy is now in 4th place. Man for Life is getting closer to Todd R. Gardner. The gap is shrinking by 230 seconds. Riv and Ordell has moved up to 11th place. Joey is now in 5th place, moving up 2 spots. Todd R. Gardner has advanced to 6th place, also climbing 2 spots. New for Life has moved into 7th place, gaining 2 positions. Amundsen has moved up 1 spot to take 7th place. Gina Jones is closing in on Playboy Fenty, cutting the gap by almost 4 seconds. The Honda Apologist has moved up 1 spot to take 14th place. Mist 149 has dropped back to 12th place. Maya is gaining on Dranone, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Joey has moved up to 4th place. Green and Jib is closing in on Was Serious Guy, cutting the gap by 1/4 seconds. Jackal is moving up 1 spot to take 15th place. Zadi Adha and another racer are battling closely for 30th place. Maya is gaining on Dranone and closing the gap. Todd R. Gardner has moved up 1 spot to 4th place. Grinning Jeb is catching up to Win Serious Guy, closing the distance. Seems like Green Amber Red Yellow is really having a good time with those Erasi emotes. Maybe they're fans of the track or just enjoying the chaos of the race. This race is heating up, and with cars like the Mercedes-Benz C11 and the Jaguar CX-75 out front, it's anyone's game. Keep those Erasi emotes coming, and let's see who takes home the victory. Hinkle McCringleberry is gaining on Jackal, closing the gap by almost 6 seconds. Amundsen has moved up 1 place to 5th. Win Serious Guy has also moved up 1 spot to 6th. Amundsen is rapidly catching Todd R. Gardner, closing the gap by 7.6 seconds. Greenwich has moved up 1 position to take 6th place. Hinkle McCringleberry is gaining on Jackal, reducing the distance by 2.8 seconds. Rivendell is making a strong move, now in 5th place after overtaking 3 cars. Maya is closing the gap on Dranone, cutting it down by 2 seconds. Nist 149 has gained 1 position and is now in 9th place. Greninjeb is making a strong push, now in 4th place after overtaking 3 cars. Maya is closing the gap on Dranone, reducing it by 2.2 seconds. Amundsen has moved up 1 spot to take 5th place. Winzerius Guy is now just a second behind Amundsen. Mist 149 has moved up to 8th place. Gina Jones has also moved up to 9th place. Grenincheb is gaining on Maya, closing the gap by 140 seconds. One serious guy is catching Amundsen, closing the gap by 2.6 seconds. Known for Life has moved up one spot to take the 13th position. Welcome back, Guided Shadow One. Glad to see you return to the stream. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races. Serious Guy is gaining on Amundsen and is now just a few seconds behind. Missed 149 is catching up to Todd R. Gardner quickly. Joey is closing the distance on Riven Ordell. Both racers are tightening up. Serious Guy has moved up to 5th place. Todd R. Gardner is getting closer to Amundsen, cutting the gap by 3 seconds. Jackal has moved up to 13th place. Green Jeb is gaining on Maya, and the gap is shrinking fast. Maya is catching up to Dranon and the distance is getting smaller. Todd R. Gardner is closing in on Amundsen with a steady pace. Renan is gaining on Shandion 101 and closing the gap rapidly. Maya is catching up to Dranon with a strong push. Red Dirt Bandit is closing in on Elias X98 with a significant speed. Greninjab is gaining on Maya and closing the gap by 3 seconds. Todd R. Gardner is catching up to Amundsen with a 2-second difference. Riven Ordell is narrowing the distance to missed 149 by just over 1 second. Amy is maintaining a steady pace in 3rd place. Maya is now just a second behind Dranon. Amundsen has overtaken 2 cars to reach 5th place. Todd R. Gardner has moved up to 6th place, closing the gap to the top 5. Serious Guy is gaining on Todd R. Gardner, and is now just a few seconds behind. Joey is closing in on Riven Ordell, cutting the gap by over 5 seconds. Red Dirt Bandit is also making a move, reducing the distance to Lord of the Jungle by 7.6 seconds. Wow, thank you so much Amundsen, for subscribing at Tier 2. Your support means a lot to us, and it really helps keep the stream going. We really appreciate you being here and supporting the channel. Red Dirt Bandit is gaining on Lord of the Jungle, closing the gap by 7 seconds. Maya is closing in on Dranon, reducing the distance by almost 3 seconds. Todd R. Gardner has moved up 1 spot to 5th place. Todd R. Gardner has moved up to 4th place. Serious Guy is now in 5th place. Riven Ordell has advanced to 9th place. Amundsen is now in 6th place. Missed 149 has moved up to 7th. Yay! One love. The Nutty Life is in 11th place after climbing 1 spot. Lord of the Jungle is gaining on Red Dirt Bandit, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Serious Guy is catching up to Todd R. Gardner, narrowing the distance steadily. Maeve Society is gaining on Shadow Army, now just a few seconds behind. The Honda-pologist has moved up to 17th place. Red Earth Bandit is closing in on Amy, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Red Earth Bandit is gaining fast on Amy, cutting the gap by 6:30 seconds. Renan has moved up 1 spot to take 2nd place. Aminsan has climbed 2 spots to 5th place. Mist 149 is gaining on Aminsan, closing the gap by nearly 3 seconds. New for Life is catching up to Gina Jones, reducing the distance by almost 3 seconds. Red Earth Bandit has moved up 1 spot to take the 18th position. Mare F Society is now in the 15th place, moving up 1 spot. Lord of the Jungle has also gained 1 position, and is now in the 19th place. The Honda-pologist is gaining on NRF Society, and is now just a few seconds behind. Drenon is narrowing the distance to Sean Dion 101, closing in steadily. New for Life is catching up to Gina Jones, and the gap is shrinking quickly. New for Life is gaining fast on Gina Jones, cutting the gap to just a few seconds. Mare F Society is closing in on Shadow Army, reducing the distance significantly. Rizaldi Adha and another racer are battling closely for the 30th position. Renan is now just a few seconds behind Sean Dion 101. Maya is gaining on Renan quickly. New for Life is closing the gap on Gina Jones. Renan is now just a few seconds behind Sean Dion 101. And New for Life is gaining on Gina Jones, closing the gap significantly. Mare F Society is catching up to Shadow Army quickly. Looks like Jazz is throwing some Arisai emojis into the chat, definitely keeping the vibe lively. I wonder if that means he's got his eyes on a specific car, or just having some fun. Anyone think Jazz's favorite car might be an Irasi one? Keep those guesses coming. Math Society is gaining on Shadow Army and closing the gap by 13 seconds. Playboy Fenty is catching up to NRF Society, reducing the distance by 7 seconds. Red Earth Bandit is closing in on Lord of the Jungle, cutting the gap by 11 seconds. Red Earth Bandit is gaining fast on Lord of the Jungle, closing the gap by 6 seconds. Joey is catching up to Noel for Life, reducing the distance by 3 seconds. Mare F Society is also making progress on Shadow Army, closing the gap by almost 4 seconds. Welcome back, Jishbin here. Glad to have you back in the stream. Hope you're ready to watch some exciting AI car races today. Greninja is gaining on one serious guy and closing the gap rapidly. Mare F Society is also making a move on Shadow Army. Red Earth Bandit is closing in on Lord of the Jungle, all within striking distance. Greninja is gaining on one serious guy, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Maref Society is catching up to Shadow Army, closing the distance steadily. Red Dirt Bandit is making a strong move on Lord of the Jungle, reducing the gap by over 9 seconds. Totter Gardner is gaining on Maya, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Greninja Abe is catching up to one serious guy, reducing the distance by 2.4 seconds. New for Life is closing in on Gina Jones, narrowing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Greninja is gaining on one serious guy. The gap is shrinking fast. MNRF Society is closing in on Shadow Army. Playboy Fendi is catching up to NRF Society quickly. Playboy Fenty is gaining on NRF Society, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Red Dirt Bandit is also closing in on Lord of the Jungle, making a strong move. Amy is holding steady in 6th place. Amy is closing the gap on the car ahead. Amy is preparing for an overtake on the next straight. Playboy Fenty is gaining on Shadow Army, now just 8 seconds behind. Maya has moved up to 1st place. Missed 149 has also advanced to 8th place. Playboy Fenty is gaining quickly on Shadow Army and has cut the gap to just a few seconds. Jinon and Maya are battling closely for the lead position. One serious guy is advancing 2 places and is now in 5th position. MNRF Society is gaining on Jackal and closing the gap by nearly 6 seconds. Playboy Fenty is also closing in on Shadow Army, reducing the distance by over 6 seconds. Meanwhile, Jinon and Maya are locked in a close fight for the lead. MNRF Society is gaining rapidly on Jackal and is now just a few seconds behind. Playboy Fenty is closing the gap on Shadow Army and the distance is shrinking. Rizaldi Adha and another racer are battling closely for around 31st place. Playboy Fenty is closing the gap on Shadow Army by 6.5 seconds. One serious guy has moved up 1 spot to 4th place. Amundsen has also moved up 1 spot to 5th place. Playboy Fenty is gaining on Shadow Army, and the gap is now smaller. Amundsen has moved up 1 spot to 4th place. Riven Ordell is closing in on Gina Jones, and the gap is shrinking by 2.1 seconds. One serious guy is now just behind Amundsen, closing the gap to less than a second. Greninja is gaining on Mist 149. The gap is shrinking quickly. Riven Ordell is catching up to Gina Jones, closing in steadily. Riven Ordell is gaining on Gina Jones, closing the distance rapidly. MNRF Society is making a move on Jackal, closing in steadily. Red Dirt Bandit is closing the gap on the Hondapologist with a strong push. Hey everyone, just a quick update. It seems like the AI had a bit of trouble navigating the track today, so we've decided to cancel the race. No points will be awarded this time around. Thanks for your understanding. And don't worry, we'll have another race shortly. Great news everyone! The stream is now fixed and ready to go. Thanks so much for your patience. Let's get back to watching those AI cars race against each other. Grab your snacks and enjoy the show. Sure. A fun fact about the Cleveland Grand Prix track is that it runs along the streets of downtown Cleveland, giving viewers an exciting blend of city scenery and racing action. The track features a unique mix of tight turns and fast straights, making it a real challenge for drivers and always keeping the race thrilling to watch. Plus, it's known for its lively atmosphere with plenty of local spirit in the air. Hey everyone! Just a quick reminder that the time to select your cars is almost up. Make sure you choose your favorite before the countdown ends so you don't miss out on the race. Hurry up and pick your ride. Wow, both cars have their own strengths for this track. The Honda Civic Type R, from 1999, is known for its nimbleness and agility, especially with a good driver behind the wheel. On the other hand, the Toyota GT86, from 2015, is a sporty car with great balancing qualities and strong handling capabilities. Considering the Cleveland Grand Prix mix of tight corners and straightaways, I'd lean towards Gina Jones in the Toyota GT86. Its modern design and balanced performance might give her an edge on this course, especially with its handling on sharp turns. But hey, anything can happen in a race like this, and the Honda Civic Type R's quickness could surprise us. What do you think? Welcome back. Great to see you again. Hope you've been doing well and ready for some exciting AI car races today. Alright everyone, the race is just kicking off at Cleveland Grand Prix. Rizaldia Adha is starting on pole, driving a sleek 2010 Hyundai Genesis Coupe. Let's see how she does in the early laps. Rizaldia Adha is leading the race, followed by Romanis in second place, and Naibi is in third. The race has just begun, so positions might change soon. Struttingjal is climbing fast, now in 8th place. The Hondapologist has moved up to 6th place. Gina Jones has also moved up to 7th place. Gina Jones and the Hondapologist are close together, battling for 6th. Amin-san is making a strong move, overtaking 3 cars to reach the 19th place. Yaikbinhir has gained 1 position to move into the 4th place. Nox Exodus and Yaikbinhir are battling closely for 4th place. Strutting Jal has moved up to 6th place. Shadow Army is now just behind Mist 149, closing the gap by over a second. They are battling closely for 13th place. Strutting Jarl is now in 5th place. Gina Jones has moved up to 7th. Playboy Cardi is in 9th place. Welcome back, Elite 403. Glad to see you here again. Hope you're ready to enjoy some exciting AI car races with us today. Strutting Jal has moved up to 4th place. Gary 710 has gained 2 spots and is now in 12th place. Reineki and Gary 710 are battling closely for 12th place. Gary 710 and Amy are battling closely for 11th place. Mist 149 is gaining on Shadow Army and has cut the gap by 2.1 seconds. Mist 149 and Shadow Army are also fighting hard for 14th place. Gina Jones is climbing up to 6th place. Playboy Carti and the Hondapologist are battling closely for 8. Reineki and Gary 710 are fighting it out for 12. Playboy Carti is advancing to 8th place. New for Life is moving up to 9th place. Naibe is climbing to 20th place. Gary 710 moves up to 11th place. Green Amber, Red Yellow is now less than 2 seconds behind Amin-san. Jazz is catching Mist 149, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Amin-san has moved up 1 spot to take the 14th place. Jazz has also gained 1 position now in 17th. Jazz and Green Amber Red Yellow are battling closely for 16th place. Amin-san has moved up 1 spot to 13th place. Reineki and Amin-san are battling closely for 13th place. Mist 149 is gaining on Jazz, cutting the gap by 3.8 seconds. Strutting Jal is now in 3rd place. Naiba and Strutting Jal are close together for 3rd position. Gary 710 has moved up to 10th place. Amin-san has moved up 1 spot to 12th place. Amin-san and the Hondapologist are battling closely for 11th place. Green Amber, Red, Yellow, and Shadow Army are fighting hard for 15th place. Gary 710 is closing in on Move for Life and has cut the gap by 1.2 seconds. Amin-san has moved up 1 spot to take 11th place. Shadow Army has also gained 1 position and is now in 14th place. Thomas Moran is closing the gap on IDK Chapter 1 rapidly, now just 6.7 seconds behind. Playboy Carti has moved up one spot to take 8th place. Nox Exodus and Playboy Carti are battling closely for 7th place. Congratulations to Rizaldi Ada on winning the race. That's an amazing achievement. Well done. Wow, congratulations to Rizaldi Adha on winning the race. Well done. That was an exciting race to watch. And a big congrats to Gina Jones for winning the bet race. You can now claim the 2015 Toyota GT86. Also, hats off to Amundsen for making the most overtakes today. You get to claim the 2015 BMW M135i1. Great effort from everyone. Sure. A fun fact about the 2019 Formula Rapide is that it was designed to be a high-performance racing car that combines the best features of open-wheel racing with the sleek design of a GT car. It's built to be incredibly agile and fast on the track, making it a favorite among racing enthusiasts. Plus, it features advanced aerodynamics to help it stay glued to the road during high-speed cornering. Welcome back, Gilded Sarcophagi. Glad to see you return. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races. Hey everyone! If you want to support the stream for free, one of the easiest ways is just to tell your friends or share the stream around. Spreading the word helps more people discover the fun races we have here. Thanks so much for hanging out and making this a great place to watch cars compete. Haha, Jazz. Those pit stops can really shake things up. It's like a little surprise every time. Everyone, make sure to keep an eye out for those strategy moves. This race is about to get interesting. Haha, Jazz. Glad you're having a good time. These races always keep us on the edge of our seats. Who do you think is gonna take the top spot today? Hey everyone! If you want to see which cars you've locked in for the race, just type !car in the chat. It'll show you what cars you've chosen. Give it a try and see your selections. Hey Jazz, I agree. This race is packed with some amazing cars. Everyone's got their favorites, I bet. Can't wait to see how it all shakes out. Hey everyone! Just a quick reminder that this stream is completely free to watch and enjoy. Subscribing or cheering bits is not required to join in on the fun. It really helps support the channel and keep these races going strong. Subscribers will get priority when it comes to joining in on special events. So if you want to be part of that, consider subscribing. Thanks so much for hanging out and supporting the channel. Now, let's get back to these exciting AI car races. Alright, everyone! The time to pick a car is almost up. If you haven't selected your vehicle yet, make sure to do it now before it's too late. Don't miss out on your chance to see your favorite car hit the track. Let's get those choices in. Based on the stats, Hingle McCringleberry has a lot more experience with 2002 races and a high win rate of 97 wins. Their ranking is lower at 33, but the sheer amount of races suggests they have a lot of skill and consistency. Lord of the Jungle has fewer races at 154 and only 9 wins, but they are ranked higher at 9, which could mean they perform well in recent races or have strong qualifying results. I think Hingle McCringleberry might have the edge due to experience and success rate, but Lord of the Jungle could surprise us with their current form. I'll lean toward Hingle McCringleberry for this race. Haha, yeah, it's a bit different than usual, but that just makes the chaos more fun. Everyone loves a wild AI race, right? Who do you think has the best shot in this one? Thanks to the Spanish Inquisition for the race request. The race is underway at Bowman Gray Stadium with Maya on pole, driving her 2019 Formula Rapide. Stay tuned, everyone. Gilded Sarcophagi is leading the race, followed by Dominatornium 1059 in second place. Someone is currently in third position. Myself is now in third place, closing the gap with the leaders. Maya is leading strongly at the front. Joey is right behind in second, pushing hard. Everyone's staying close and the race is heating up. Amy is gaining on Joey. The gap is shrinking fast. Red Dirt Bandit has moved up 4 spots to take 10th place. Tenkamin 704 has overtaken 3 cars and is now in 13. Someone is making a strong move and has overtaken 4 cars to reach the 17th place. Mist 149 is also climbing fast, overtaking 4 cars to reach the 20th place. Shadow Army is catching up, overtaking 4 cars to take the 21st place. Todd Gardner is climbing fast, now in 6th place after overtaking 3 cars. Reddit Bandit is also making a move, now in 7th place with 3 cars passed. Shadow Army is gaining ground, now in 16th place after overtaking 5 cars. Todd R. Gardner is making a strong push, now in 2nd place after overtaking 4 cars. Tenkamin in 704 is climbing fast, moving up 8 positions to sit in 5th. Maya is having a tough time, dropping 6 spots to 7th. Looks like everyone's having a good time. Commander Juice throwing in that emote, and Jazz just keeping it light with a laugh. The chat's feeling lively today. Remember guys, if you want to join the race, just type !race followed by the car number, Who's feeling lucky? Tenkamen 74 has moved up to second place after overtaking 3 cars. Okioki 3 is now in 6th place after passing 8 cars. Someone is climbing fast, now in 7th place after overtaking 5 cars. Lord of the Jungle is now in 4th place, making a strong move. Commander Juice has advanced to 5th place, closing in on the top. Aya. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow is in 6th, gaining ground fast. Okioki 3 is now in 9th place after overtaking 6 cars. Shadow Army has moved into 10th place, passing 4 cars. Someone is making a strong push, overtaking 8 cars to reach 8th place. Dominator 1059 is climbing fast, now in 8th place after overtaking 7 cars. Maya is making a strong push, now in 11th place after overtaking 3 cars. Enlo for Life is also advancing, now in 12th place after overtaking 4 cars. Someone is making a strong move, climbing up to 4th place. Playboy Cardi is also gaining ground, moving up to 9th place. Mist 149 is advancing steadily, now in 18th place. Hey everyone, just a quick update. It seems like the AI had a bit of a rough time navigating the track today, so we've decided to cancel this race. No points will be awarded this round. Thanks for understanding, and we'll get back to the action soon with a new race. Hey, everyone! Great news! The stream is now fixed, and everything should be running smoothly. Thanks so much for your patience. Grab your snacks and get ready for some exciting AI car races. I can't wait to see which car comes out on top. Hey everyone, just a quick reminder that the time left to pick your car is almost up. Make sure you get your choices in before it's too late. Don't miss out on the fun. Sure. A fun fact about the 2005 Radical SR3 is that it was designed mainly for racing enthusiasts who wanted a lightweight and agile car. Despite its small size, it packs a punch with a powerful engine, making it a favorite in club racing and track day events. The SR3's lightweight construction and aerodynamic design give it exceptional handling and speed, which is pretty impressive for a car in its class. Haha, seems like everyone's excited for the big moments. Less than 5% gone already, and Jazz is calling for a record, so maybe we're in for some intense action. Who do you guys think will break through first? Alright, let's take a look at these 2 drivers and their cars. The 2014 Norma M20 FC is a pretty solid racing car, known for its agility and performance on the track. It's designed for racing and has a lot of racing pedigree behind it. On the other hand, the 2010 Global GT Light, driven by Playboy Carti, sounds like it's more of a lightweight car that might have some unique handling properties, but it's probably not as specialized for racing as the Norma. Considering the car's design and track record, I think the Norma might have a slight edge here because it's built specifically for racing purposes. The Global Light could surprise us if it has some unexpected strength, but my bet is on the Norma to take the win, especially with its racing heritage. What do you guys think? Hey Jordan, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you here again. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car racing. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at the Spa Vintage track. Jackal is starting on pole with the 2011 KTM Crossbow R in the Ultralights class. Let's see how he handles the early lead. The race has just started, and the top 3 drivers are Jazz in first place, Jackal in second, and Mist 149 in third. Emerald Tick 398 is making a huge push, overtaking 22 cars to reach the front. Jazz is right behind Emerald Tick 398, both battling hard for the lead. Maya and Shoto Todoroki 39 are close in 5th place, fighting for position. Tenka Main 74 is making a strong push, overtaking 3 cars to reach 15th place. Jazz has moved up 1 spot to take the lead. Jackal has also gained 1 position, now in 2nd place. The battle for first is heating up between Jazz and Jackal Dildoin. Jackal and Jazz are nose to tail at the front, with Jackal just edging ahead. Maya and Shotododorki 39 are swapping positions frequently for 4th place. Vagrant Enchanter and Commander Juice are battling closely for 9th place. Jackal has moved into 1st place. Mist 149 and Jazz are battling closely for 2nd. Playboy Carti has advanced to 13th place. Mist 149 has moved up to 2nd place. Shota Todoroki 39 and Jazz are battling closely for 3rd. Nerf for Life has climbed to 6th place. Shota Todoro 9 and Jazz are battling closely for 3rd place. Maya and Shoto Todoroki 39 are fighting hard for 4th place. New for Life is gaining on Maya, cutting the gap down to just over 1 second. Commander Juice is climbing fast and has just overtaken 3 cars to reach 6th place. New for Life and Commander Juice are now battling closely for 6th position. That Grand Enchanter and Hingle McCringleberry are fighting hard for 9th place. Rizaldi Adha has moved up 1 spot to 7th place. The Grand Enchanter has gained 2 spots and is now in 8th place. Tenkaming in 704 has moved up 1 spot to 13th place. Plebe 3 and Hingle McCringleberry are battling closely for 10th place. GM Prime has moved up one spot to take 21st. Gina Jones and GM Prime are also fighting for 21st position. Tankamane 704 is making a strong push, now in 10th place. Playboy Cardi is also advancing, now in 11th. Maya is dropping back, now in 12th. Commander Juice has moved up to 4th place. Rizaldia Adha is closing the gap on Shitoto Doroka 39 by 1.2 seconds. Tenkaminen 704 has climbed to 9th place. Wenny Tapsambungsex has dropped back to 20th place. Emerald 698 is gaining someone, closing the gap by 9.30 seconds. Commander Juice and Jazz are locked in a close fight for 3rd place. Rizaldia Ada and Shadow Todoroki are fighting hard for 5th place. Tenkamane 704 has moved up one spot to take 8th place. Move for Life and Tenkamane 7 and 104 are close in 8th place, battling for that position. Commander Juice has moved up to 3rd place. The Grunt Enchanter is now in 6th place. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on the Wolf for Life, reducing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Miss 149 and Jackal are locked in a close fight for 1st place. Tenkaminen 704 has moved up to 7th place. Playboy Carti has climbed to 10th place. Mist 149 and Jackal are battling closely for 1st place. Showa Todoroki 39 is gaining on Jazz, cutting the gap to just 1 second. Move for Life is catching up to Rizaldi Adha, closing the distance by nearly 2 seconds. Amin-san is climbing up to 11th place. Maya and Hingle McCringleberry are battling closely for 12th. Maya and Amy are fighting hard for 13th. The Grand Enchanter and Shitoto Doroke 39 are battling closely for 5th place. Playboy Carti is gaining on Move for Life and has cut the gap by 1.7 seconds. Playboy Carti and Move for Life are also fighting for 9th place. Congratulations on winning the race. That's an amazing achievement. Well done. Wow, congratulations to Jackal for winning the race. That was an exciting finish. And a big shout out to Mist 149 for setting the fastest lap. You can claim the 2011 KTM Crossbow R, an ultralight that's all about speed and agility. Playboy Cardi, great job winning the bet race. You get to claim the 2010 Global GT Light, another ultralight with impressive performance. And Amy, you did an amazing job with the most overtakes today. You can claim the 1996 Osella PA20 BMW, a classic ultralight that's sure to turn heads. Thanks everyone for tuning in. This was so much fun. The 2007 Smart Silver 2 is actually a fun concept car that was created as a giant monster-sized version of the tiny smart car. It was built to showcase the versatility and fun of small city cars by turning it into a massive, playful vehicle. It's like a tiny car that got a giant makeover just for fun. Hey us Change Stars. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you here again. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car racing action today. Hey everyone! If you want to see the complete instructions for today's stream, just type !full guide in the chat, and you'll get all the details. Thanks for being here and enjoy the race. Welcome back, Agamarov Games. Glad to see you back in the stream. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car racing action. Hey everyone! If you're interested in checking out the shirts and other cool merch I have, just type !merch in chat. The bot will then send you the link to the store. Thanks for supporting the stream. Alright everyone, the time to choose your cars is almost up. Make your selections quickly so we can get these racing machines on the track. Don't miss out on your chance to pick the winning car. Looking at the stats, green, amber, red, yellow has more races under their belt and a higher rank, which suggests they might have more experience and consistency. OK 3, with only one win out of 27 races and a lower rank, might not be as strong in this matchup. I'd lean towards green, amber, red, yellow winning, but of course, anything can happen with AI racing. Thanks to the Spanish Inquisition for that awesome race request. The race is just kicking off at Gen Track 1 now, and in pole position is Agamorph Games driving the 2007 Smartzilla for 2. Let's see how they do. Agamorph Games has taken the lead right at the start. Elite 403 is in second place, closely behind. Electric Murray is in third, keeping a strong position early in the race. Tenkaman in 704 has surged into second place after overtaking 3 cars. Askheist Stars is climbing fast, also moving up 3 spots to sit in 6th. Electric Mary has gained 2 positions and is now in the lead. King Mabel is now in 4th place after overtaking 4 cars. Aminsan has moved up to 7th place, passing 6 cars. Joey is in 10th place, having overtaken 4 cars. Hingo McCringleberry is making a big move, and has taken the lead from the back of the pack. Electric Murray and Hingo McCringleberry are battling closely for first place. Playboy Cardi and Gilded Sarcophagi are fighting hard for 27th position. Electric Mary is holding a slight lead at the front. Ingo McCringleberry is trying to close the gap. Maya has just overtaken one car to move into 8th place. Amundsen and Maya are now side by side for 8th place, pushing hard. Playboy Fenty is now in 13th place after overtaking 5 cars. The Spanish Inquisition has moved up to 14th place after passing 3 cars. Electric Mary has moved into 1st place, gaining 1 position. Reddit Bandit is climbing fast, now in 13th place. Lord of the Jungle is also advancing, now in 14th place. Jordanite is making a move, now in 16th place. Jazz is now in 1st place, leading the race. Playboy Fenty has moved into 2nd place, closing the gap. Jacko is in 3rd place, also making a strong push forward. Electric Mary and Jacko are battling closely for 3rd place. Gina Jones has moved up 1 spot to 11th. No for Life has also gained 1 position, now in 19th. Electric Mary is holding a slight lead over Jackal for 3rd place. Mayan is just ahead of Agamirov Games, fighting for 9th. Someone in Mist 149 are closely matched for 23rd position. Electric Mary has just taken the lead, moving into 1st place. Tenkamane 704 is close behind in 2nd, also climbing up fast. King Mabel is in 3rd, making a strong push through the pack. Joey is on the move, now in 8th place after overtaking 4 cars. Red Bandit is also climbing, now in 10th after passing 3 cars. Maya has dropped back to 16th place, losing 9 positions. Gina Jones is making a strong move and has taken the lead, overtaking 10 cars. Amy is closing in on Red Dirt Bandit, cutting the gap by over 6 seconds. Shadow Army is climbing the ranks, moving up 3 positions to 16. Green Amber Red Yellow is climbing fast, overtaking 3 cars to reach 19th place. Electric Mary and Gina Jones are locked in a close fight for 1st. Shadow Army is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to 14th place. Jazz is now in 25th place after overtaking 4 cars. Jacko has moved into 27th after passing 3 cars. Ingun McCringleberry is in 28th, also gaining 3 positions. Lord of the Jungle is now in 8th place. Gilded Sarcophagi has moved up to 18. Maya has overtaken 6 cars and is now in 20th. Commander Juice is climbing fast, now in the 18th place after overtaking 5 cars. Joey has moved up 1 spot to 8th place. Rizaldi Adha has also gained one position, now in 9th place. Maya just overtook 3 cars and is now in 18th place. Joey is closing in on Askai's the French Stars, cutting the gap by 1.7 seconds. Shadow Army has moved up 1 spot to 12th place. Joey is gaining on Askai's the French Stars, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Jordan and the Spanish Inquisition are battling closely for the 14th place. Jazz is climbing fast, now in 13th place after overtaking 12 cars. Nim for Life has moved up 1 spot to 15th place. Mist 149 has also gained 1 position, now in 28th place. Jazz has dropped to 23rd place. OK 3 is climbing fast, now in 26th place after overtaking 3 cars. Playboy Fenty is also making progress, now in 28th place with 3 cars overtaken. Agamarov Games has moved up 1 spot to take 4th place. Elite 403 and Agamarov Games are battling closely for 4. Jazz is closing in on the car ahead, cutting the gap by 2.7 seconds. For Life is way ahead with a blistering lap time, but he's also way off the track at the moment. Joey is now in 6th place, moving up 2 spots. Gina Jones is gaining on Jazz, cutting the gap by 130 seconds. Agamarov Games is gaining on King Mabel, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Lord of the Jungle is catching up to Red Dirt Bandit, also reducing the distance between them. Green Amber, Red Yellow is making a strong move on the Spanish Inquisition, closing in by 2.5 seconds. Rizaldi Adha is making a strong push, now in 4th place after overtaking 5 cars. Askai's the French Stars has moved up 1 spot to 7th. Lord of the Jungle is closing the gap on Red Dirt Bandit, reducing it by 1.8 seconds. Joey is now in 6th place after overtaking 3 cars. Gilded Sarcophagy has gained 8 positions and is now in 11th place. Agamarov Games has moved up 1 spot to 4th place. Gilded Sarcophagi is dropping back to 19th place. Rizaldi Adha and Askai's the French Stars are locked in a close fight for 8th place. Lord of the Jungle is climbing up to 11th place. Askai's the French Stars is dropping back to 16th place. Elite 403 is gaining on Agamarov Games, cutting the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Elite 403 and Agamarov Games are locked in a close fight for 4th place. Gina Jones is making a strong push, overtaking 11 cars to reach 12th place. Joey is closing the gap on Elite 403, cutting it down by 1.5 seconds. Shadow Army is climbing up to 9th place. Shadow Army and Rizaldi Adha are battling closely for 8th place. Playboy Carti is now in 18th place. Essex has moved into 19th. Someone is in 20th after overtaking 3 cars. The Spanish Inquisition is now in 8th place after overtaking 6 cars. As Keister French Stars and Lord of the Jungle are battling closely for 21st. OQK3 is gaining on Jackal, closing the gap by over a second. Agamarov Games is advancing to 3rd place. King Mabel and Agamarov Games are battling closely for 3rd position. Joey is gaining on Elite 403, cutting the gap by 1.7 seconds. Commander Juice is gaining rapidly on Playboy, Fenty. Aminsan and Rizaldi Adha are fighting hard for 7th place. Red Dirt Bandit and Aminsan are also close in 8th. Shadow Army is closing in on Okyoki 3, now just 9 seconds behind. King Mabel has moved up to 3rd place. Red Dirt Bandit has gained 2 positions and is now in 7th. Agamarov Games is now in 2nd place, moving up 2 spots. Tenka Menin 700 and 4 and Agamarov Games are closely battling for 2nd position. Elite 403 has advanced 1 spot to take 4th place. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you again, El Armoto. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car racing. Essex is making a strong push, overtaking 9 cars to reach the 9th place. King Mabel is climbing up to 4th place. Joey has moved up 1 spot to 5th. No for Life is making a strong move up to 7th place. User 6 is dropping back to 17th. Red Dirt Bandit has gained 1 position and is now in 6th. Shadow Army is gaining on Okyoki 3, closing the gap by 20 seconds. Gina Jones has moved up 1 place to 19th. Jazz has also moved up 1 place to 20th. Move for Life is now in 6th place. Green Amber Red Yellow has moved up to 12th place. Maya and Green Amber Red Yellow are close together for 12th place. Playboy Carti is climbing fast, overtaking 6 cars to reach 10th place. Red Dirt Bandit has moved up 1 spot to 6th place. Shadow Army is narrowing the gap on Okyoki 3, cutting it down by 1 second. Playboy Cardi is now in 16th place and seems to be having a tough time. Red Dirt Bandit is gaining on Joey, cutting the gap by 2.2 seconds. Jordan has moved up 1 spot to 10th place. Elite 403 is gaining on Jordant and has closed the gap by 1.4 seconds. Rizaldi Ada has moved up 1 spot to take 24th place. Someone is also moving up one spot to take 25th place. Jekyll is climbing fast, now in 13th place after overtaking 8 cars. Red Dirt Bandit has moved up one spot to 5th place. No for Life is gaining on Joey, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Gilded Sarcophagi is on a roll, climbing 8 places to 6. Jekyll is dropping back, now in 21st. Maya is gaining ground, now in 13th. Gilded Sarcophagi is dropping back to 14th place. Joey is climbing up to 6th place. No for Life is moving up to 7th place. Joey is now in 4th place, moving up 2 spots. Isosix has moved up 1 spot into 16th place. Jekyll has also moved up 1 spot into 20th place. Elite 3 is now in 9th place, moving up 1 spot. Denti, Jordan and Elite 403 are battling closely for 8th place. The Spanish Inquisition has advanced to 15th place. Red Dirt Bandit moves up to 5th place. Elite 403 is now just behind Amy and gaining ground. OQK3 is closing in on Jazz quickly. Elite 403 is climbing fast, now in 6th place. Jordan is also making a move, now in 7th. Joey has gained 1 position and is now in 3rd. New for Life is now in 7th place after overtaking 4 cars. Maya has moved up to 10th place after passing 3 cars. Jordan has dropped back to 13th after losing 6 positions. Red Dirt Bandit has moved up 1 spot to take 4th place. Tenkaminoin 704 and Red Dirt Bandit are battling closely for 4th. Mike has advanced 1 position to 8th place. Joey is now just a few seconds behind Agamorph Games. King Mabel is gaining on Tenkamin and 704. I am closing in on Move for Life, getting closer with every lap. Joey is gaining on Agamorph Games, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. New for Life has moved up 1 spot to take 6th place. King Mabel and New for Life are battling closely for 6th place. Amy is now just a few seconds behind King Mabel, closing the gap steadily. Shadow Army is gaining on Okioki 3, and the distance is shrinking quickly. Elite 403 has moved up to 8th place. Esserships is gaining on the racer ahead, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Okioki 3 is catching up to Jazz, reducing the distance by 3.6 seconds. Amy is gaining ground and is now in the top 10. Okioki 3 is right behind Jazz, looking for an opportunity to overtake. Joey has moved up 1 spot to take 2nd place. Imbu for Life has also gained 1 position now in 5th place. 10 coming in 704 and New for Life are battling closely for 5th place. Red Dirt Bandit is now just behind Agamarov Games, closing the gap to less than a second. Maya is catching up to Jordant, with the gap now down to less than 2 seconds. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow and Maya are battling closely for 12th place. King Mabel is now in 6th place. Jordant has moved up to 10th place. Gilded Sarcophagy is closing in on Green, Amber, Red, Yellow, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. King Mabel is now in 1st place after overtaking 5 cars. 10 coming in 700, and 4 has moved up to 4th place, passing 3 cars. Someone is closing in on the Spanish Inquisition, cutting the gap by 1.8 seconds. Elite 403 is now in 4th place after overtaking 3 cars. Maya has moved up to 5th place, overtaking 7 cars. Jazz has advanced to 13th place, overtaking 8 cars. Red Dirt Bandit is now in 3rd place after overtaking 5 cars. Joey has moved up to 6th place, passing 4 cars. Someone is climbing fast, moving up 3 positions to 15. Jordant is making a strong move, now in 3rd place. New for Life has climbed to 6th after overtaking 4 cars. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow is up to 14th, passing 3 cars. Gilded Sarcophagi is making a strong move up to 2nd place. Playboy Carti is also climbing fast into 7th. Jordant is dropping back to 9th position. The Spanish Inquisition is now in 3rd place, closing in on the leaders. Gilded Sarcophagi has dropped to 12th place. Playboy Carti has fallen to 13th. The race is heating up. The Spanish Inquisition has dropped to 16th place. Joey is climbing to 3rd place. Move for Life is advancing to 5th place. Electric Mary is gaining on King Mabel, closing the gap by 12 seconds. Joey is catching Electra Mary fast, reducing the distance by 13 seconds. OQK3 is on the move, overtaking 10 cars to reach 11th place. OQK3 is dropping back to 21st place. Electra Mary has moved up to 1st place. Joey is now in 2nd place. Red Dirt Bandit has advanced to 2nd place, and Move for Life has moved into 3rd place. Tenkamin in 704 has climbed to 5th place. Jazz is under pressure as the gap shrinks by 11.3 seconds. Jordan has moved up 1 spot to 5th place. Amin Sun has also gained 1 position, now in 7th. Amundsen is surging to the front, now in 1st place. King Mabel is climbing up to 5th, overtaking 4 cars. Gilded Sarcophagi is making progress, now in 7th after passing 3 cars. Electric Mary and Aminson are battling closely for first place. King Mabel is gaining on You for Life, cutting the gap by over a second. And coming in 704 is closing in on Gina Jones, reducing the distance by more than 2 seconds. Agamarov Games is making a strong move, now in 3rd place. And For Life is dropping back to 13th. Isosix is climbing, now in 17th after overtaking 3 cars. Miss 149 is gaining on Commander Juice, closing the gap by 5.6 seconds. Gilded Sarcophagi has moved up 1 spot to 6th place. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow, and Gilded Sarcophagi are battling closely for 6th place. A racer is making a strong move, overtaking 5 cars to reach 19th place. King Mabel is climbing up 2 spots to take 3rd place. Gilded Sarcophagi is also advancing 2 spots, now in 4th place. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Jazz and closing the gap rapidly. Red Advantage is catching Electric Mary steadily. Gilded Sarcophagi is narrowing the distance to King Mabel slowly. Red Dirt Bandit is gaining on Electric Mary with a 3.4 second reduction. Gilded Sarcophagi is closing in on King Mabel, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. I am closing in on Green, Amber, Red, Yellow, reducing the distance by 1 second. Shadow Army is now in 15th place. Okioki 3 has moved up to 21st place. Jazz is now in 22nd place. Jackal is making a strong move, now in 13th place after overtaking 4 cars. Elite 403 is gaining on Tenkamin and 704, the gap shrinking by over a second. Okioki 3 is closing in on Agamarov Games, cutting the distance by 2.4 seconds. Jackal is dropping back to the 19th place. Tenkamin in 74 is climbing to the 8th place. Elite 403 is moving up to the 9th place. Okioki 3 is climbing fast, now in 16th place after overtaking 6 cars. Middle for Life is gaining on Gina Jones, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Commander Juice is gaining fast on Maya, closing the gap by nearly 13 seconds. Gilded Sarcophagi has moved up to 3rd place. Mumview for Life has also climbed 1 spot to 10th place. A racer is moving up 1 spot to take 14th place. Shadow Army is also climbing 1 spot to 15th place. Jackal is closing in on Amin-san, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Gina Jones is making a strong move, climbing up to 8th place after overtaking 8 cars. Elite 4, 103, and Tenkamin in 704 are locked in a close fight for 9th place. Hingle McCringleberry is closing the gap, reducing it by 1.6 seconds. Gina Jones is now in 17th place and seems to be having a tough time. Amy is gaining on green, amber, red, yellow, cutting the gap by 1 second. Elite 403 has moved up 2 spots and is now in 8th place. Tenkamen 704 is gaining on Move for Life and closing the gap rapidly. Jazz is also making a move, closing in on the next racer. Green, amber, red, yellow has moved up to 4th place. Amy is now just a second behind King Mabel. They are battling closely for 5th place. Elite 403 is gaining on Playboy Cardi, cutting the gap by a second. Joey is making a strong move, climbing up to 10th place after overtaking 6 cars. Someone else is also gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to 20th place. Joey has dropped back to 16th place. King Mabel is gaining on green, amber, red, yellow, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Mabel and green, amber, red, yellow are battling closely for 4th place. Amy has moved up to 5th place. Jordan and the Spanish Inquisition are battling closely for 11th. Shadow Army and another racer are fighting hard for 14. Jacko is gaining on Gina Jones rapidly, closing the gap by 16.8 seconds. Gilded Sarcophagi is closing in on Red Dirt Bandit, reducing the distance by 1.1 seconds. Jordan has moved up 1 position to 11. Red Dirt Bandit and Electromarie are still neck and neck for 1st place. Elite 403 is gaining on Playboy Carti and has cut the gap by over a second. The Spanish Inquisition has moved up 1 position and is now in 11th place. Red Dirt Bandit and Electromarie are still neck and neck for 1st place. Green, amber, red, yellow is gaining on Gilded Sarcophagi, closing the gap by 3.7 seconds. King Mabel has moved up 1 spot and is now in 5th place. Amy has moved up to 5th place. Jordan has advanced to 11. Shadow Army is closing the gap on Ether 6, now just 1.1 seconds behind. Gilded Sarcophagi is now just behind Red Dirt Bandit, closing the gap to less than a second. Joey is rapidly catching up, now only 4 seconds behind the racer ahead. Amy has moved up to 4th place. Jordan has climbed to 10th place. Shadow Army is gaining on Ether 6, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Shadow Army is under pressure with someone closing in fast, cutting the gap by 530 seconds. Elite 403 is gaining on Playboy Carti, closing the distance by 1.2 seconds. Tenkamen 704 has moved up 1 spot to take 10th place. The Spanish Inquisition is now in 11th place. Someone is moving up to 13th place. Joey is advancing to 14th place. Jordan is gaining on Tenkamen and 704, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Aminson is moving up 1 place to 16. Gina Jones is also climbing 1 spot to 17. Amy is gaining on Gilded Sarcophagi, closing the gap to just under a second. Someone is catching Ezo6, closing the distance by 1.5 seconds. Agamarov Games has moved up 1 spot to take 18th place. Amy is now in 3rd place. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow is gaining on Gilded Sarcophagi, cutting the gap by 140 seconds. Rizalti Adha is closing in on Lord of the Jungle, reducing the distance by 1.2 seconds. Oki Okifi's gap is shrinking fast with the newcomer closing in. Elite 103 has climbed up to 7th place. Another driver has moved up to 13th place. Amy has moved up to 2nd place. Elite 403 is now just 1.4 seconds behind King Mabel. Haif is gaining on Playboy Cardi, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Reddit Bandit has moved up to 2nd place. Jackal is now less than a second behind Gina Jones. Shadow Army is catching up to Agamirf Games, closing the gap by just over a second. New for Life is making a strong move, now in 5th place. The Spanish Inquisition is gaining on Jordan and the gap is shrinking fast. Joey is also closing in on another racer, closing the distance by nearly 2 seconds. Gilded Sarcophagi has moved up to 3rd place. Amy and Gilded Sarcophagi are battling closely for that position. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow has also gained 1 spot and is now in 5th. Elite 403 is gaining on King Mabel, now just a few seconds behind. Joey is catching up to the car ahead, closing the gap by over a second. Agamarov Games is narrowing in on Jackal, getting closer with each lap. Agamarov Games moves up 1 spot to 18th place. Shadow Army is gaining on Jackal, cutting the gap by 2.6 seconds. Okioki 3 is closing in on Shadow Army, reducing the distance by 2.5 seconds. Mvu for Life is climbing to 8th place. Agamarov Games is catching up to Gina Jones, now only 3.1 seconds behind. Shadow Army is narrowing the gap to Jackal by 3 seconds. Tankerman in 704 is advancing to 8th place. Jordan Jet is now in 9th. The Spanish Inquisition has moved up to 10th. Agamirov Games is gaining on Gina Jones, and now just a few car lengths behind. Inguma Kringleberry is closing in on Jazz, and the gap is shrinking quickly. Elite 403 is closing in on King Mabel. The gap is now just a few seconds. Ezeshix has moved up one spot to take the 12th place. Someone has also moved up one spot to take the 13th place. Elite 403 is gaining on King Mabel, closing the gap by 2.1 seconds. Amonsan has moved up one spot to take 15th place. Someone is climbing 2 spots to reach 20th place. Gina Jones is now in 15th place. Agamarov Games has moved into 16th. Jackal is in 17th. Gina Jones has advanced to 14th place. Shadow Army has moved up to 18th place. The Spanish Inquisition is driving a 27 Smartzilla for 2 and is currently in 12th place. Their fastest lap is 1 minute, 46 seconds and 4/10. The race seems challenging for them as they are quite a few positions behind the leader. Amy and Gilda Koffaji are battling closely for 3rd place. Elite 403 has moved up one spot to 6th. Shadow Army is closing the gap on Jackal, now less than a second apart. Shadow Army and Jackal are fighting for 18th position. Okioki 3 is climbing fast, now in the 17th place after overtaking 4 cars. Gilded Zakafagi is gaining on Reddit Bandit, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Amy and Gilded Sarcophagy are locked in a close fight for 3rd place. Amy has moved up to 3rd place. Elite 403 is now just a short distance behind Green, Amber, Red, Yellow. New for Life is gaining on King Mabel quickly. Redder Bandit is gaining on Electric Mary, closing the gap to just over a second. Jordant is catching up to Tenkaman 704 quickly, with a 1.3 second difference. Okioki 3 is also closing in on Shadow Army, reducing the distance by 1.5 seconds. Lord of the Jungle is now just a few seconds behind Rizaldi Edha. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow is gaining on Gilded Sarcophagy. Tenkaman 704 is closing the distance to Unway for Life. Go. Mist 149 has moved up one spot to take 24th place. Lord of the Jungle has advanced 2 spots to take 27th place. Someone just overtook 7 cars to reach 7th place. Amy has moved up 2 spots to take the lead. Agamarov Games is closing in on Gina Jones, cutting the gap by 1.7 seconds. King Mabel is on the move, climbing up to 5th place after overtaking 3 cars. Someone is having a tough time and has dropped back 7 positions to 14th. Move for Life is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 8th. Amy and Electromary are locked in a close fight for 1st place. King Mabel is climbing up 2 spots to take 3rd. Jackal is advancing 1 spot to move into 18th. Amy has taken the lead now in first place. King Mabel is in second place just behind. Joey has moved up to 12th place. Guild Sarcophagy is making a strong move up to 3rd place. Aminsan is closing in on Eza6 fast, cutting the gap by over 12 seconds. Mist 149 is gaining on Jazz, narrowing the distance by about 5 seconds. Elite 403 is now in 3rd place after overtaking 4 cars. Electromarie is gaining on Elite 403, cutting the gap by 1.7 seconds. Electric Mary is closing in on Red Earth Bandit, cutting the gap by 13.5 seconds. Someone is making a fast move, overtaking 5 cars to reach 8th place. Red Earth Bandit is climbing up to 3rd place, gaining 2 positions. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow is closing in on Electric Mary, cutting the gap by 16 seconds. Aminsan is making a strong move, overtaking 6 cars to reach 9th place. New for Life is also climbing fast, passing 3 cars to take 10th place. Agamorph Games is now in 11th place after overtaking 5 cars. Gina Jones has moved into 12th place with a similar move. Shadow Army is in 13th place, also climbing fast. Okioki 3 is gaining fast on Eza 6, closing the gap by nearly 6 seconds. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow has climbed 2 spots to take 3rd place. Gilded Sarcophagy has also moved up 2 spots to secure 4th place. Aminsan is climbing up to 8th place. Numa for Life is advancing to 9th place. Gina Jones is moving up to 11th place. Aminsan is making a strong move, climbing 4 places to take 4. Elite 403 is closing the gap fast, cutting nearly 17 seconds off the lead. Move for Life has gained 1 spot, now in 8th position. Shadow Army is now in 9th place after overtaking 3 cars. Hingle McCringleberry is closing the gap, reducing it by 5.30 seconds. Gilded Sarcophagy has moved up to 4th place. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow is closing in on Electric Marie, cutting the gap by 12.30 seconds. Jackal has moved up 1 spot to take 10th place. Jordan has also moved up 1 spot to take 11th place. Eza6 is making a strong push, now in 16th place after overtaking 3 cars. Gilded Sarcophagy has moved up to 3rd place. Amy is closing the gap on Green, Amber, Red, Yellow, now just 2.6 seconds behind. Eza6 is making a strong move, overtaking 9 cars to reach 7th place. Amy has gained 1 position and is now in 4th. King Mabel is closing the gap on Green, Amber, Red, Yellow, cutting it down by 2 seconds. Move for Life is now in 5th place after overtaking 3 cars. Someone is making a strong move, passing 5 cars to reach 15th place. Gilda Tharkofigi is closing the gap on Electric Mirror, reducing it by 1.6 seconds. The Spanish Inquisition is now in 8th place after overtaking 5 cars. Tankaman 704 has moved up 3 spots to 11. Move for Life has gained 1 position to 4. Shadow Army is now in 5th place after overtaking 4 cars. Tenkamen in 7 Horror has moved up to 7th place, also overtaking 4 cars. Joey is in 10th place after overtaking 6 cars. Amin-san is making a strong move, climbing up to 5th place after overtaking 9 cars. Someone is also gaining ground, moving up to 9th place after overtaking 4 cars. Elite 403 is closing the gap on Jackal, reducing it by 6.5 seconds. Elite 403 is making a strong push, now in 11th place. OQK3 is closing the gap fast, gaining on the car ahead. Shadow Army has climbed to 5th position, gaining 1 spot. Jackal is now in 12th place after overtaking 4 cars. Another driver is also moving up fast, taking 13th place with 4 overtakes. Someone is closing in on Tankamani 704. Cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Jackal is gaining on Elite 403, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Agamarov Games is catching up to EZA 6, reducing the distance by 2.7 seconds. OKOK3 is now in 14th place after overtaking 4 cars. Agamarov Games has moved up to 15th place, passing 5 cars. Jackal is closing in on Elite 403, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Elite 403 is now in 10th place. OKOK3 is gaining on the car ahead, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. EZA 6 has moved up to 16th place. Ingo Mark Ringleberry is climbing fast, now in 16th place after overtaking 5 cars. Someone is closing in on Tenkamin and 704, cutting the gap by almost 2 seconds. Jackal has moved up 1 spot to 11th place. Jazz is climbing fast, now in 17th place after overtaking 5 cars. Someone has moved up 1 spot to take 7th place. Joey is also moving up 1 spot to take 8th place. Commander Juice is climbing fast, overtaking 5 cars to reach the 18th place. Someone is moving up 1 spot to take 6th place. A Gamer of Games is advancing 2 spots to reach the 13th place. Nist 149 is making a strong push, now in 19th place after overtaking 5 cars. The Spanish Inquisition has climbed to 6th place. Elite 403 has moved into 9th place. Hingle McCringleberry is now in 14th place. Commander Juice is getting closer to Jazz, the gap shrinking by 1.2 seconds. Joey is closing the gap by 2.6 seconds and is right behind someone in the battle for 7th place. Jackal has moved up one spot to take 10th. Amin-san is climbing fast, overtaking 4 cars to reach 12th place. King Mabel is making a strong move, overtaking 6 cars to sit in 18th place. Joey is gaining ground, moving up one spot to 7th place. Missed 149 is making a strong move, now in 15th place after passing 9 cars. Joey is gaining on the Spanish Inquisition, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Elite 403 is also on a hunt, reducing the distance by 2 seconds. Ten coming in, LC. Camping back to 18th place, Move for Life is gaining on Gilded Sarcophagi, cutting the gap by over a second. Elite 403 has moved up to 8th place. Joey is gaining on the Spanish Inquisition, closing the gap by 2.3 seconds. Someone has moved up one spot to take 8th place. Okioki 3 is closing in on Jackal, reducing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow is climbing to 20th place. Eza 6 is moving up to 21. Jordanit is advancing to 22. Elite 403 is gaining on the car ahead, closing the gap quickly. 10 coming in 704 has moved up one position and is now in 16th place. The Spanish Inquisition is now in 5th place. Joey has moved up to 6th. Someone is climbing to 7th place. Missed 149 is gaining on 10 coming in 704, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Playboy Carti and Lord of the Jungle are neck and neck for 25th place. Askaist of French Stars is closing in on Rizaldi Adha, cutting the distance by nearly 3 seconds. Jackal is rapidly catching up to Elite 403, closing the gap by 13.1 seconds. Hamkalanin 704 is gaining on Jazz, cutting the distance by 2.5 seconds. Amin-san is making progress towards Missed 149, reducing the gap by 3 seconds. Elite 403 is climbing fast, now in 5th place after overtaking 4 cars. Jackal is up 1 spot, now in 9th place. Jazz has moved up 2 spots, now in 13th. The Spanish Inquisition is now in 5th place. Someone is moving up to 13th place. Ingle McCringleberry is climbing to 14th place. Joey is advancing to 6th place. Someone and Elite 403 are battling closely for 7th place. Playboy Carti is climbing to 25th place. The driver moving up 2 spots is now in 6th place. Jackal is advancing 1 spot to take 8th place. Shadow Army is also moving up 1 spot to be in 9th place. Jackal has moved up 1 spot to 7th place. Amy has gained 2 spots and is now in 20th place. Isu6 and Jordange are battling closely for 21st place. Joey is now in 6th place. Shadow Army has moved up to 8th place. Jordan has advanced to 20th place. The driver in 8th place, Shadow Army, has a fastest lap of 1:45.664. They are maintaining a steady pace, but are a bit behind the leader. Razagia Adha is in the 10th position. Their fastest lap is 1 minute, 45.655 seconds. They are currently in a good position but need to improve their lap times to move higher. Shadow Army is gaining on the car ahead, closing the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Ingle, McCringleberry, and another racer are battling closely for the 13th position. Commander Juice has moved up 1 spot to take the 18th place. The Spanish Inquisition is gaining on New for Life with a 1.2 second gap. Gotti. Jackal has moved up 1 spot into 8th place. Elite 403 is closing in on Agamarov Games, cutting the gap by 1.7 seconds. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow is gaining on Gina Jones, closing the gap by 5 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry has moved up 2 spots to take 8th place. Lord of the Jungle is closing in on King Label, reducing the gap by 2.1 seconds. Playboy Cardi is climbing fast, now in 22nd place after overtaking 3 cars. Someone just moved up 1 spot to take 6th place. Okioki 3 has also moved up 1 position to 9th place. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow is now in 26th place after overtaking 3 cars. Jackal is gaining on Joey, closing the gap by 2/32 seconds. Ingle McCringleberry is catching up to Shadow Army, reducing the distance by 1.1 seconds. Electric Mary is now just a few seconds behind Red Dirt Bandit. Okiki 3 is gaining on Jackal quickly. Ingle McCringleberry has moved up 2 spots and is now in 10th place. Lord of the Jungle is in 27th place. Their fastest lap is around 1 minute 45 seconds. They seem to be maintaining a steady pace, but are a bit behind the leaders. Gilded Sarcophagi is gaining on Electric Ray, closing the gap to just under a second. Joey has moved up to 6th place. Okioki 3 is narrowing the distance to Jackal, cutting it down by 1.2 seconds. Mwah for life is gaining on Gilded Sarcophagi, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Tenkamen in 704 has moved up one place to 14. NIST 149 has also moved up one place to 15. Okioka 3 is gaining on Jackal, and the gap is shrinking fast. Ingle McCringleberry is closing in on Agamorph Games. Elite 403 is making a move on Amundsen, and is closing the gap significantly. Jackal is climbing up to 6th place. Commander Juice has moved into the 15th place. Amundsen is now in the 16th place. Joey is now in 6th place. Someone is moving up to 7th place. Elite 403 is climbing to 18th place. Elite 403 has moved up one spot to take 17th place. King Mabel has moved up 2 spots to take 21st place. Amundsen is now in 16th place. Amy has moved up to 21st. Ezeshix is in 22nd. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow is gaining fast on Askais the French Stars, closing the gap by 11 seconds. Someone just moved up one spot to take 6th place. Okioki 3 is catching up to Jackal, shrinking the gap by 1 second. Okioki 3 is gaining on Jackal, closing the gap to just under a second and a half. Ingle McCringleberry is closing in on Agamorph Games, now less than a second behind. Jazz has moved up one spot, and is now in 14th place. Jackal is moving up to 7th place. Someone is advancing to 11th place. Jordant is climbing to 19th place. Ingle McCringleberry is moving up one spot to take 11th place. Elita 403 is closing in on Amundsen, cutting the gap by 2.1 seconds. Amy and Jordan are in a close fight for 19th place. Okioki 3 is gaining on Joey, closing the gap by 2.2 seconds. Amundsen has moved up one spot to 16. Amy and Jordanich are locked in a close fight for 19th place. Tenkameni 704 is closing the gap on Jazz by 10 seconds. Okioki 3 has moved up one spot to 8th place. Agamirov Games has also moved up one spot to 9th place. Electric Mary is gaining on Gilded Sarcophagi, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Someone has moved up one spot to take 5th place. Okiokoi is closing in on Jackal, reducing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Electric Mary is now just a few seconds behind Gilded Sarcophagi. Someone is gaining on Mu for Life, closing the gap by a second and a half. Okioki 3 is really closing in on Jackal, cutting the distance by over 2 seconds. Jackal is making a strong push, now in 3rd place. Gilded Sarcophagi has taken the lead. Electromary has moved up to 2nd place. Reddit Bandit has moved up to 3rd place. Mu for Life is now in 4th place. Someone is advancing to 5th place. OK3 is gaining fast on the Spanish Inquisition, now just a few seconds behind. Electric Mary is closing in on Gilded Sarcophagi. The gap is shrinking steadily. Move for Life is catching up to Red Earth Bandit, closing the distance quickly. Move for Life has moved up to 3rd place. Agamarov Games is now in 7th place after climbing 2 spots. Ingo Merkringleberry is closing in on Okiokai 3, cutting the gap by 2.7 seconds. Askeister French Stars is climbing fast, now in 26th place after overtaking 3 cars. Jacko is advancing 1 spot to take 5th place. The Spanish Inquisition is also moving up 1 spot to 7th place. Amundsen is closing in fast on Elite 403, cutting the gap by 9.4 seconds. Jacko has moved up 1 spot to take 4th place. The Spanish Inquisition has also gained 1 position, now in 6th place. Jackal is rapidly catching up to New 4 Life, closing the gap by 15.6 seconds. The Spanish Inquisition has moved up 1 place to 5th. OK3 has also gained 1 position, now in 7th. Electric Marie has just moved up to 1st place. Gilded Sarcophagi and Electric Marie are battling closely for the lead. The Spanish Inquisition is gaining on Jackal, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Gilded Sarcophagi and Electric Marie are still battling for the lead. The Spanish Inquisition is gaining on Jackal quickly. Someone is closing in on the Spanish Inquisition, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. The Spanish Inquisition is feeling the pressure as someone is closing in, cutting the gap by 3.4 seconds. A driver is gaining positions, moving up 2 spots to take 9th place. Amy is also climbing 2 spots, now in 17th place. The Spanish Inquisition is closing in on Jackal and has cut the gap by 5.2 seconds. OK3 is making a strong move, overtaking 4 cars to reach 6th place. Someone has moved up 1 spot to take 8th place. Gilded Sarcophagi has taken the lead and is now in 1st place. The Spanish Inquisition has moved up to 4th place. Someone is advancing 2 spots and is now in 5th place. Tengaman in 704 is gaining fast on Agamarov Games, closing the gap to just over 12 seconds. Someone is narrowing the distance of the Spanish Inquisition, cutting the gap by a little over 1 second. Mist 149 is closing in on Amundsen, reducing the gap by about 2 seconds. Nine Roof for Life is gaining on Electric Marie, closing the gap by 4 seconds. OK3 has moved up 1 spot to 8th place. Agamarov Games has also moved up 1 spot to 9th place. Jazz is climbing fast, now in 17th place after overtaking 3 cars. Electromary has moved up 1 spot to lead the race in first. Ingle McCringleberry is closing the gap on Nagamarov Games, cutting it down by nearly 3 seconds. Congratulations to Electromary on winning the race. Great job! Hey there, Nolga77. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you returning. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car racing. Congratulations to Electromary on winning the race. That was an exciting finish. Great job to everyone who participated, especially Gilded Sarkophagi and Okyokai3. Gilded Sarkophagi, since you had the fastest lap and did the most overtakes, you can claim a 2007 Smartzilla for 2. And Okyokai3, since you won the bet race, you also get to claim a 2007 Smartzilla for 2. Well done to all. If I had to pick one of these cars for a race on the new Plymouth circuit, I would lean towards the 2014 BMW M235 iRacing. It's a sporty, nimble car with good handling and power, which would be a big advantage on a circuit that probably has a mix of tight turns and open stretching. It's built for racing, so I think it might have the edge over the more standard models listed here. Welcome back to the stream, Stan Libanum and Stig Gaming. Glad to see you both returning. We're just about to watch some incredible AI cars race against each other. Hope you're ready for some exciting action. Hey everyone! Just a quick reminder that all the cars in this simulator have their physics accurately modeled, so they behave just like their real-life counterparts. Picking the right car can really boost their chances of winning, so think about the handling, speed, and agility of each one. It's like choosing the perfect team for the race. Keep your eyes on the cars and let's see who comes out on top today. Hey everyone! Just a quick reminder that you can take screenshots of the race in progress by redeeming your channel points during a race. All the best shots get uploaded to our Instagram, so you can check them out later. If you want the link to see all the awesome screenshots, just type !Instagram in chat, and our bot will send it right over. Happy racing and screenshotting! Absolutely. Each driver in the simulator has its own unique style and personality. No two drivers behave exactly the same, which makes these races even more unpredictable and exciting. It's fun to see how different strategies and reactions come into play during each race. Hey everyone, just a quick reminder. The time left to select your car is almost up. Make sure to choose your favorite before the countdown ends. Both drivers have interesting cars, but I think Joey in the 2019 Ford Focus ST might have the edge. The Focus Saint is a more modern, sporty hatchback with better handling and power compared to the 2004 Opel Corsa S1600. The Opel is lightweight and nimble, so it could be tricky, but overall the Focus ST's newer technology and stronger performance could give Joey an advantage in this race. What do you think? Alright everyone, to kick things off, Stanley Banham is on pole, driving a sleek 2010 Peugeot RCZ race car here at the new Plymouth track. Thanks for the hype train, let's see how this race unfolds. Alright, just 10 minutes left in this practice session. It's been fun watching these AI cars race around the track. Who do you think is looking the most promising so far? Henfatigue is now on their first timed lap. Shadow Army has also just begun their first timed lap. Ingo McCringleberry is pushing hard out of the start. Gilded Sarcophagi is right behind, looking to gain some ground. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow is also on their first lap, staying close to the front pack. Okioki 3 is now setting their first lap, looking steady. Knaga 77 is also on their first lap, pushing hard. Naiba just started, trying to find their rhythm early. Nifo Life is pushing hard on their first lap. Looks like they're trying to set an early pace. Jazz is also on their first lap, staying close behind. Joey is just beginning their first lap. The Spanish Inquisition has also started their first lap. Rizaldi Adha is just beginning their first timed lap. State Gaming is pushing hard early on. Chicamaro is also on a quick lap, closing in. Danley Bandam just started, so they're still settling in. King Mabel is now on the track, starting their first timed lap. Keep an eye on their pace as they settle into the circuit. Alright, everyone, we've got about 5 minutes left in the practice session. If you've got any questions or want to see a particular car go for a lap, just let me know. Let's make the most of this time to see some great driving. Kelke 77 is now in 8th place, and has improved their lap time to 3 minutes 35 seconds. 1995. Someone has moved up 3 positions to 11, and their best lap is 3 minutes 37 seconds. 089. Gina Jones just started her first timed lap. Jazz has made a strong move up to 11th place and has improved their lap time significantly. Shikamaru has taken the lead with a lap time of 3:30.395 and moved up 9 places. Dick Gaming has improved their lap time to 3:33.994, making them slightly faster than before. Dan Ibanam has climbed 6 positions to the 13th spot with a lap of 3:38.055 and improved their time by 2.7 seconds. King Mabel is now in 10th place and has improved their lap time to 3 minutes 35 seconds and 329 milliseconds. They gained 10 positions and cut nearly 16 seconds off their previous time. Playboy Carti has just begun their first timed lap. Amy is watching the track closely. The leader is currently in first place, pulling a small gap. Second place is close behind, just a few seconds back. Maya is on her first timed lap, trying to improve her position. Amy is now on her first timed lap, pushing hard out of the first corner. Maya is currently in the lead, holding a slight advantage over the second place. Amy is gaining on the car ahead as she approaches the middle sector. Position-wise, Amy is currently in the 10th place. Overtaking opportunities are opening up as the cars bunch up towards the end of the lap. Alright, we've got about 10 minutes left in the qualifying session. This is the time when the drivers are really putting on their best performances to secure their positions for the race. Keep an eye on those times because every second counts now. Who do you think is going to make a big move before it ends? The Spanish Inquisition is now in first place, and has a new lap time of 3 minutes, 31 seconds, and 902 milliseconds. They improved their previous time by 140 seconds. Lord of the Jungle has just begun their first timed lap. Dottil. King Mabel is now on the track, setting their first lap. NIST 149 has also begun their initial timed lap. Okioke 3 is just beginning their first lap. Jackal is also on their first lap now. Rizaldia Adha is now on the track, starting her first timed lap. Chikomaru is also beginning their first lap. Playboy Cardi just started his first timed lap as well. Guild Takafagi is now on their first timed lap. Someone else has just begun their first lap. Naga 77 is also starting their first timed lap. .eu. Commander Juice is now on the track, starting their first timed lap. Maya has begun their first lap as well. Milfa Life has also started their initial timed lap. Alright everyone, we've got just 5 minutes left in the qualifying session. It's getting exciting now as drivers are pushing their cars to the limit to secure the best starting positions. Keep an eye on those lap times because a quick final push could change the grid order. Who do you think will come out on top in these last few minutes? Jackal is now in 12th place after gaining 3 positions. They set a lap time of 3 minutes 36 seconds and 898 milliseconds, improving by 1.2 seconds. Jazz is just starting their first timed lap. Shikamaru has improved with a lap of 3 minutes, 35.457 seconds, moving slightly faster. State Gaming has climbed 2 places to 8 with a lap of 3 minutes, 36.158 seconds, gaining almost a second in time. Knaga 77 has made a strong move up to 6th place with a lap time of 3:33.674, improving by 7 seconds. Stanley Banham is now in 12th place with a lap of 3:36.065, gaining 4 positions and shaving off 2 seconds. Someone has also improved their lap to 3:37.068, going 0.4 seconds faster than before. Playboy Fenty is just beginning their first timed lap. New for Life has moved up 3 positions to 16th place with a lap time of 3 minutes, 36 seconds, and 442 milliseconds, improving their previous time by 2.6 seconds. Amy is now on the track, pushing hard. She's currently in 7th place. Looks like she's gaining on the racer ahead. Air 6 is just starting their first timed lap. Keep an eye on their speed as they push through the first sector. Moto is pushing hard on their first lap. Chelsea is also starting strong. No overtakes yet. Everyone is settling in. Green, amber, red, yellow is now beginning their first timed lap. They are currently in the middle of the pack. Rizaldi Adha has climbed 2 places to 7th place with a lap time of 3 minutes, 33.147. They improved their time by nearly a second. Knalga 77 has gained 3 positions and is now in 6th place. They completed their lap in 3 minutes, 32 seconds, and 304 milliseconds, improving their previous time by 1.4 seconds. Knalga 77 is holding on to 5th place, with Okio Kai 3 right behind them. Jazz and Knalga 77 are battling closely for 6th place. Rizaldia Adha and Jazz are fighting hard for 7th place. Knalga 77 has moved up to 5th place. Knalga 77 and the Spanish Inquisition are battling closely for 4th place. Rizaldi Adha has advanced to 7th place. Rizaldi Adha and Okioki 3 are fighting for 6th place. Playboy Cardi is now in 15th place after overtaking 6 cars. Jackal has moved up to 19th place, passing 3 cars. Joey is now in 24th place, after overtaking 3 cars. Jazz and Knalga 77 are battling hard for 5th place. Shakumar is climbing up to take 7. Rizaldi Adha and Okioki 3 are fighting closely for 8th. Jazz has moved up to 5th place. King Mabel is now in 9th place. Playboy Fenty is closing the gap on Rizaldi Adha, now just 1 second behind. The Spanish Inquisition is driving a 2018 BMW 125 IM Sport. They are currently in 5th place and seem to be maintaining a steady pace. LR Moto and Playboy Fenty are battling closely for 11th place. Playboy Carti and Lord of the Jungle are fighting hard for 14th place. King Mabel is just ahead of Okiokai 3 in 8th place. Playboy Carti and Lord of the Jungle are closely fighting for 14th position. Rizaldi Adha has moved up 1 spot to 9th place. King Mabel and Rizaldi Adha are close together for 9th place. Miss 149 and Playboy Carti are fighting hard for 15th place. Playboy Fenty is closing in on King Mabel, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Stig Gaming is moving up 1 spot to take the 19th position. Jackal and Stig Gaming are battling closely for the 19th spot. The Spanish Inquisition is gaining on Ezesix, cutting the gap by 2.4 seconds. They are battling closely for 3rd place. Joey has moved up 1 position to 22nd. Joey and No for Life are fighting hard for 21st place. Playboy Carti is making a strong move, now in 12th place after overtaking 3 cars. Jazz is dropping back, now in 15th place after losing 10 positions. Shikamaru is climbing up, now in 5th place after gaining 2 spots. Joey is making a strong move, climbing to 19th place after overtaking 3 cars. Another driver is also gaining ground, moving up 4 positions to 24th. Jazz is having a tough time, dropping 14 places to 29. Gilded Arcofagi has moved up to 17th place. Joey is right behind in 18th place. They're battling closely for that 17th spot. Joey and Stig Gaming are now side by side for the 18th place. Stig Gaming just moved up 1 spot and is trying to hold off Joey. LR Moto is in 10th place driving a 2008 Volvo C30. Their race seems steady with no major moves yet. Okioki 3 is driving a 2018 BMW 125 IM Sport Ulti. They are currently in 7th place and seem to be maintaining a steady pace without major overtakes or drops. Isa6 is just ahead of Amy in 2nd place. Chelsea and Green Amber Red Yellow are battling closely around 22nd. Gina Jones and Shadow Army are fighting for 25th position. Shikamaru and the Spanish Inquisition are battling closely for 4th place. Rosaldia Alta has moved up 1 spot to 8th place. Naibe is closing in on Gina Jones, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. El Amoto and Playboy Fenty are neck and neck for 10th place. Mist 149 and Lord of the Jungle are battling closely for 14. Maya is closing in on Mist 149, cutting the gap by 1 second. Someone is making a strong move, overtaking 4 cars to reach 21st place. Shadow Army is also climbing fast, passing 3 cars to get 22nd. Mist 149 and Lord of the Jungle are locked in a close fight for 14th place. Mist 149 is now in 12th place. Maya has moved into 13th place. Gilded Sarcophagi is now in 14th place. Jackal is now in 15th place. New for Life has moved into 16th place. The driver behind them is also making a strong move, now in 17th place. Shadow Army is now in the 18th place. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow is in 19th. Naibe has moved up to 20th. The race is heating up with multiple overtakes. Joey is climbing fast, now in 23rd place. Gina Jones is also moving up, now in 24th. Dig Gaming is making a strong push, now in 25th. Ella Moto is now in 8th place. Stanley Banham has moved into 9th. Mist 149 is in 10th. The race is heating up. Jackal has moved up to 14th place. New for Life is now in 15th place. Someone is climbing to 16th place. Naibe is climbing to 17th place. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow is now in 18th. Chelsea has moved up to 19th. King Mabel is holding on to 7th place, while Playboy Fenty is right behind in 8th. El Amoto and King Mabel are also battling closely for 8th place. Joey's car is a 2019 Ford Focus ST. It looks like Joey has not set a valid lap time yet, and is currently not on the track. King Mabel and Playboy Fenty are battling closely for 7th place. El Amoto and King Mabel are fighting hard for 8th place. Gilded Sarcophagi is moving up 1 spot to 11th place. Moto has moved up to 8th place. Maya is now in 12th place. Ingle McCringleberry is gaining on Chelsea, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Ezza6 has moved up 1 spot to take the lead. The Spanish Inquisition has also moved up 1 spot to 3rd place. Okioki 3 has climbed 1 spot to 4th place. Result Atta has moved up to 5th place. Playboy Fenty has advanced to 6th place. King Mabel has climbed to 7th place. King Mabel is gaining on Playboy Fenty, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. They are battling closely for 6th place. Shikamaru has moved up 1 spot and is now in 9th. Shikamaru's in 9th place and has the fastest lap, so he's pushing hard and could be a threat for higher positions soon. Shikamaru has moved up 1 spot to take 8th place. Alamoto and Shikamaru are battling closely for 8th position. Gilded Sarcophagi is gaining on Stanley Banham, cutting the gap by 140 seconds. King Mabel is gaining on Rizaldi Adha, closing the gap by 3.2 seconds. Knaga 77 has moved up 1 spot to take 20th place. Joey has also moved up 1 spot to 21st place. Jackal is in 14th place and has a decent gap ahead. Joey is currently in 21st place with no lap time recorded. Jackal might have the edge if he keeps consistent, but Joey needs to pick up the pace to catch up. Life is driving a 2010 Peugeot RCZ race car. Their race seems to be challenging, as they are currently in the 16th place, with a lap time of 3 minutes, 37 seconds, and 553 milliseconds. Mist 149 is closing in on Gilded Sarcophagi rapidly, cutting the gap by 5 seconds. Shikamaru and Playboy Fenty are battling closely for 7th place. Alamoto has moved up 1 spot to take 9th. Shikamaru has moved up to 7th place. Jackal is getting closer to Maya and has cut the gap by 3.5 seconds. Shadow Army is also closing in and has reduced the distance by 140 seconds. Amy has taken the lead and is now in 1st place. Okioke 3 has moved up 2 spots and is now in 2nd place. King Mabel is closing the gap on Rizaldi Adha, reducing the time difference by 1.2 seconds. The Spanish Inquisition is now in 3rd place. Rizaldi Adha has moved up to 4th. King Mabel is in 5th position. Playboy Fenty has advanced 2 spots to 6th place. Elamoto has also moved up 2 spots to 7th place. Stanley Banham has gained 1 position and is now in 9th place. Maya has moved up to 9th place after overtaking 3 cars. Jackal is now in 11th place, also after passing 3 cars. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow is in 16th place, having overtaken 3 cars as well. Knaga 77 is climbing fast, now in 17th place. Stick Gaming is also moving up, now in 18th place. Chelsea has gained 1 position, now in 22nd place. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on the Spanish Inquisition, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Playboy Fenty is catching up to King Mabel, narrowing the distance steadily. Naibe is making a move on Chelsea, reducing the gap quite a bit. The TCA class cars seem evenly matched with a mix of older and newer models. The track at New Plymouth favors handling and agility, which benefits the BMWs and Seat Leon. The race is tight with close positions, showing the track and car class combo creates competitive racing. Chelsea is making a strong push, now in 19th place after overtaking 3 cars. Maya is closing the gap on Stanley Banham, cutting it down by 1 second. Amy is leading with the fastest lap, showing strong pace and control early in the race. The TCA cars are closely matched, with the top positions dominated by BMWs and Seat Leon, showing good consistency. The track at New Plymouth favors handling and agility, which benefits smaller, nimble cars like the BMW 125 AM Sport and Seat Leon. Overall, the car class and track combo seem to promote competitive racing with tight gaps. King Mabel is now just a second behind Rizaldi Etta. Maya has moved up to 8th place. Green, amber, red, yellow is gaining on Shadow Army, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on the Spanish Inquisition, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Playboy Fenty is catching up to King Mabel, cutting the distance by 1.1 seconds. Stanley Banham and Maya are battling closely for 8th place. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on the Spanish Inquisition, cutting the gap by just over a second. Maya is closing in on El Armodo, closing the distance by a little over a second as well. Chekhov is making a move on Gilded Sarcophagi, reducing the gap by more than 2 seconds. Amy is leading the race and has the fastest lap, showing strong pace and control. Playboy Fenty just overtook King Mabel and is now in 5th place. They are very close together, racing side by side. Amy is leading with the fastest lap. Looks like he's maintaining good pace and control. Rizaldi Adha is in 4th place driving a 2018 BMW 125 IM Sport. They have a fastest lap of 3 minutes, 33 seconds, and 97 milliseconds. Their race looks steady with consistent pace, but they are slightly behind the leaders. Playboy Cardi is making a strong move, and now in 25th place. Elamoto is gaining on King Mabel, closing the gap significantly. Maya is also catching up to Eliar Moto, and the gap is shrinking fast. Jacko is driving a 2004 Opel Corsa 1600. They are currently in 11th place, with a fastest lap of 3 minutes, 36 seconds, and 794 milliseconds. Their race seems steady, but they might need to pick up the pace to move higher. Jacko's climbing fast, now in 7th place after overtaking 4 cars. Mist 149 is also moving up, now in 8th place, having overtaken 4 cars as well. Stanley Banham is closing the gap on Mist 149, reducing it by 7.5 seconds. Welcome back, Everlasting Apex. Glad to see you. Return to the stream. Hope you enjoy the race today. Gilded Sarcophagi is gaining rapidly on the car ahead. Rizaldiada is closing the distance to the Spanish Inquisition, and Stanley Banham are battling closely for 9th place. Maya is closing in on Playboy Fenty, reducing the gap by 2.2 seconds. Stanley Banham has moved up 1 spot to take 8th place. New for Life has also moved up 1 spot to take 9th place. Shadow Army and New for Life are battling closely for 9th place. Gilded Sarcophagi has gained 2 positions and is now in 11th. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow has also moved up 2 spots into 12th. Malga 77 is now in 13th place. King Mabel has moved into 14. LR Moto is now 15. The race is heating up with some good overtakes. Okioke 3 is driving a 2018 BMW 125. IM Sport Gotti. They are currently in 2nd place, just behind Amy. They seem to be maintaining a strong pace with their fastest lap of 3:32.041. Chelsea has moved up 2 spots to take the 16th place. Ingle McCringleberry has also moved up 2 spots to take the 17th place. The current leader is driving a 2010 seat Leon TDI and has the fastest lap time of 3 minutes 30 seconds and 226 milliseconds. They are holding a solid lead and seem to be maintaining consistent pace. Amy is maintaining a steady pace in 6th place. Maya is now just behind Playboy Fenty, closing the gap to less than a second. Stanley Banham is gaining on Jackal, the distance shrinking to about 1.5 seconds. Maya is now just a second behind Playboy Fenty. Shadow Army has moved up to 9th place. Gilded Sarcophagi is gaining on Move for Life, closing the gap by 3 seconds. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on the Spanish Inquisition, closing the gap by over a second. Gilded Sarcophagi and Move for Life are battling closely for 10th place. Ingle McCringleberry and Shalesy are fighting hard for 16th position. Knalga 77 is gaining fast on Green, Amber, Red, Yellow, closing the gap by over 10 seconds. Stanley Banham is inching closer to Jekyll, reducing the distance by just over a second. Gilded Sarcophagi and Enwu for Life are battling closely for 10th place. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow is now in 11th place. Hingle McCringleberry has moved up to 16th place. Hey everyone! I just wanted to let you know that because the AI had some trouble navigating the track earlier, we've decided to cancel this race. No points will be counted this time around. Thanks for understanding. And we'll get the next race started soon. Hey everyone! The stream is now fixed and ready to go. Thanks for your patience while we got everything sorted out. Grab a snack, settle in, and let's enjoy some exciting AI car races together. Here's a fun fact for you. Vintage slow cars. Racing class often features cars that are over 50 years old. Despite their slower speed compared to modern racing cars, these vintage beauties have a lot of charm and history. They really showcase the evolution of automotive technology and design over the decades, making the races not just about speed, but also about appreciating classic engineering. Hey everyone! If you want to check out the creator of the stream, and maybe give him some support, you can find his Twitter called Everlasting Apex. He doesn't post a lot, but having more followers definitely makes him feel good. If you want the link, just type !Twitter in chat and I'll hook you up. Welcome back, Deplorable Apple. Glad to see you tuning in again. We're just about to watch some exciting AI cars race. Hope you enjoy the action. Hey there! If you're enjoying the race and want to stay up to date with all the action, make sure to hit that follow button. That way, you won't miss any of our exciting AI car races. Thanks for stopping by and enjoy the stream. Welcome back, Beyond Vortex. Glad to see you return to the stream. We've got some exciting AI races happening, and I hope you enjoy watching the cars compete. Hey there, Duff Dad. Welcome back to the stream. Nice to see you returning. Hope you're ready to enjoy some exciting AI car races with us. Hey everyone, just a quick reminder that all the cars in the simulator have their physics accurately modeled, so they behave just like real cars would. Choosing the right car can really boost their chances of winning, so keep that in mind when you're rooting for your favorites. Hey everyone! If you want to check out the creator's Twitter called Everlasting Apex, you can get a link by typing !Twitter in chat. Even though he doesn't post very often, more followers definitely make him feel good. So go ahead and give him a follow if you're interested. Hey everyone! Just a quick reminder that there's not much time left to pick your car for the race. Make sure you choose quickly so your favorite can get in the game. Don't miss out on the fun. This is a fun matchup. The Spanish Inquisition with the 1977 Opel Kadett CGT has a bit more power and a slightly more modern design, which could give it an edge on a track like Bridgehampton. On the other hand, Jackal with the 1964 Austin Mini Cooper S is known for its nimbleness and agility, which can be a big advantage in tight corners and technical sections. Considering the track layout, I think the Opel Kadett might have the upper hand overall because of its raw power. But if Jackal can exploit the Mini's handling and keep the pace through the twists and turns, it could make for an exciting race. I'd lean towards the Opel for the win, but it's definitely going to be close. That's right, everyone. The vintage slow cars class is kicking off the race at Bridgehampton, and leading the pack is New for Life in a classic 1948 Ferrari 166 Inter R1. Awesome start. Stay tuned as these vintage beauties battle it out. Alright, only 10 minutes left in the practice session. If you have any predictions or want to see a particular car try a different strategy, now's the time to shout it out. Let's see if anyone can make a move in these last few minutes. Lord of the Jungle is quickly building up speed on their first lap. Maya is also hitting the track, staying close behind. Rizali Adha is just getting underway, keeping an eye on the competition. Track 6 is pushing hard on their first lap. Deplorably Apple is also on the move, trying to set a good time. The other racer just started their first lap, so they're getting up to speed now. Missed 149 is beginning their first timed lap. The Spanish Inquisition is also starting their first timed lap. Gina Jones has just started her first timed lap. Stick Gaming is now in the lead on their first lap. Tokido Kibre is also on their first lap, and close behind. Playboy Fenty is pushing hard out of the start line. Duff Dad is also getting up to speed. Elite 403 is just beginning their first lap, keeping it steady. Amy is pushing hard out of the first corner. Playboy Cardi is just settling into the track, staying close behind. Amin San is maintaining a steady pace, keeping an eye on the leaders. Rizaldi Ata has taken the lead now in first place. They moved up 5 positions and their lap time is 5.437, which is a solid improvement of 3.6 seconds. No for Life is just beginning their first timed lap, thought timed. They are currently in the middle of the pack. Deplorably Apple has made a big jump to second place with a lap of 6.401, improving by 6.7 seconds. Everlasting Apex has moved up to 17th place with a lap of 2:12.957, improving by 1.8 seconds. Another racer has moved up to 19th place with a lap of 2:13.955, improving by 1 second. Gina Jones has moved up to 13th place with a lap time of 2 minutes 11 seconds and 431 milliseconds, improving by 0.1 seconds. Bjorn Vortex has improved their lap time to 2 minutes 13 seconds and 440 milliseconds, gaining half a second. Jackal has improved their lap to 2 minutes 16 seconds and 866 milliseconds, getting faster by 0.3 seconds. Duff Dad has climbed to second place with a lap time of 26.294, gaining 3 seconds on their previous best. Elita 403 has moved into 9th position with a lap of 2:9.481, improving nearly 6 seconds. Amin San has advanced to 10th place with a lap of 2:10.088, bettering their time by 2.4 seconds. Amy has moved up 1 position to 18th place with a lap time of 13.158, improving by 0.8 seconds. No Full Life has moved up one position to 29th place with a lap time of 2:20.424, improving by 4.1 seconds. Alright, we've got about 5 minutes left in this practice session. Keep an eye on those cars, and see if anyone's making a move for the top spot. Who do you think is looking the most promising so far? Everlasting Apex has moved up to 8th place with a lap of 2:11.067. Jacko has improved to a new best of 2:15.621. Ezra 6 has moved up to 24th with a lap of 2:18.71. Jazz has made a strong move up to 11th place with a lap time of 2 minutes 10 seconds and 118 milliseconds. They improved their previous time by 8.5 seconds. Amy is currently in 6th place, just half a second behind Maya. The leader is still in 1st with a lap time of 2:5.89. Amy is closing the gap and looking for an opportunity to overtake. Anna Savage is now in the lead with a lap time of 2 minutes, 18 seconds, and 847 milliseconds. They are half a second faster than their previous best. Naiba has gained 13 positions and is now in 9th place. They just completed a lap in 2 minutes 9 seconds and a little over 200 milliseconds, improving their previous time by 5.6 seconds. Alright everyone, we've got 10 minutes left in the qualifying session. It's really heating up now. Who do you think is going to snag the best lap before it ends? Keep your eyes on those speeds, and let's see if anyone can beat the current top score. Elita 403 is now in first place with a lap time of 5.986 after moving up 9 positions. Deplorably, Apple has climbed to second place with a 26.094 lap, gaining 1 position. Tokidokibri has made a big jump to third place with a 211.297 lap after moving up 17 positions. Rizaldi Atta is pushing hard on their first lap. Duff Dad is also starting strong. Playboy Fenty is just getting underway. Tugonet DTV is beginning their first timed lap. The Spanish Inquisition is also on their first lap. Traxvich has just started their first timed lap. Amy is pushing hard on the first corner, gaining some speed. Aminsan is just behind, trying to find the best line through the turn. Steak Gaming is also on the move, closing in on the pack. Gina Jones is now leading the lap times. Everlasting Apex is close behind, and King Mabel is also on a good pace. New for Life is now setting their first lap. Looks like they're getting into the rhythm. Senna Savage is also on their first timed lap, trying to find the perfect line. New for Life is pushing hard out of the last corner, heading towards the start-finish line. Amy is watching closely. Maya is in the middle of the pack, and she's pushing hard. Joey has set a new best with a lap of 2 minutes 10.208, moving slightly faster. Naiba has climbed 4 places to 11, and clocked 2 minutes 11.878, making a solid 4.2 second improvement. The Spanish Inquisition has climbed to 7th place with a lap time of 2 minutes, 10 seconds, and 994 milliseconds. They gained 8 positions, and improved their time by 5 seconds. Tug On It DTV moved up to 9th place with a lap of 2 minutes, 11 seconds, and 155 milliseconds, gaining 4 positions, and shaving off nearly 4 seconds. Lord of the Jungle has improved their lap time to 2 minutes, 11 seconds, and 223 milliseconds, getting slightly faster by 0.3 of a second. Aminsan has climbed to 5th place with a lap time of 2 minutes, 8 seconds, and 79 milliseconds, improving their previous time by over 8 seconds. Playboy Kati has advanced to 8th place with a lap of 2 minutes, 10 seconds, and 292 milliseconds, improving by 14.5 seconds. Traxvich has moved up to 16th place with a lap of 2 minutes, 11 seconds, and 991 milliseconds, gaining nearly 12 seconds. Alright, we've got about 5 minutes left in the qualifying session. It's almost time to see who can set the fastest lap and secure their spot at the front of the grid. Keep an eye on those timers, folks. This is when the real magic happens. Lord of the Jungle has advanced to 6th place with a lap time of 2 minutes, 9.933 seconds, gaining 6 positions and shaving off 1.3 seconds. Maya has climbed to 10th place with a lap of 2 minutes, 10.460 seconds, jumping 20 positions and improving by over 81 seconds. Naiba has moved up to 11th place with a lap of 2 minutes, 10.731 seconds, gaining 4 positions and improving by just over 1 second. Amy is now in 3rd place with a lap time of 2 minutes, 6 seconds, and 24 milliseconds. Amy gained 10 positions and improved their time by 5 seconds and 1/10. Ingle McCringleberry moved up 2 spots to 22nd with a lap of 2 minutes, 17 seconds, and 350 milliseconds. Ingle improved their time by 2 seconds and 1/10. The driver just improved their lap time to 2 minutes 14 seconds and 349 milliseconds. They are now about 4/10 of a second faster than their previous best. Dig Gaming has gained 2 positions and is now in 26th place. They set a lap time of 2 minutes 19.907. improving their previous time by 2.7 seconds. Bjorn Vortex has moved up 1 position to 28th place with a lap time of 2 minutes, 20.274 seconds, improving their previous time by 3 seconds. Jackal has set a new best lap with a time of 21.56, improving by 5.8 seconds. King Mabel has set a new lap time of 2 minutes 20.361 seconds, improving by 6/10 of a second. Miss 149 has moved up to 16th place with a lap time of 2 minutes 11 seconds and 3/10. They improved their previous time by 0.3 seconds. Shadow Army has gained 2 places and is now in 22nd position. Their latest lap was 2 minutes 17 seconds and 318 milliseconds, improving by half a second. Stick Gaming has made a big jump up to 18th place, with a lap time of 2 minutes 11 seconds and 916 milliseconds. They've improved their previous time by 8 seconds. Amy is currently in 7th place and has just completed a lap in 2:5.432. Gina Jones is closing in on the top 15, now in 21st place with a lap time of 2:14.275. Maya is leading the race with a significant gap and a fastest lap of 2:4.738. Jackal has gained 7 places and is now in 23rd position. Their latest lap time is 2 minutes, 14 seconds and 876 milliseconds, which is a significant improvement of 6.7 seconds. Tug On It DTV has advanced to 13th place with a lap time of 2 minutes 10.854, gaining 0.3 seconds. Missed 149 has moved to 15th place with a lap of 2 minutes 11.213, improving by 0.1 seconds. Amy is holding a strong position in 3rd place. Elite 403 is right behind, pushing hard for that spot. Aminsan and Duff Dad are battling closely for 6th place. Tug On It TTV and Naibi are locked in a tight fight for 12th. Amy has moved up to 3rd place. Aminsan and Duff Dad are battling closely for 6th place. Tug On It DTV has gained 1 position to 12. Tug On It DTV and Joey are fighting for 11th place. Playboy Cardi has moved up to 9th place. Naiba has also gained 1 position, now in 12th place. Tug On It DTV and Navy are closely contesting for 12th place. Duff Dad and Deplorable Apple are battling closely for 5th place. Lord of the Jungle and Playboy Carti are also in a tight fight for 9th. Tug On It DTV is making moves and has just moved up 1 spot to 12th. Duff Dad has moved up to 5th place. Lord of the Jungle is now in 9th place. Naiba has advanced to 12th place. Tokyo Kibri and Mist 149 are battling closely for 14th place. Traxvich has gained 2 positions and is now in 17th. Jazz and Traxvich are fighting hard for 17th place. Joey is driving a 1969 Chevrolet Corvair Monza Total. They are currently in the 12th place and seem to be maintaining a steady pace. Duff Dad and Elite 403 are battling closely for 4th place. Joey has moved up 1 spot to 10th. Everlasting Apex and Stick Gaming are fighting hard for 19th. Duff Dad is climbing to 4th place. Playboy Fenty and Aminsan are battling closely for 7th. Naiba is moving up to 11th. Amy is now just a second behind Rizaldi Adha. Playboy Fenty has moved up to 7th place. Playboy Carti and Naibi are battling closely for 11th place. Playboy Cardi has moved up to 10th place. Tug on It DTV is closing in on Naibi. The gap is shrinking by almost 2 seconds. Stick Gaming has advanced to 19th place. Tug on It DTV is racing a 1962 Lincoln Continental .Org. They are currently in the 8th place and seem to be maintaining a steady pace in the middle of the pack. Deplorably Apple is driving a 1977 Pontiac Firebird Trans Am. They are currently in 7th place and seem to be maintaining a steady pace, staying close to the top group. King Mabel is racing a 1948 Ferrari 166 Intertosi. They are currently in the 8th place, close behind the top racers. The race looks competitive with King Mabel staying within striking distance. Amin-san just moved up 1 spot to 7th place. Naibe also climbing, moving up 1 spot to 11th. Joey and Naibe are closely battling for 11th place. Duff Dad and Amy are battling closely for 3rd place. Playboy Fenty has moved up 1 spot to 7th. Mist 149 has also gained 1 position, now in 13th. Playboy Carti is gaining on Playboy Fenty, closing the gap by 630 seconds. Duff Dad has moved up 1 position to 3rd place. Amin-san has also moved up 1 spot to 7th place. Jackal has moved up 1 spot to 22nd place. Shadow Army is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry, and the gap is shrinking by 3.5 seconds. Mist 149 is driving a 1969 Chevrolet Corvette Monza. They are currently in 8th place with the best lap time of 2 minutes and 11 seconds. Their race seems steady, but they might need to pick up the pace to move higher. Track Sidish is driving a 1954 Jaguar XK 120 Dime. They are currently in 6th place, with the fastest lap of 2 minutes and 12 seconds. The race for them seems steady, but they are slightly behind the leaders. Maya is driving a 1973 BMW 2002 Turbo, a vintage street car known for its agility and classic style. She is currently in 1st place and has the fastest lap of 2:5.55, indicating she's maintaining strong pace and control in the race. Duff Dad is gaining on Rizaldi Adha, closing the gap by 1.8 seconds. Lord of the Jungle has moved up 1 spot to 7th place. Jazz is narrowing the distance to the Spanish Inquisition, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Jazz is moving up to 17th place. Gina Jones is narrowing the gap to Stick Gaming by 1.5 seconds. Jacko is catching up to Gina Jones, closing the distance by 1.3 seconds. Jack6 is gaining on Tug on It DTV, closing the gap by 2.30 seconds. Gina Jones is moving up one spot to take 21st place. Stick Gaming and Gina Jones are battling closely for the 20th position. Duff Dad has moved up to 2nd place. I am now in 3rd position. Naibe is closing the gap on Playboy Carti, reducing it by 1.4 seconds. Rizaldi Alta is climbing fast into 2nd place. Naibe and Playboy Carti are battling closely for 10th. Takedo Kibre is moving up into 16th. Duff Dad is gaining on Rizaldi Alta, closing the gap by 1.32 seconds. Naibe has moved up one spot to hold 10th place. Jack6 and Tug on It DTV are battling closely for 14th position. Naibe is gaining on Playboy Fenty, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Jack6 has moved up one spot to 14. Jack6 and Mist 149 are battling closely for the 13th position. Tug on It DTV is climbing to 14th place. Jazz is advancing to 16th place. Takedoki Bri and Jazz are battling closely for 16th place. Deplorably moves up to 5th place. Lord of the Jungle is now just a few seconds behind Elite for 103. Tug on It DTV is gaining on Mist 149, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Lord of the Jungle is now just a few car lengths behind Elite for 103. Gina Jones has moved up to 20 place. Someone has also advanced to 23 place. Rizaldi Alda is in 2nd place and has the fastest lap, so he's pushing hard and staying competitive. Duff Dad is gaining on Rizaldi Alda, closing the distance by 1.1 seconds. Tug on It DTV has moved up one spot to 13. Jack6 is closing in on Mist 149, reducing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Mist 149 is now in 13th place. Everlasting Apex and Jazz are battling closely for 17th place. Deplorably Apple is driving a 1977-7 Pontiac Firebird Trans AM Key. They are currently in 5th place and have a fastest lap time of 2 minutes, 5 seconds, and 831 milliseconds. Their race looks steady, but they are slightly behind the leaders. Duff Dad is now just over a second behind Rizaldi Alda. Onkantigo, Sishi, in the same Gaijio, Kamzo or Desert. Stick Gaming is gaining on Gina Jones, and they are battling closely for the 20th position. has moved up to 3rd place. Stick Gaming has advanced to 21st. Shadow Army is narrowing the gap to Himalal McCringleberry by 1.1 seconds. Duff Dad is now in 3rd place. Playboy Fenty is getting closer to Amin San, cutting the gap by 1.7 seconds. Everlasting Apex has moved up to 17th place. Mist 149 is driving a 1969 Chevrolet Corvair Monza Daughter. They are currently in the 13th place and have a fastest lap time of 2 minutes, 11 seconds. Their race seems steady, but they are a bit behind the leaders. Elite 403 is driving the 1977 Pontiac Firebird Trans Am Inglewill. They are currently in 7th place, and their fastest lap is just over 2 minutes and 6 seconds. They seem to be maintaining a steady pace, but are a bit behind the leaders. Mist 149 is driving a 1969 Chevrolet Corvair Monza Type. They are currently in 8th place and have a fastest lap of 2 minutes, 11 seconds. The race looks competitive for them. Rizaldi Adha has moved up to 1st place. Maya and Rizaldi Adha are battling closely for the lead. Tug On It DTV is now just over a second behind Mist 149. Joey is driving a 1969 Chevrolet Corvair Monza. He's currently in the 12th place and has a fastest lap of 2 minutes and 6 seconds. His race seems steady, but he's a bit behind the leaders. Duff Dad is gaining on Rizaldi Adha, closing the gap by 2 seconds to Yard. Mist 149 and Joey are battling closely for 12th place. Mist 149 has moved up to 12th place. Joey and Mist 149 are battling closely for that position. Track Stitch is gaining on Tug On It TTB, cutting the gap by 130 seconds. Amy is currently in 8th place with her vintage 1935 Bugatti Type 57 Aerolavit. She's slightly behind the top racers, but maintaining a steady pace with her fastest lap at 2:5.78. The race looks competitive with close gaps among the leaders. Joey is driving a 1969 Chevrolet Corvair Monza I. They are currently in the 14th place, with a best lap time of 2 minutes and 10.608 seconds. The race for Joey seems steady, but they are a bit behind the leaders. Naiba is driving a 1970 Nissan Fairlady Z432. They are currently in 11th place with a fastest lap of 2 minutes, 8 seconds, and 584 milliseconds. Their race seems steady, but they are a bit behind the leaders. Duff Dad is driving a 1974 Fiat 131 Abarth. They are currently in 3rd place and have a fastest lap of 2 minutes, 5 seconds, almost matching the leaders. Their race looks steady so far. Duff Dad is now in second place. Amy is catching up to Rizaldi Adha, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Traxvich is also gaining on Targonic DTV, reducing the distance by just over 1 second. Amy is holding steady in third place with Rizaldi Adha right behind. Playboy Cardi is gaining on Naibi, closing the gap quickly. Deplorably is gaining on Amy, and the gap is now just a few seconds. Tagido Kibri is closing in on Traxvich, and the distance is shrinking. The Spanish Inquisition is catching up to Jazz with a steady pace. Elite 403 is gaining on Deplorable, closing the gap to just over a second. Targonic DTV is catching up to Joey, reducing the distance between them. Jackal has moved up 1 spot to 23rd place. Ingle McCringleberry is rapidly catching up, closing the gap by 9.9 seconds. Elite 403 is gaining on Deplorably Apple, closing the distance by 1.6 seconds. Mist 149 has moved up 1 spot to take the 11th place. Amy is now just behind Rizaldi Eha, the gap shrinking rapidly. Joey has moved up to 12th place, gaining a position. Traxvich is closing in on Targon at DTV, the distance between them decreasing. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on Duff Dad, closing the gap to just under 2 seconds. Playboy Fenty is narrowing in on Amin Sun, now only 1.3 seconds behind. Playboy Cardi has moved up 1 position to 12. Rizaldi Adha has moved up to 2nd place. Amy is now less than 2 seconds behind Duff Dad. Elite 403 is gaining on Deplorable, closing the gap by 2.7 seconds. Naibe is driving a 1970 Nissan Fairlady Z 432. They are currently in 11th place with a fastest lap of 2 minutes, 8 seconds, and 584 milliseconds. Their race seems steady, but they are a bit behind the leaders. Lord of the Jungle is now just a little over 2 seconds behind Elite 403. Amundsen is catching up to Lord of the Jungle, closing the gap by over a second. Someone is gaining on Jackal, reducing the distance by 2:30 seconds. Tugonit DTV is now in 13th place. Everlasting Apex has moved up to 16th place. Ezuch is driving a 1959 BMW 507. They are currently in 27th place with a fastest lap of 2 minutes 17 seconds. The race looks tough for them so far. NR Savage is driving a vintage 1962 Triumph T Raid V. They're currently in the last place, and seem to be struggling with the pace, as their fastest lap is significantly slower than most others. Elite 403 and Deplorably Poor are battling closely for 5th place. State Gaming is gaining on the Spanish Inquisition, cutting the gap by over a second. State Gaming and the Spanish Inquisition are fighting for the 19th position. Rizaldi Adha has just overtaken for the lead, taking the top spot. Maya is right behind in 2nd place, staying close. Deplorable is gaining on Amy, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Takido Kibre is driving a 1951 Ferrari 212 Export. They are currently in 8th place with a fastest lap of 2 minutes and 11.425 seconds. Their race looks steady, but they haven't made any major moves yet. Duff Dad has moved up to 2nd place. Elite 403 is now just behind Deplorable, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Playboy Fenty is catching up to Aminsan, closing the distance by 1.3 seconds. Elite 403 has moved up 1 spot to take 5th place. Deplorably Apple and Elite 403 are now battling closely for 5th position. Awa is driving a 1948 Ferrari 166 Intel 1A. They are currently in the 1st place, but have the fastest lap time in the race. Aminsan is gaining on Lord of the Jungle, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Playboy Carti is catching Mist 149, reducing the distance by 1 second. Tug on It DTV is climbing up to 13th place. Joey is charging through the field now in 2nd place. Playboy Fenty and Aminsan are locked in a close fight for 9th place. Stick Gaming has gained 1 position and is now in 19th. Duftad has moved up to 2nd place. Rizalia Ada is now in 3rd. I am climbing to 4th place. Deplorably Apple has moved up to 5th place. Elite 403 is now in 6th place. Lord of the Jungle has climbed to 7th place. Woofo Life is rapidly gaining on Joey, closing the gap by 9.5 seconds. Playboy Fenty has moved up 1 spot to take 8th place. Aminsan has also moved up 1 spot to take 9th place. Naiba has moved up 1 spot to take 10th place. Traxbitch is closing in on Tug on It TTV, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Takedo Kibri has moved up 1 spot to take 16th place. Playboy Fenty is gaining on Lord of the Jungle, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Mist 149 is catching up to Naibi quickly, now only a small distance apart. Joey is closing in on Shadow Army, narrowing the gap steadily. Playboy Fenty is gaining on Lord of the Jungle. Jazz and Takedo Kibri are battling for 16th place. Joey is closing in on Shadow Army, closing the gap by 3 seconds. Lord of the Jungle moves up to 6th place. Playboy Fenty is now less than 2 seconds behind Elite 403. Naive is closing in on Amundsen, also gaining ground. Playboy Fenty is closing in on Elite 403, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. Joey has moved up 1 spot, and is now in 27th place. Traksishvich is now just a second behind Tug on It DTV. Ingle McCringleberry is gaining on an opponent, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Joey is also closing in on SNR Savage, reducing the distance by 1.6 seconds. Amy is gaining on Rizaldi Adha, closing the gap to just over 2 seconds. Traksvich is closing in on Tug on It DTV, now less than 1.5 seconds behind. Talkido Kibri and Jazz are battling closely for the 16th position. Playboy Carti is gaining on Mist 149, and is now just a few seconds behind. Amy is closing the gap to Rizaldi Adha steadily. The Spanish Inquisition and Stick Gaming are battling closely for the 18th position. Jazz is gaining fast on Tug on It DTV, closing the gap by nearly 6 seconds. Traksich has moved up 1 spot to 13th. Everlasting Apex has also gained 1 position, now in 14th place. Amin-san is closing in on Playboy Fenty, cutting the gap by 1.7 seconds. Stick Gaming is moving up 1 spot to take 18th place. Gina Jones is also moving up 1 spot to 19th place. Playboy Carti is driving a 1959 Maserati 3500 GT. He's currently in 8th place, but has the slowest fastest lap among the top 10. The race looks competitive with some close gaps. Lord of the Jungle is gaining on Deplorable Apple, now just a few seconds behind. Traksvich is catching up to Playboy Carti, closing the distance by a second. Joey is also making a move on Ezra 6, reducing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on Duff Dad and is now just a few seconds behind. Deplorable Apple is getting closer to Amy, and the gap is shrinking quickly. Traksivich is closing in on Playboy Carti, and the distance between them is decreasing. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on Duff Dad, closing the distance by 1.3 seconds. Deplorable Apple is catching up to Amy, reducing the gap by 1 second. Elite 403 is closing in on Lord of the Jungle, narrowing the gap by 3.4 seconds. The Spanish Inquisition is driving a 1977 Opel Kadett CGT. They are currently in 17th place with a fastest lap of 2 minutes, 11 seconds, and 525 milliseconds. Their race seems steady, but they are a bit behind the leaders. A driver is moving up 1 spot to take 22nd place. Joey is also advancing 1 position to 24th place. Duff Dad is driving a 1974 Fiat 131 Abarth, a classic vintage streetcar known for its agility and sporty handling. They are currently in second place just behind Mayato. Their fastest lap is 2 minutes, 5.169 seconds, showing solid pace so far. Amin-san is gaining fast on Naibi, cutting the gap by 5.4 seconds. Lord of the Jungle is closing in on Deplorable Apple, reducing the distance by 2.1 seconds. Playboy Fenty has moved up one spot to take 7th place. Amy is now just behind Rizaldiata, closing the gap to less than a second. Lord of the Jungle is gaining on Deplorable Apple, now only 2 seconds apart. Playboy Carti has moved up to 11th place, climbing one spot. Yawn Vortex is rapidly catching up to Elite for 103, now just over 7 seconds behind. Rizaldia Adha is closing the distance to Duff Dad by about 1.5 seconds. Jazz is gaining on Everlasting Apex, reducing the gap by a little over 2 seconds. Rizaldi Ada is gaining on Duff Dad, and is now just a few seconds behind. Mist 149 is closing the gap on Amin-san steadily. Tug on It TTV is catching up to Jazz quickly. Lord of the Jungle is gaining on Deplorable Apple, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Playboy Fenty is now right behind Lord of the Jungle, cutting the distance by another second. Joey is catching up to Jackal, reducing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Amin-san is now in 8th place. Mist 149 has moved up to 9th. Playboy Cardi is in 10th. The race is heating up. Everlasting Apex is now in 12th place. Jazz has moved into 13th place. Tug on It DTV is now in 14th place. Jazz is gaining on Everlasting Apex, now just a few seconds behind. Gina Jones and Naive are battling closely for the 16th spot. Takido Kibri is closing in on Gina Jones, cutting the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Rizaldi Ada has moved up to 2nd place. Amy has also gained 1 position and is now in 3rd. Mist 149 is closing the gap on Amundsen, reducing it by 1.7 seconds. Deplorable Apple advances to 4th place. Lord of the Jungle climbs to 5th place. Mist 149 is closing in on Amundsen, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Tug on It TTV and Jazz are battling closely for the 13th position. Gina Jones is climbing up 1 spot to 17. Elite 403 is gaining on the Spanish Inquisition, cutting the gap by over a second. Playboy Fenty is gaining on Duff Dad, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Tug on It TTV has moved up 1 spot to 13th place. Jazz and Tug on It TTV are battling closely for 13th place. Deplorably Apple is gaining on Amy and has cut the gap by 2:30 seconds. Missed 149 is closing in on Amundsen, reducing the distance by 1.6 seconds. Naiba has moved up one spot and is now in 15th place. Missed 149 is gaining on Amundsen, closing the gap by 1 second. Tug on It DTV is catching Everlasting Apex, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Gina Jones is moving up one spot to 16th place. Shakes is driving a 1959 BMW 507. They are currently in 27th place, and their fastest lap is 2 minutes 17.09 seconds. The race seems quite competitive with many cars close together. The Spanish Inquisition is feeling the pressure with someone quickly closing in. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on Maya and has cut the gap by 1.1 seconds. Duff Dad is closing in on Lord of the Jungle, reducing the distance by 1 second. Track Switch is gaining on Playboy Carti and is now just a little over a second behind. Joey is also closing in on Jackal and has cut the gap by 1.3 seconds. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on Maya, closing the gap to just under 3 seconds. Amy is catching Rizaldi Adha, now less than 2 seconds behind. Duff Dad is closing in on Lord of the Jungle, with the gap shrinking to just over 2 seconds. Tug on It DTB is now in 13th place. Six is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, cutting the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Tug on It TTV is now just a few car lengths behind Everlasting Apex. The gap down to 1 second. Shadow Army is gaining on SNR Savage, now only half a second apart. Shakes is driving a 1959 BMW 507. They are currently in 27th place, and their fastest lap is 2 minutes 17.09 seconds. The race seems challenging for them with a lower position and a slower lap time compared to many others. Amy is now just a few seconds behind Rizaldi Adha, looking for an opportunity to overtake. Playboy Carti is gaining on Missed 149, closing the distance steadily. Stick Gaming is inching closer to Elite 403, the gap shrinking nicely. Track Switch is gaining on Playboy Carti quickly. Elite 403 has moved up one spot to 17. Tokido Kibri and Elite 403 are battling closely for the 17th position. Playboy Carti and Missed 149 are battling closely for 9th place. Track Switch is gaining on Playboy Carti and has cut the gap by 1.5 seconds. State Gaming is closing in on Takadokabri and has reduced the distance by 1.1 seconds. Missed 149 is gaining on Amundsen, closing the distance by 2.5 seconds. Tug on It DTV is catching up to Everlasting Apex, reducing the gap by just over a second. The Spanish Inquisition is closing in on Beyond Vortex, narrowing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Deplorable is gaining on Amy. The gap is now just a few seconds. Naibe is catching up to Jazz, closing the distance steadily. Joey is climbing fast, now in 21st place after overtaking 3 cars. Deplorable is gaining on Amy, cutting the gap by 330 seconds. Playboy Fenty is also closing in on Duff Dad, reducing the distance by 330 seconds. Inner Savage is gaining fast, closing the gap by 6.7 seconds. Deplorably Apple is getting closer to Amy, reducing the distance by 2.7 seconds. Track Switch has moved up 1 spot to take 10th place. Mr. M49 is gaining on Amundsen, and is now just a few seconds behind. Jazz has moved up 1 spot to 13. State Gaming is closing in on Tokidoka Brie, cutting the gap by over a second. Lord of the Jungle is gaining on Deplorable Apple, closing the gap by 2.6 seconds. Playboy Cardi is moving up 1 spot to 10th place. Jazz is closing in on Everlasting Apex, reducing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on Maya, closing the gap to just over 1 second. Mist 149 is catching up to Amundsen quickly, now less than a second behind. Shadow Army is closing in on NSNR Savage, with the gap shrinking to 1 second. Duff Dad is gaining on Lord of the Jungle, closing the gap to just under 2 seconds. Gina Jones is catching up to Naibe, now only a 1.5 second difference. Elite of 403 is also closing in on Gina Jones, reducing the gap to 140 seconds. Amy is now just a few seconds behind Rizaldi Adha, gaining ground. Duff Dad is closing the distance to Lord of the Jungle, the gap shrinking quickly. Amundsen is catching up to Playboy Fenty, the gap narrowing steadily. Amy is gaining on Rizaldi Adha, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Lord of the Jungle has moved up to 4th place. Duff Dad is narrowing the distance to Deplorably Bo. Rizaldi Adha has just taken the lead, and is now in 1st place. Duff Dad is gaining on Deplorable Apple, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. Jazz is closing in on Everlasting Apex, reducing the distance by 3.6 seconds. Amy has moved up to 2nd place. Mist 149 is now 1.4 seconds closer to Amundsen. The Spanish Inquisition is narrowing the gap to State Gaming by 3.4 seconds. Amy is maintaining her position at the front. Duff Dad is now in 4th place, gaining ground. Tug on It GTV is closing the gap on Tokidokibri, getting closer with every lap. Dayange, Stund. Amy is maintaining her position in 6th place. Duff Dad is now just half a second behind Maya and looks ready to make a move. Playboy Fenty has overtaken 2 cars and is now in 5th place, closing the gap to the leaders. Everlasting Apex is gaining on Playboy Carti and now just a few car lengths behind. Maya is closing the distance to Amy steadily, now less than 2 seconds apart. Naiba is catching Jazz quickly, the gap shrinking to under 2 seconds. Playboy Carti is now just behind Traxvich, closing the distance. Naiba is gaining on Jazz, getting closer with each lap. Ingle McCringleberry is making a move on Ezza 6, reducing the gap significantly. Amy has taken the lead now in 1st place. Maya is right behind in 2nd place. The Spanish Inquisition is gaining on Stig Gaming, cutting the gap by nearly 1.5 seconds. Duff Dad has moved up to 3rd place. Naibe is now in 13th. Elita 403 is closing the gap on Jazz, now only 2 seconds behind. The Bridgehampton track's twists and turns seem to favor the vintage street cars with good handling, helping the top racers maintain their positions. The straights are giving some drivers a chance to overtake, especially those with powerful cars. Maya is now just a second behind Amy. Playboy Fenty is gaining on Rizaldi Atta and is now only 2 seconds behind. Everlasting Apex is closing in on Playboy Carti, cutting the gap to just under a second. Duff Dad is closing in on Maya, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Playboy Carti has moved up 1 spot to 10th place. Everlasting Apex has also gained 1 position, now in 11th. Playboy Carti is gaining quickly on this 149. Duff Dad is closing the gap on Maya, now just 1.5 seconds behind. Amy and Maya remain in a tight battle for the lead. Maya has just overtaken to take the lead. Amy is right behind, looking for an opportunity to pass. Tug on It DTV is climbing up to the 17th position. Duff Dad is gaining fast on me, closing the gap by 6 seconds. Deplorable is catching up to Lord of the Jungle, closing in by over a second. Playboy Carti is also closing the distance on Mist 149, reducing the gap by 1 second. Maya is leading the race in a 1973 BMW 2002 Turbo. She has a comfortable gap and is setting the fastest lap so far. The race looks smooth for her. Deplorable is gaining on Playboy Fenty, closing the gap by 5 seconds. Rizaldi Adha is narrowing the distance to Duff Dad by over 3 seconds. Lord of the Jungle has moved up 1 spot to 5th place. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on Duff Dad, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Mist 149 has moved up 1 spot to 8th place. Naiba has also advanced 1 spot to 11th place. Elite 403 is climbing fast, now in 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Gina Jones is also making moves, now in 11th after passing 3 cars. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on Duff Dad, cutting the gap by 3.2 seconds. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on Duff Dad, and is now just a few seconds behind. Deplorable is closing in on Playboy Fenty, and is reducing the gap steadily. Naiba is making a move on Mist 149, closing the distance quickly. Jazz is gaining on Tug On It TTV. The gap is shrinking quickly. Gingle McCringleberry is closing in on King Mabel with a strong push. Duff Dad is gaining on me, closing the gap by over a second. Mist 149 is catching up to Deplorable quickly, just 2 seconds behind. Everlasting Apex is closing in on Traxvich, narrowing the distance by nearly 1.5 seconds. Duff Dad is gaining on Amy, closing the gap by 1 second. Deplorably Apple has moved up 1 spot to 6th. Playboy Cardi is closing in on Tokidokabri, reducing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Duff Dad is gaining on Amy, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Lord of the Jungle is narrowing the distance to Rizaldi Adha by 1.5 seconds. Naiba has moved up 1 spot into 8th place. Playboy Cardi is rapidly catching Mist 149 and is now just a few seconds behind. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on Duff Dad, closing the distance steadily. Lord of the Jungle is also making progress and is now close to Rizaldi Adha. Traxivich is gaining on Playboy Cardi and has cut the gap by 1 second. Someone is closing in on SNR Savage and has reduced the distance by 1.5 seconds. The Spanish Inquisition is gaining on State Gaming, now just a little over a second behind. Shadow Army is closing in quickly on another racer, cutting the gap by 3.6 seconds. Duff Dad is gaining on me, closing the gap by over a second. Aminsun is catching up to Gina Jones quickly. Ingle McCringleberry is closing in on King Mabel at the same pace. Ezer6 is gaining on Shadow Army, now just a few seconds behind. Ingle McCringleberry is closing the gap to King Mabel, getting closer with every lap. Naiba is now in 7th place, moving up 1 spot. Elite 403 has also moved up 1 spot, and is now in 8th place. Jazz is driving a 1959 Maserati 3500 GT. They are currently in 19th place, with a best lap time of 2:9.7322. The race seems competitive for Jazz, but they are slightly behind the leaders. Playboy Fenty is now just behind Elite 403. The Spanish Inquisition is gaining on Stig Gaming. Someone is catching up to ALR Savage quickly. Playboy Cardi is gaining on Mist 149 and is now just a few seconds behind. Jazz is closing in on Tug on it TTV, closing the gap steadily. Someone is also making a move on Ensign or Savage, getting closer with every lap, but Tuck do well. Rizaldi Adha is now just 1 second behind Duff Dutt. They are battling hard for third place. Playboy Fenty is gaining on Elite 403, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Rizaldi Adha has moved up to third place. Mist 149 is now less than 2 seconds behind Tokitobri Dawai. Tug on it DTV is closing the gap on Everlasting Apex by 2 seconds. Anna Savage is trying to defend that position, while the other racer is closing in. Someone is making a move to overtake for 24th place. The battle is heating up. Elite 403 is gaining on Naibi, now just a few seconds behind. Joey is closing in on the Spanish Inquisition, the gap shrinking quickly. Amy's car is a 1935 Bugatti Type 57 Aerolite. She's currently in second place and has the second fastest lap time of 4.912. The race looks competitive with her close behind Maya and maintaining a strong position. Amy is now just a few seconds behind Maya and gaining fast. Mist 149 is right behind Takedo Kabri, closing the gap steadily. Tug on it DTV is making a strong move on Everlasting Apex, reducing the distance significantly. Duff Dad is gaining on Rizaldi Adha. The gap is now less than a second. State Gaming is catching up to Jazz, closing the distance quickly. The Spanish Inquisition is closing in on Stig Gaming. The gap is shrinking fast. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on me, closing the gap by 130 seconds. Mist 149 is catching up to Tokidoki Bree, reducing the distance by 2 seconds. Everlasting Apex is closing in on Track Switch, cutting the gap by 2.1 seconds. Welcome back, Katsushok. Great to see you returning to the stream. Hope you're ready for some exciting car races today. Rizaldi Adha is now just a few seconds behind me. Deplorably Apple is gaining on Lord of the Jungle. Naiba is closing the distance to Deplorable Apple quickly. Jackal is gaining on Bjorn Vortex, closing the gap by 5.5 seconds. Joey has moved up 1 spot to 21st. The Spanish Inquisition and Joey are battling closely for the 20th position. Tug on It TTV is gaining on Everlasting Apex, closing the gap to just over 1 second. Jazz is also closing in on Tug on It TTV, cutting the distance by a little over a second. The Spanish Inquisition has moved up 1 spot to take 21st place. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on me, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Track Stitch is also closing in on Playboy Carti, reducing the distance by 1.7 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry has moved up 1 spot to take 28th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Ezra6 are battling closely for 27th place. Duff Dad is gaining on Rizaldi Adha, and the gap is shrinking. Playboy Fenty is closing in on Elite 403 quickly. Mist 149 is catching up to Takito Kibri. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on me and is now just a few seconds behind. Playboy Fenty is catching up to Elite 403 and is now within 2 seconds. Track Stitch is closing the gap on Playboy Carti and is now right behind him. Duff Dad is driving a 1974 Fiat 131 Abarth. They are currently in 5th place, with a fastest lap of 2 minutes and 5 seconds. Their race seems steady, but they are a bit behind the leaders. Playboy Fenty is gaining on Elite 403, closing the gap by 2.4 seconds. Amin San has moved up 1 spot to 10th place. Mist 149 is narrowing the distance to Tokidoki Brie, reducing the gap by 1 second. Amy is now just a few car lengths behind Maya and gaining speed. Amin-san is right on the tail of Playboy Fenty, looking for an opportunity to overtake. Elite 403 is gaining on Naibe, closing the gap by 1 second. Mist 149 is catching up to Tokidogri, reducing the distance by 1.2 seconds. Joey has moved up 1 spot and is now in 21st place. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on me, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Lord of the Jungle is catching up to Duff Dad, reducing the distance by 1.6 seconds. Naibe is closing in on Deplorable Apple, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. Naibe has dropped back to 13th place. Duff Dad is now just a few seconds behind Rizaldi Adha. Deplorably Apple is gaining on Lord of the Jungle, closing the gap by a second. Bjorn Vortex is closing in on the Spanish Inquisition, cutting the gap by 7.5 seconds. Duff Dad has moved up 1 position to take 3rd place. Playboy Carti has also gained 1 spot, now in 13th place. Lord of the Jungle is now in 4th place. Deplorably Apple has moved into 5th. Amin-san is rapidly closing the gap on Playboy Fenty, cutting it down by 2.5 seconds. Playboy Fenty is gaining on a light 403 and closing the gap to just a few seconds. Everlasting Apex is catching up to Track Switch, now only 2.8 seconds behind. The Spanish Inquisition is also closing in on Joey, reducing the distance to 2.8 seconds. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on Deplorable Apple rapidly, closing the gap by 16 seconds. Duff Dad is catching up to Amy, reducing the distance by 1.5 seconds. Deplorably Apple is narrowing the gap to Lord of the Jungle by just over 2 seconds. Duff Dad is now just a few seconds behind Amy, and looks like he's gaining quickly. Deplorably Apple is closing in on Lord of the Jungle, closing the gap steadily. Traxitch is making a move on Playboy Carti, reducing distance significantly. Mist 149 is gaining on Takidoka Brie, closing the distance quickly. Naiba is also catching Tug on It DTV, getting closer with each lap. Jazz is now just a few seconds behind Nabi. Someone is gaining on Jackal quickly, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on Deplorably Apple, closing the gap by 2.2 seconds. Naiba is catching up to Tug on It DTV, narrowing the distance by 1 second. Tug on It DTV is gaining on Everlasting Apex. The gap is now smaller. Naiba is catching up to Tug on It DTV. King Mabel is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry. Amy is in second place and has the fastest lap, so he's pushing hard and looking strong to challenge Maya for the lead. Lord of the Jungle is gaining on Duff Dad, now just a few car lengths behind. Rizaldi Adha is catching up to Deplorably Apple quickly. Playboy Fenty is closing the distance to a light 403 steadily. Amy is gaining on Maya, and now only a few seconds behind. Traxvich is catching Mist 149 steadily. Shadow Army is closing the distance to Senar Savage quickly. Lord of the Jungle is gaining on Duff Dad, cutting the distance by 2.1 seconds. Rizaldia Adha is closing in on Deplorable Apple with the same pace. Mist 149 is making up 1.3 seconds on Tokidoka Brie. Jackal is rapidly catching Beyond Vortex, now just 5.7 seconds behind. Playboy Curti and Traxitch are locked in a close fight for the 13th spot. Jazz is gaining on Naibi, closing the gap by 1 second. Lord of the Jungle is gaining on Duff Dad, closing the gap by 1:30 seconds. Rizaldi Adha is also closing in on Deplorable Apple, reducing that gap by 1.3 seconds. Playboy Cardi is moving up one spot to take 13th position. Deplorable is gaining on Lord of the Jungle, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Tug on It, TTV and Everlasting Apex are battling closely for 15th place. Jazz is making a move on Nivy, cutting the distance by over 2 seconds. Aminsan is gaining fast on Playboy Fenty. The gap is shrinking quickly. Amy is closing in on Maya. Just over a second now. Rizaldi Adha is closing in on Deplorable Apple, closing the distance steadily. Deplorable is gaining on Lord of the Jungle, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Playboy Cardi has moved up one spot to 14. Everlasting Apex and Playboy Carti are battling closely for 14. Lord of the Jungle is now just behind Duff Dad, closing the distance significantly. Rizaldi Ada is gaining on Deplorably Apple, getting closer with each lap. Tug on It TTV is narrowing the gap to Everlasting Apex, making it an exciting chase. Shadow Army is driving a 1959 BMW 507. They are currently in the 26th place, and their fastest lap is 2 minutes 16.595 seconds. Their race seems challenging, as they are quite behind the leaders. Aminsand is driving a 1969 Chevrolet Corvair Mozart Tiltil. They are currently in 10th place, and their fastest lap is 2:8.8503. The race seems competitive with steady lap times. Rizaldi Adha is catching up to Deplorably Apple quickly. Elite 403 is also closing the distance to Rizaldi Adha. Stick Gaming is gaining on Jazz, and they are now battling for the 18th position. Deplorably Apple is gaining on Lord of the Jungle, closing the gap by just over a second. Everlasting Apex and Playboy Carti are battling closely for the 14th position. Stick Gaming has moved up one spot to take 18th place. Deplorably Apple is gaining on Lord of the Jungle. Rizaldi Adha is closing in on Deplorable Apple. Elite 403 is catching up to Rizaldi Adha. Joey is rapidly catching Stick Gaming, now just over 12 seconds behind. Jackal is closing in on Blood Vortex, with the gap shrinking by over 9 seconds. Lord of the Jungle is gaining on Duff Dad, reducing the distance by nearly 2 seconds. EZ6 is driving in 1959 BMW 507. They are currently in the 14th place and have a fastest lap time of 2:17.09. The race looks competitive with a tight pack around them. Deplorably Apple is gaining on Lord of the Jungle. Rizaldi Adha is catching up to Deplorably Apple. Elite 403 is closing in on Rizaldi Adha. Tug on It DTV and Playboy Karate are battling closely for 14th place. Naibe is closing in on Everlasting Apex, cutting the gap down by 1.2 seconds. Duff Dad is gaining on Amy and closing the gap by 230 seconds. Rizaldia Adha is catching up to Deplorable, closing the gap by 130 seconds. Elite 403 is also making progress, closing in on Rizaldia Adha by 1.7 seconds. Everlasting Apex is gaining on Playboy Karate and has closed the gap by 1.2 seconds. Naibe is catching up to Everlasting Apex, closing the distance by 1 second. Jazz is closing in on Tug on It DTV, reducing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Jazz is now just a few seconds behind Tug on It TTV. Someone is gaining on Jekyll by a little over a second. Hingle McCringleberry is also closing in on Essex, reducing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on Deplorably Apple, and the gap is shrinking quickly. Playboy Cardi is catching up to Track Switch, closing the distance steadily. Rizaldia Adha is gaining on Deplorably Apple. The gap is shrinking fast. Everlasting Apex and Playboy Carti are battling closely for the 14th position. Joey is closing in on Jazz, cutting the distance by 1.6 seconds. Everlasting Apex moves up to 14th place. The Spanish Inquisition is gaining on Stig Gaming, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is catching Essex, reducing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry and Easy6 are fighting for 27th place. Playboy Cardi and Everlasting Apex are battling closely for the 14th place. Tug on It DTV has moved up one spot to take the 16th place. Naiba and Tug on It DTV are fighting hard for the 16th position. Naibe is now in 8th place after overtaking 9 cars. Stig Gaming is closing the gap on the Spanish Inquisition, cutting it down by 19.5 seconds. Jazz is gaining on Tug on It TTV, closing the distance by 1.8 seconds. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on Deplorably, closing the distance by 1.3 seconds. Playboy Fenty has moved up one spot to 8th place. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Essex, reducing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Rizaldi Adha is closing in on Deplorable quickly. Amansan has moved up to 9th place. Gina Jones has also moved up to 10th place. Duff Dad is gaining on Amy. The gap is shrinking quickly. Amundsen is closing in on Playboy Fenty. The distance is getting smaller. Deplorable is gaining on Lord of the Jungle, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Joey is also making moves, closing in on Stig Gaming by 1.2 seconds. Duff Dad is gaining on Amy, and is now just a few seconds behind. Mist 1449 and Tokidoki Brie are battling closely for 11th place. Someone is closing in on Jackal and has cut the gap by over a second. Mist 149 is now in 11th place. Jazz is getting closer to Tug on It DTV, cutting the gap by over a second. Stick Gaming has moved up to 18th place. Duff Dad is gaining on me, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Rizaldia Adha is catching up to Deplorable Apple, reducing the distance by 1 second. Elite 403 is closing in on Rizaldia Adha, cutting the gap by just over 1 second. Gina Jones is driving a 1951 Ferrari 212 Export Dolce. She started in 2nd place and is currently in 10th. Her race seems steady, but she's a bit behind the leaders. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on Deplorable Apple, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Gina Jones is catching up to Amundsen, reducing the distance by 1.7 seconds. Traxfitch is closing in on Tokidoki Brie, narrowing the gap by just over a second. Playboy Fenty is now just behind Elite 403, closing the gap to less than 2 seconds. Tokidoki Brie is gaining on Mist 149, cutting the distance by over a second. Jazz is making a move on Tug on It TTV, reducing the gap by 2.4 seconds. Deplorable Apple is gaining on Lord of the Jungle, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Everlasting Apex is catching up to Traxfitch, getting closer with each lap. Playboy Carti is closing in on Everlasting Apex, making a move soon. Elite 403 is gaining on Rizaldi Adha. The gap is shrinking. Mist 149 is catching up to Gina Jones. Kingle McCringleberry is closing in on Essex. Amy's car, a 1935 Bugatti Type 57 Aerolife, is currently in 2nd place. The race seems tight with close lap times, and Amy is maintaining a strong position. Deplorable Apple has moved up 1 spot to take 4th place. Lord of the Jungle and Deplorably Apple are battling closely for 4. Elite 403 is closing in on Rizaldi Adha, cutting the gap by 2.5 seconds. The vintage slow cars class seems to create close competition with many cars within a few seconds. The Bridgehampton track's technical turns likely favor experienced drivers and well-tuned cars, keeping the race tight. Amy is gaining on Maya and the gap is shrinking quickly. Tug on It DTV is closing in on Playboy Carti, and the distance is getting smaller. Joey is catching up to the Spanish Inquisition with a steady pace. Ingle McCringleberry is driving a 1974 Dodge Monaco. Their race seems challenging as they are currently in 28th place, with a best lap time of 2 minutes 16 seconds and almost 9 seconds behind the leader. Playboy Fenty is gaining on a light 403 and is now just a few seconds behind. Jazz is catching Tug on at GTV, closing the gap steadily. Stig Gaming is closing in on Jazz, reducing the distance by over 2 seconds. Duff Dada is gaining on Amy, and the gap is shrinking quickly. Playboy Fenty is also closing in on Elite 403. Stig Gaming is making a strong move towards Jazz, closing the distance by a good margin. The track at Bridgehampton seems to favour the vintage street cars with quick lap times, but the narrow sections might be causing some overtaking challenges, especially for the slower cars. Duff Dad is gaining on me, closing the gap by over 2 seconds. Rosalia Adha is catching up to Lord of the Jungle, and Gina Jones is closing in on Amundsen. The race is heating up. Duff Dad is now just behind Amy in Gaming Ground. Amundsen is catching up to Playboy Fenty quickly. Playboy Carty is closing the distance to Everlasting Apex. Amy is now just a few seconds behind Maya and Gaining Ground. Rizaldi Adha is catching up to Lord of the Jungle quickly. Dig Gaming is narrowing the distance to Jazz steadily. Rizaldi Adha is closing in on Lord of the Jungle, cutting the gap by just over a second. Playboy Fenty has moved up 1 position to take 7th place. The Spanish Inquisition has also gained 1 spot, now in 17th place. Joey is rapidly catching Stig Gaming, cutting the gap by 14.5 seconds. Someone is closing in on Jackal, reducing the distance by 5.2 seconds. Amundsen has moved up 1 spot to take 8th place. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on Lord of the Jungle, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. They are battling for 5th place. Joey is also catching up to Stig Gaming, reducing the distance by 1.6 seconds. Deplorable Apple is gaining on Duff Dad, closing the gap by 2.8 seconds. Rizaldi Adha has moved up 1 spot to 5th place. The Spanish Inquisition is closing in on Jazz, reducing the distance by 1 second. Amy is gaining on Maya, closing the gap to just over a second. Elita 403 is catching up to Amundsen, now just a few car lengths behind. Joey is narrowing the distance to Stig Gaming, closing it by over a second. Deplorable Apple is gaining on Duff Dad, now just under 2 seconds behind. Jazz is closing the gap on Playboy Carty by 1.5 seconds. Stig Gaming has moved up 1 position to take 8th place. New for Life started from the pole position with a 1948 Ferrari 166 Inter, and is currently in 8th place. Their fastest lap is 2:19.43. They seem to be struggling to maintain their initial pace. Amy is gaining on Maya, closing the gap to just over a second. Elite 403 is catching up to Amundsen, now less than 3 seconds behind. Joey is narrowing the distance to Stig Gaming, just over a second apart. Dufdat is gaining on me, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Rizaldia Adha is catching Deplorable, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Elite 403 has moved up one spot to take 8th place. Gina Jones is gaining on Amundsen, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Joey is catching up to Stig Gaming, also reducing the distance by 1.1 seconds. Someone is making a move on Bjorn Vortex, closing in by 1.4 seconds. Amy has moved up to 1st place. Playboy Cardi is now just a few seconds behind Everlasting Apex. Joey is gaining on Stig Gaming quickly. Dufdad has moved up to 2nd place. Someone is closing in on Bjorn Vortex, cutting the gap by 140 seconds. Anna Savage is driving a 1962 Triumph TR 3B. They are currently in the last place, and their fastest lap is significantly slower than the leaders. The race looks challenging for them so far. New for Life started from the pole position with a 1948 Ferrari 166 Inter, and is currently in 10th place. Their fastest lap is 2:19.453. Rizaldi Ada is gaining on Deplorable level, closing the gap to just over a second. Tug on It DTV is catching up to Joey quickly, now less than a second behind. Jekyll is closing in on an unnamed racer, reducing the distance by 3 seconds. Deplorably Apple is gaining on Maya and closing the gap. Elite 403 is catching up to Playboy Fenty quickly. Stig Gaming is narrowing the distance to Jazz. Maya is now just behind Dufdad, closing the gap to less than a second. Gina Jones is gaining on Amundsen. The gap is shrinking quickly. Playboy Cardi is catching Everlasting Apex. The distance between them is narrowing. Dufdad is gaining on me, closing the gap by 3.7 seconds. Rizaldiata is catching up to Deplorably Apple, reducing the distance by 1.5 seconds. Naibe is closing in on Tug on It DTV, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Dufdad is right behind Amy, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Tug on It DTV is gaining on Joey quickly, now only a few seconds apart. King Mabel is catching Ezersig steadily, closing the distance to under 2 seconds. Elite 403 is gaining on Playboy Fenty, and is now just a few seconds behind. Gina Jones is closing in on Amundsen, cutting the gap by over a second. Traxivich is also making a move on Tokidoki Brie, reducing the distance between them. Maya is gaining on Duff Dad, closing the gap to just over a second. Lord of the Jungle has moved up to 5th place. Tokidoki Brie is narrowing the distance to missed 149, now less than a second apart. Duff Dad is gaining on me, closing the gap by 240 seconds. Playboy Carti is catching Everlasting the Peaks, reducing the distance by 1.8 seconds. Joey is closing in on Stig Gaming, cutting the gap by 1 second. Duff Dad is gaining on me, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Rosalia Adha is catching up to Lord of the Jungle quickly. Ingle McCringleberry is also closing in on Shadow Army, making the race more intense. Lord of the Jungle is now just behind the Pluralbleeple, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Joey has moved up 1 spot to take 17th place. Stig Gaming and Joey are battling closely for 17th position. Elite 403 is gaining on Playboy Fenty, closing the distance by over a second. Traxich and Tokidoki Brie are battling closely for the 12th position. Naibe is making a move on Tug On It DTV, reducing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Elite 403 is gaining on Playboy Fenty, closing the distance by 1.6 seconds. Gina Jones is narrowing the gap with Amundsen by 2.2 seconds. Traxvich has moved up 1 spot to take the 12th position. Lord of the Jungle is now just 1 second behind Deplorableable. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on Lord of the Jungle, closing the gap to 1 second as well. Playboy Carti is now within a second of Everlasting Apex. Deplorableable is gaining on Maya and closing the gap. The Lord of the Jungle is catching up to Deplorableable. Naibe is closing in on Tug On It DTV. Dai. Maya is gaining on Duff Dad, closing the gap by a little over a second. Lord of the Jungle is catching Deplorableable quickly, closing nearly 2 seconds. Missed 149 has moved up 1 spot to 10th place. Elite 403 is gaining on Playboy Fenty, and now just a few seconds behind. Tug On It DTV is closing the distance to Joey steadily. Beyond Vortex is narrowing the gap to Stig Gaming quickly. Elite 403 is gaining on Playboy Fenty, now just a few car lengths behind. Traxich is narrowing the distance to Gina Jones. Tug On It DTV is catching up to Joey quickly. Elite 403 is gaining on Playboy Fenty, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Gina Jones is moving up 1 spot to 10th place. Bjorn Vortex is closing in on Stig Gaming, reducing the distance by almost 2 seconds. Congratulations to Amy on winning the race. That's an amazing achievement. Well done. Congratulations to Amy for winning the race. Well done. You drove fantastic today. Maya, you got the fastest lap. That means you can claim the vintage 1973 BMW 2002 Turbo.0. Great job on pushing that speed. And congratulations to the Spanish Inquisition for winning the bet race. You can now claim the vintage 1977 Opel Kadett CG. Nice work on that victory. Core 1 Super. You've been on a winning streak, securing your 7th consecutive race win. That's impressive. You also earned yourself 500 request points. Keep up the great streak.